Chapter 1 The Eye of the Ancient. Konoha 54 years, June 8. Tomorrow is the day when the ninja school is enrolled. Kongwo looked at the number 9 circled in red on the calendar, and looked a little dazed. He was still at home in the Jedi survival last second. Ishin fought for the chicken at the gate of the village, but when his eyes closed, he came to the ninja world and became a 6-year-old child who lost his parents in the Nine Tails disaster. He got up and looked at himself in the mirror, who was only 6 years old. He had black hair and dark eyes, but there was some ruddy around his eye sockets. It was obvious that this body was crying before the arrival of the heavy country. The child who was replaced by Kongwo was also called Kongwo. His parents were Konoha's civilian ninjas, his mother was Genin, and his father was Chnin. Both died in the night of Nine Tails disaster 6 years ago. The only thing left for the newly born Shigekuni is a photo in the ninja apartment and 3 basic scrolls. Because of his life experience, the power of this world is very gloomy. He hides his hatred of the village and the ninja under an indifferent face, and he has not aroused anyone's suspicion for many years. Because of the hatred in his heart, a 6-year-old kid forced himself to train for 20 hours a day. The crazy training allowed him to have Genin's skills before entering the ninja school, but because his body was too bad, before entering the ninja school suddenly died one day in his own home. At this time, there are still some consciousnesses in the predecessor that have not completely dissipated. Under the influence of the predecessor consciousness, the mood of Zongguo has become very low, but fortunately, the soul of Zongguo is an adult who has long learned to control his emotions. Living in the important country of a modern city, he learned to accept reality on the first day he entered society. The reality that he came to the ninja world cannot be changed, so he can only live strong. Kongwo found 3 scrolls in a small storage box, namely Chakra Extraction Technique, Basic 3-Body Technique, and Basic Body Flicker Technique. The contents of these 3 scrolls are slightly shabby, but it is the best gift a pair of civilian ninja parents can give their children. Kongwo opened the scroll that recorded the Chakra Extraction Technique. After reading it carefully, he was surprised to find that the Chakra Extraction Technique had been completely mastered by him. This feeling is weird. It was the first time I saw it, but in the consciousness of the heavy country, it seemed to have been a master a long time ago. Kongwo frowned and thought for a moment, and then he followed his instinct to form the handprints of extracting chakra. His body seemed to have extracted chakra thousands of times, without the slightest obstacle, and he extracted chakra smoothly. When Kongwo's body reached its limit, he walked to the mirror in the bathroom with a weird expression, and looked at the dark eyes in his mirror for a long time. The world of daddy ninjas is not a joke. In the ninja world, civilian ninjas are synonymous with cannon fodder. If you want to survive the chaotic future of the ninja world, you must gain strong power and place your hopes on other people. No doubt it is a manifestation of cowardice. Kongwo originally thought that he should take the physical skills route. Relying on his mouth to escape to become Might Guy's disciple, and helplessly become a hard-working genius. By the time of the 4th Ninja War, double open the 8 gate with Might Guy. Two-footed Yagai kicked out a peaceful future for ninja. However, God finally blessed the country once, and the god tier who illegally abducted people gave him a pair of eyes that saw through the world. Kongwo picked up the scroll of Basic 3-Body Technique, and after reading it carefully, he didn't expect it to be, he had completely mastered the 3-Body Technique. Clone Technique. Kongwo's hands were sealed, accompanied by white smoke. A perfect clone appeared beside him, standing with Kongwo without the slightest flaw. Later, Kongwo picked up the scroll that recorded the body flicker technique. This was just a very common basic body technique. After Kongwo saw it once, he completely mastered it and was able to apply it skillfully. This time, Zongguo really confirmed that he really had an insight into the past. The eye of seeing the ancients can also be called the eye of Guanyu, which is the ultimate eye that can see through the world. In front of these eyes, whether it's the written words or the application of weapons, even the mysterious various blood succession boundaries, blood succession elimination, blood succession snares, and even the physiques of the Senju family and the Whirlpool family in the ninja world, as long as it is owned in this world, as long as Zongguo has seen it with his own eyes, he can be a complete master. At the beginning, Jianji Ancient Eye was far inferior to Sharingan and Byakugan in the ninja world, but the most terrifying aspect of Jianji Ancient Eye was its growth. As long as you are seen by Jungkook once, you will be fully mastered by Jungkook. Neither Sharingan from the Uchiha family nor Byakugan from the Hyuga family can escape the power of the Eye of the Past. In addition, when fighting against the heavy country, any ninjutsu or physical skills will make the heavy country stronger as long as it does not kill the heavy country. A heavy country with a familiar eye is a nightmare for any enemy. Like existence. Kongwo expanded as he thought about it, and the originally indifferent face in the mirror slowly showed a smile, but it seemed that because his predecessor didn't laugh all the time, the muscles of Kongwo's cheeks were very stiff, so this smile also looked very strange. Seeing his awkward smile in the mirror, Kongwo regained his indifference and angrily. However, stiffness of the cheek muscles is not without benefits. After all, Kongwo is not a person in this world. There will be differences in both speaking and behavior. Relying on the stiff cheek muscles of the front body, maintaining facial paralysis for a few days and then changing it will not cause other people. Pay attention. And when he enters the ninja school tomorrow, with the cover of friendship, it will be more natural for Kongwo to restore his nature. What? Kongwo looked at the memory of his predecessor as if he were watching a movie, and suddenly realized that Uzumaki Naruto had appeared a little bit more times, and the two would still practice together. But when Kongwo read the memory of his predecessor from beginning to end, he couldn't help but lay on the ground with a smile. The young Uzumaki Naruto is very lonely. Because of the rumors. The people of Konoha village treat him as a demon fox. A child is treated coldly and violently. You can imagine how lonely it is. One day, when Uzumaki Naruto saw the predecessor who was training hard, he tried to get close to the predecessor, but found that the predecessor did not scold him, so he walked to the predecessor and sat down expectantly. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto is about to be tortured madly by loneliness, because his predecessor did not scold him or drive him like other people, so his predecessor's indifference was regarded as a recognition by him. Thinking of Kongwo, whose mental age is more than 20 years old, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Uzumaki Naruto. After this, Uzumaki Naruto finally found someone who could speak. Although his predecessor had never responded, he was still happy to talk about things he was interested in by his side. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't know that Kongwo's predecessor was a child who hated the village extremely. For Uzumaki Naruto, who took the lives of his parents, how it was passed on in the village, the predecessor wanted to kill him all the time, but it was compared to killing him. Uzumaki Naruto, the incarnation of the demon fox, the predecessor of Zongguo, has a more lofty ideal, destroying Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, when you are a friend, you want to kill me? Kongwo, I treat you as my enemy, but you want to be my brother? Uzumaki Naruto and the predecessor's love, hatred, and enmity are so exciting to watch the heavy country. This is so dramatic. Chapter 2. After laughing, Kongwo found the beckoning cat piggy bank of its predecessor, took out all the money in it, and counted almost 1,000 taels. In order to destroy the great ideal of Konoha village, the predecessor of Kongwo spared these 1,000 taels from the bailout that was only enough to eat. When converted into ordinary eel ramen, only 16 bowls were bought, and this was what he used to solicit his subordinates. Deposit, this is really naive. When Kongwo walked on the street with a face of indifferent holding the money, he was surprised to find that his predecessor seemed to be very popular in Konoha village. Many children lost their parents on the night of Nine Tails disaster, but the predecessor of Kongwo did not play around like other children all day, but worked hard every day. The children who worked so hard were highly praised by the people of Konoha village. Moreover, Kongwo hides the face of hatred in his heart, and was misunderstood by these Konoha villagers as mature and stable. There was even an old man who had seen first Hokage Senju Hashirama once, after being drunk, couldn't help but sigh, "Kongwo, this child is too much like Master First Hokage. He is so mature and stable at a young age, and the future is limitless." In this way, Ishin wanted to destroy the country of Konoha village and became a mature and stable future star in the eyes of the people of Konoha village. Thinking of this, Kongwo resisted the desire to complain and went to the butcher's shop. Kongwo looked at the butcher shop owner's little bit of resentment in his eyes, and finally realized what it was like to be someone else's child in his parents' mouth. To be honest, watching the butcher shop owner praise himself while beating his son, Kongwo felt special in his heart. Cool. It's also a 6-year-old child. You look at the country, you are looking at your own wacky. I am really angry. The words of the butcher's boss teaching his son echoed in his ears, and Kongwo felt that he was walking lightly. Later, Kongkuk went to buy some flour. When passing by the izakaya, Chonkoku hesitated and walked in. The owner of the izakaya saw that he was a child and just wanted to drive away, but when he found out that the person came from Konoha village, tomorrow's star, like Master First Hokage, was as stable as the country, and immediately became happy. "Boss, get me a jug of wine." Hearing the request of Jungkook, the owner of the izakaya wanted to refuse, but suddenly realized that the person in front of him is Jungkook. Unlike other coquettish B, he is a calm child like First Hokage Senju Hashirama, so he did not refuse to sell Jungkook soju. "Kongwo, I have to come on tomorrow." Shigakuni nodded his head as a response to the encouragement of the izakaya owner, and then he picked up the bottle with a cold face and turned away. However, this behavior did not arouse the izakaya owner's disgust. On the contrary, the izakaya owner couldn't help but exclaimed, "Do things vigorously and resolutely. Obviously there is no J-ninja school, but already has the appearance of a ninja. The future of the child of Kongwo is unlimited." Along the way, Kongwo found that a total of 14 children were beaten up by their parents because of the country's importance, and the compliments of butcher shop owners and izakaya owners have never stopped. After returning to the apartment, after Kongwo locked the door and closed the curtains, he could no longer restrain the indifference on his face, and leaned against the wall and laughed slyly. "When I was on the earth, Kongwo was always the one who was beaten because of other people's children. He came here to become the omnipotent child of other people's parents. This feeling is really refreshing." The country's vanity was greatly satisfied. But fortunately, Kongwo still rushed through the waves on the internet, and was not overwhelmed by the praise of the people of Konoha village. The people are ignorant. They can praise Kongwo because of the rumors, and they also speak ill of Uzumaki Naruto because of the rumors. Therefore, Zongwo believes that when his performance fails to meet the expectations of the people of Konoha village, it is when he is trampled on the ground. The so-called cheating is that the higher you hold, the harder you fall. It is not terrible to have vanity and like to be praised. The terrible thing is that there is no self-knowledge. After a small wave of swelling, Kongwo planted a tree in his heart again, as a warning that he had a B number in his heart, and then used the cooking skills that he had trained for many years as a single person, as a celebration of his new life. The wine became warmer as I drank, and when I returned to my home in the dream of Kongwo, I saw my parents, and tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. The tears fell on the pillows and became cold and bitter. When he got up the next day, Kongwo had completely accepted the reality, wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes that hadn't dried up, and Kongwo walked into the bathroom. The ninja world is actually a face-seeking world. Is Jiraiya strong? Konoha Sunin, the inheritor of Mount Maiboku Celestial Arts. Does Jiraiya play any role? In order to help Konoha obtain the intelligence of Pen 6 Paths, the battle will not retreat. But why can't you get Tsunade's heart? No one, nothing more than ugliness. Tsutsuki Kagaya is not strong or not, the Imperial Palace of the Sky, the total killing of the Grey Bones, the 80 Gods air strike, such a woman who is so strong that she is not defeated by the inverse harem technique in the end. So the ninja world is a world that looks at the face, and the value of the face is justice. If you can capture the Tsutsuki Kagaya by the value of the face, it is also a skill. After Kongwo washed the sticky hair, he found that this long black hair was exceptionally supple. Then, after Kongwo washed his face, he was shocked. Looking at this cute little boy with red lips and white teeth and a hint of heroism between his eyebrows in the mirror, Kongwo was a little confused. He also looked in the mirror yesterday, but there was a child who was not much different from the little beggar. Stupid, it's so stupid. With this face, what kind of ninjutsu is needed? Waiting for Tsunade to become Hokage, just eat soft rice with the face. It's not that Kongwo is exaggerating, relying on this face, Kongwo can survive by cheating on eating and drinking. The parents of her predecessor were both ninjas in Konoha village. As Genin's mother, when she became a ninja, she knew that she might not be able to see her children grow up, but she had no choice. As Genin's father, he always had a sunny smile on his face, but he himself knew that he couldn't protect his fragile family with his strength. When she is free, as Genin's mother, she buys fabrics with the rewards from the task, and carefully sews clothes for her newborn child, from the clothes she wore when she was a baby to the clothes she wore when she graduated from ninja school. When Nine Tails appeared in Konoha village, as ninjas, they could not disobey the order and had to put down their children to go to the battlefield. The predecessor of the heavy country did not wait for them to return, only a notice of death was quietly placed on the pillow of the predecessor. Down. The predecessor of Kongwo was a child who longed for family affection. He yearned for family affection as much as he yearned for revenge. For revenge, he tempered his body day and night, so he was reluctant to wear the clothes his mother sewed for him. When Kongwo dried his body and walked out of the bathroom, he replaced his predecessor and opened the sealed closet. There were dozens of clothes neatly placed inside. That was all a mother's love for her child. Kongwo took out a set of black kimono. The edge of the kimono was sewn with silver silk threads to form a beautiful pattern. After putting on the clothes, Kongwo took out a silver hairband to tie the soft black hair. Good. Although there is still some indifference on the face, there is also a little more anger. Compared with yesterday, the heavy country at this moment is like a different person, but this is indeed a good thing for the heavy country. It can rely on the change of appearance. It couldn't be better to alleviate other people's memories of their predecessors. People are forgetful. When Kongwo has made remarkable achievements, others will forget the child who has maintained a facial paralyzed face for 6 years. Come on! Kongwo cheered himself up in his heart, and when the last hesitation disappeared, Kongwo finally opened the door. Chapter 3 Yamanaka Flower Shop. When Kongwo walked to the streets of Konoha village, he immediately attracted the attention of most people. A cute little boy with red lips and white teeth, dressed in an elegant black kimono, stood upright. Although he looked a little indifferent, he was between his brows. That trace of heroic aura made anyone have to take a look. Which child is this? I have never seen it in the village before. Hey! What's the matter? I look a little familiar with this child. I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it. It's not right. I just saw this kid came from a heavy country. Looking at this face, it seems to be a heavy country. What? It turned out to be a heavy country. What's all the fuss about? Kongwo's parents have never seen it before. What's the problem with giving birth to a lovely child? Oh. Kongwo used to be a mess. This child without a mother to take care of it is really pitiful. Shut up, don't say such things. The child of Kongwo is different from others. He is not a weak child. Today is the day this child enters the ninja school. Don't say these sad things. Kongwo, come on. Kongwo, you can definitely do it. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Kongwo's mouth, which was a response to the cheering of the Konoha villagers. The maturity and stability of the predecessor was a misunderstanding of the Konoha villagers, while the maturity and stability of Kongwo was the precipitation brought by the years. When Zongguo passed by the Yamanaka flower shop, he suddenly thought that June 9th was his birthday. The 9/8K cake originally ordered must not be eaten. Zongguo sighed helplessly and wanted to continue moving towards the ninja school. Ino, can you report to the ninja school by yourself? Mr. Hokage just sent a message saying that some flowers are needed to welcome the ninjas in the country of grass. Mom can't go away. What mother said is not counted, clearly said that they will go to the ninja school with me. The young Ino's eyes are red, his mouth is pouting, and his hands are firmly grasping the corners of his mother's clothes. His expression is extremely aggrieved. Looking at the aggrieved little Ino, Shigekuni hesitated for a moment or walked over and said calmly, "Auntie, I will also go to the ninja school to report today. If you can rest assured, let me take Ino to the ninja school." Var. I don't want it. Mom said that she would take me to the ninja school to report. Looking at the uninvited Kongwo, little Ino was a little bit shy, but still clutching the corner of her mother's clothes tightly and shouting, "Ino, don't make troubles unreasonably. Your mother has important things to do. Come with me to the ninja school." Kongwo's tone became more serious, but where a 6-year-old child could be serious, Yamanaka Ino's mother laughed instead. "Ino should be obedient kun, hurry up and report to the ninja school. I will buy you a small pudding when I come back tonight." Yamanaka Ino's mother squatted down and hugged little Ino and said, Well, I want to eat Sakura's peach-flavored pudding." Little Ino glanced secretly, standing under the early morning eyes, as if it was a shining heavy country, pursed his little mouth and agreed. Yamanaka Ino's mother took the hand of Ino and walked to Kongwo's side. Although she was surprised by the changes in Kongwo, she still said softly, "Kongwo-kun, Ino will take care of you." Kongwo nodded, glanced at the slightly unhappy little Ino's fat cheeks, and resisted the urge to pinch. Yamanaka Ino walked by the side of Kongwo, from time to time sneaking at Kongwo's side face. Once or twice, it was fine, but Ino actually stared at Kongwo, and the thickness of Kongwo's face was a little unbearable. "Why keep staring at me? Is there anything on my face?" When asked by the heavy country like this, Yamanaka Ino was not shy at all. Instead, he walked around the heavy country and said in disbelief, "Are you really the heavy country? It's not that the ninja of the enemy village turned into a transformation technique." "Yes, hurry up, where did the real great country hide you? Stop talking nonsense, I'll be at the ninja school soon." Kongwo speechlessly gave the bare child Yamanaka Ino a brain collapse. Since the child left his mother's sight, he suddenly became active. "Ah, it hurts." Yamanaka Ino held the forehead that had been bombed by Kongwo, gritted his teeth and looked at the back of Kongwo who had turned and left. After taking a bite into the air, Yamanaka Ino reluctantly followed. "Really, people are joking with you, why do you want to play me? It hurts, don't you know?" Kongwo had a cold face, and despite all the cuteness of Yamanaka Ino, he was unmoved. Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but want to be a bearded cat and scratch Kongwo with a face full of flowers. At this moment, a little girl with pink hair appeared at a corner in the distance. After seeing her, Yamanaka Ino shouted loudly, little Sakura, here I am." The Harano Sakura at this time is very different from the Harano Sakura who violently beat Uzumaki Naruto in Kongwo's memory. The pink hair hangs down his forehead, and his low eyebrows are pleasing to the eye like a gas bag. Just when Harano Sakura turned his head because of Yamanaka Ino's shout, a chubby little boy ran out of the alley behind her, and when he passed by Harano Sakura, he deliberately raised his elbow and bumped her. This hit Harano Sakura directly. "Got to fall backwards. Ah, little Sakura." Yamanaka Ino closed his eyes in fear. At this moment, Yamanaka Ino heard a naive sigh in his ear, followed by the horrified voice of the adults. This child's body flicker technique has surpassed the ordinary chnin. It is a terrible talent. Standing on the roof, Might Guy watched Kongwo use body flicker technique to hug Harano Sakura, who was about to fall, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a gentle child!" Xirihong, who lives next to Might Guy, is standing next to Might Guy, watching the scene of Kongwo holding Harano Sakura. Small stars have appeared in his eyes. Kongwo gently lifted up Harano Sakura, who was like a gas bag, and then walked towards the triumphant little fat man. Seeing Kongwo walking towards him, the little fat guy backed back in fear, and when he couldn't get back, he struggled and said, "What are you going to do? There is Lord Ninja here. Be careful that Lord Ninja cancelled your entrance exam." Qualifications. A trace of mockery flashed in Kongwo's eyes. He was really innocent. He was born in the ninja world but didn't know the nature of this world. No matter how it was concealed, the ninja world is a world where the weak and the strong, only the strong have the ability to break the rules. In the future, I will definitely become Hokage. In my village, there will never be any rubbish that hurts my own people and is proud of myself. People like you are not worthy of being a ninja in Konoha village. After the body flicker technique was activated, with a click, the little fat man knelt to the ground and cried hoarsely, "Remember my words, I will stare at you. If you can't change yourself, then I see you break your leg at a time. Without my recognition, you never want to be a ninja in this life." After indifferently cutting off the path of the little fat man becoming a ninja, Kongwo walked to Harano Sakura, who was at a loss, put his right finger lightly on Harano Sakura's forehead, and said softly, "Be confident, you are actually very cute." Then Kongwo took off his headband, tied Harano Sakura's hair, and prevented Harano Sakura from blocking his forehead. Anything that can't kill you will eventually make you stronger. After doing all this, Zongguo said to Yamanaka Ino, who was stupid like a silly roe deer, "Ino, let's go." Chapter 4 Enko Package. Looking at the Xirihong here from a distance, she said with excitement, "Kongwo-kun is so cute, Enko, I'm going to die." At the moment, it is Mitarashi Enko of Enko, looking at his friend Yurihong who is about to suffocate. He curls his lips and says, "What's so cute? He looks like a scumbag." Yurihong snatched a string of 3-color dumplings in Mitarashi Enko's hands, and leaned lazily next to Enko and said, "Enko, you won't have a boyfriend like this. Kongwo-kun is only 6 years old. It's just pure friendship, just like us." Mitarashi Enko glanced at the heavy country surrounded by 2 little loli, bitten the dumpling fiercely and said, "Hey, my hunch is very accurate. This guy is not a good thing at first sight. To deceive the feelings of the little girl, a scumbag man." "Red, what are you talking about?" Sarutobi Asuma showed a handsome smile and walked eagerly to Yurihong's side, carrying soju in one hand and a box of mustard octopus in the other. It was a painstaking effort to please Yurihong. Mitarashi Enko glanced at Sarutobi Asuma and then at Konkuk. She finally knew why scumbags are more popular than honest people. Then Enko decided to eat herself as Enko bag, conceal her beauty and find a boyfriend who doesn't look at her face but likes her inner beauty. Kongwo didn't know Mitarashi Enko's thoughts, and when he knew it, he would tell her with earnest words, "You have an Enko package, and you have a single dog." Since second Hokage Senju Tobirama founded the ninja school, the entrance exam for the ninja school has been very strict. For civilians without family secret ninjutsu inheritance, passing the entrance examination of the ninja school is the only way for them to become ninjas. In the chaotic world of ninjas, only the strong can master their own destiny. In the last 5 minutes, a blonde-haired Uzumaki Naruto with a piece of toast in his mouth, like a running dog, took a line of smoke and rushed towards Umino Irika frantically. As Chinanes Umino Irika, he quickly put down the registration form in his hand and stopped Uzumaki Naruto, who could not stop the car. It was just that the two of them broke apart. Although Umino Irika tried to hide it, he was still discovered by the heavy country. A flash of disgust in his eyes. The onlookers of Konoha village were all covered in smoke and dust from Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto shouted angrily, "Well, sooner or later I will become Hokage. I must make you all agree with me." In the end, the noisy Uzumaki Naruto was dragged by the responsible Umino Irika to register, stuck with the last time to help Uzumaki Naruto complete the registration, and Uzumaki Naruto was also the last person in this ninja school entrance exam. Yet, Kongwo, it's really dangerous. I got up too late and I almost couldn't go to school with you. Uzumaki Naruto saw the heavy country under the tree, his eyes lit up, as if seeing the owner's puppy. He ran towards the heavy country. "Well, get ready for the entrance exam for a while." Yukuni did not ignore Uzumaki Naruto like his predecessor, but nodded to signal Uzumaki Naruto to eat the toast bread he was holding. "Woo, Kongwo, you finally agree with me, I." The simple sentence of Kongwo made Uzumaki Naruto cry with excitement, which shows how lonely Uzumaki Naruto has been since then. Almost half an hour later, after the teacher at the ninja school sorted out the student registration form, the entrance exam belonging to Shigekuni and others arrived as scheduled. There are a total of 7 major items including physical test and speed test. After 21 small items, the time has come to the evening, and after many levels of assessment, the remaining children are less than 1/5 of the time when they signed up. At the time of the entrance exam, there are many children who have reached genin skills, but these people are all from the ninja family of Konoha village. This situation is not uncommon. Except for special years, the top ninja school entrance exams have always been occupied by ninjas from the ninja family, but today it has changed. The heavy country from the origin of the civilian ninja replaced the family ninja and became the undisputed number 1 in the entrance examination of the ninja school. Being able to reach this point without being taught by anyone is enough to reflect the talent of a heavy country. Most of the teachers in the ninja school are civilian ninjas, so I am happy to see children like Shigekuni. By this time, the Konoha villagers who had sent their children for the exam had almost left. Instead, more were middle and lower level ninjas who had no jobs. Listening to their praise, the heavy country did not swell, but was a little grateful. Before today, Kongwo's body could never reach such a level, and what brought all this was Kongwo's Hyuga bloodline initiative Byakugan, which he obtained from Byakugan's princess Hyuga Hinata. Under the concealment of the eye of the ancients, the Byakugan of the heavy country will not bulge the muscles around the eyes even if the chakra is condensed. All the functions of the Byakugan of the Hyuga family can be used, but this is not the key. The Hyuga family is a direct descendant of Tsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. Byakugan is the blood heir to the Hyuga family for generations, and the Uchiha clan is also derived from the Hyuga clan. Therefore, Kongwo has gained the power of Byakugan and Tsutsuki. The bloodline power of a clan. Although this power was concealed by the eyes of the ancients, no one knew it, but the moment Kongwo had the power of Byakugan, he was no longer a civilian ninja. The vacant body is supplemented by the power derived from the blood, and the scarce chakra is also several times more multiplied by the inner blood. Feeling the full power in his body, Kongwo sighed helplessly in his heart. All Hokage ninjas are fake, obviously they are ninjas. After Kongwo took a rest for almost half an hour, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had finished handling government affairs, did not know when they had already appeared on the playground. While the breeze was blowing, the Hokage robe of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen flew in the wind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who raised his head, showed a kind smile. Relying on Byakugan's keen perception ability, Kongwo found that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was constantly looking at him. This discovery made Kongwo tight. "FK, you won't find out that I have a problem, right?" Thinking of Morinoi's pervert, Kongwo feels a little bit attentive, and his legs are a little unsteady. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward to block the front of Jungkook, blocking 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Jungkook gave Uzumaki Naruto a grateful look, and then Jungkook found out that this BD was asleep standing up. After that, He slowly moved in front of him without knowing how. "MMP, I wish you 10,000 years of death." Kongwo moved carefully, making Uzumaki Naruto take himself seriously, but Uzumaki Naruto is a malnourished bean sprouts, how can he be blocked? However, no one would have thought that Shigekuni was avoiding third Hokage's gaze, only when Shigekuni was supporting Uzumaki Naruto, who was sleeping while standing. Chapter 5 sees the opportunity. From the perspective of Kongwo, the ninja world is a deformed world, representing a ninja who kills. While you kill me, I kill you, while pathologically pursuing the so-called peace. First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara calmed down the world of ninja, and then simply divided the nine-tailed beasts and ruined the situation that was about to be unified. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, tough on the outside, setting up a ninja school and Anbu internally, is a qualified ruler, but when he treats the Uchiha clan, he brings his own subjective emotions. Because of the death of his younger brother Senju Itama, Senju Tobirama had a great hatred of the Uchiha clan, but on the premise that he had hatred against Uchiha, he forgot to kill Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Because of hatred, he refused to integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha and set up the Konoha Security Department. While constantly amplifying the pride of the Uchiha clan, he made the people in the village hate the Uchiha clan, and pushed the Uchiha clan who rejected the Uchiha Madara rebellion to the woods. Opposite of Leaf. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has a weak personality. In the early years, he divided Hokage's rights into three, helping Shimura-dan's establish roots, and handing Konoha's administrative department to Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. All of this is too naive. A good hand made third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen soar. By the time fourth Hokage came to the top, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha had eased, but Namikaze Minato died. The death of Namikaze Minato is also very puzzling for Kongwo. If he does not chase Uchiha Obito, then neither he nor Uchiha Kushina can die, but he just went after it. Namikaze Minato's short ruling time can be ignored completely. When Namikaze Minato dies, third Hokage takes power again, and then Shimura-dan's is allowed to destroy Uchiha. This is the most painful thing. During this period, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, two geniuses, both yearned for peace, and Uchiha Itachi was able to persuade Uchiha Fugaku, 3 Manjiki Sharingan, 3 Susanoo, plus the other ninjas in Konoha village. With this strength, the main combat faction of the Uchiha clan is estimated to be trembling. However, the character of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good thing for the heavy country. Compared to Kirigakure with the village of Blood Fog, the peaceful and stable Konoha village is more suitable for the heavy country to pass the novice stage. After third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Domino Irika took a form and walked to the children who passed the assessment. Chankoku, Uchiha Suzuki, Abarame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, the classmates whose names I have pronounced above will be gathered in Class 1 of Grade 1 by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone will be classmates for the next 6 years. After notifying the students in Class 1 of the first year, Zyakaji Domino Irika hurriedly ran to the ninja school, which is about to start tomorrow, but he still has a lot of things to ask his predecessors for advice. Kongwo-kun, it's great, we were actually divided into a class. Hey, what's good, BD? After Kongwo received the water from a young lady, Yamanaka Ino was like an irritated little pufferfish, always full of anger. Kongwo reluctantly flipped a Byakugan. And suddenly he noticed Uchiha Itachi, who came to take Uchiha Suzuki home, and immediately regained his spirit. After walking a few steps to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki of Tsundere was angry when he saw the man who was pressing on his head, but before he had time to attack, Uchiha Itachi stretched out a hand and pressed it against him. Head on. Hello, Kongwo-kun, is there anything you want to do with me? Uchiha Itachi used one hand to kill Uchiha Suzuki naturally, while the other hand was about to move toward the country. Oh my god, Uchiha Itachi's Bracon is late and it's completely out of help. After Kongwo vomited in his heart, he said with a serious face, "Senior Itaki, I heard that your Jian level is very superb. I also have some talent in Jian, so I want to ask for advice." "Oh, what a hard-working kid, come with me." Uchiha Itaki, who had been unsaved in the late Brokkon period, couldn't refuse the advice of a cute little boy. Although Uchiha Sasuke was a little uncomfortable with the two-person world between him and his brother, Uchiha Itaki had already agreed, and he had no choice but to stare at Kongwo with a super fierce appearance. "Hey, it's so terrifying that Brokkon and Brother Control got together." Zongguo felt a little scared, but in order to learn Uchiha Itaki's ability to form seals, he had no choice. However, he suddenly saw Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura sneaking behind a tree, and he immediately called out, "Ino, Sakura, come here together." "I'm not going. I'm going home to eat the Sakura peach pudding that my mother bought," slightly. Yamanaka Ino, the bear kid, took Harano Sakura and was about to leave, but was pulled by the arm by Harano Sakura, who was like a small bag. "Ino, Konkuk-kun called us over. There must be something important. Let's go and see." "Look." Although he was still talking and looking at the past, Harano Sakura had already pulled Yamanaka Ino, who didn't resist, and walked over. Kongwo glared at Yamanaka Ino, smiled gently at Harano Sakura and said, "I'll talk to Senior Itaki on Jian for a while. You can take a look at it. Maybe you can practice Jian with you." Helped. Kongwo himself was a bit embarrassed to say this, but neither Yamanaka Ino nor Harano Sakura realized his sinister intentions. Harano Sakura also said to Kongwo with excitement, "Thank you, Kongwo-kun." When Kongwo and his group of 5 left the ninja school, they happened to see Hyuga Hinata at the door, who was being pulled home by Hyuga Hayashi. It seemed that they were attracted by Kongwo. Little Hinata turned his head and looked at Kongwo. At a glance, Hinata with a round face, cute Kongwo with blood on his face, full of the words 3 years of blood, no loss of death penalty, was stared at by Kongwo. Little Hinata was a little shy, her face blushed. "Yes, I think that the country is so important that I don't go crazy." "Humph, Hyuga Hinata is cute, isn't it? You scumbag." Yamanaka Ino looked at Shigekuni with contempt, and even Harano Sakura looked like that. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who only had Uchiha Itaki in his eyes, didn't care about it. "Ha ha ha, Zongguo is really precocious." Hearing Uchiha Itaki's teasing, Kongwo looked at the dim sky a little unlovably. "Hee, I must have seen a fake Hokage ninja. I don't know how to be ashamed, what good girls do, only ninjutsu is my pursuit." Uchiha Sasuke criticized Shijukoku with a proud look. Seeing the super awesome look on Uchiha Sasuke's face, Shigekuni couldn't help but said, "Thank you for that." Except for Konkuk himself, no one understood the true meaning of Konkuk's words. Uchiha Sasuke left behind the sentence "I don't know what to say" and turned his head. Seeing him holding Uchiha Itaki's hand, he was about to jump away with a happy appearance. Kongwo was already unable to complain. On the other side, Hyuga Hayashi had already returned home. Hyuga Hinata lowered his head along the way, and hurriedly ran into his bedroom after returning home. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but ask Hyuga Hinata's mother Hyuga Misaki, "What's wrong with Hinata?" "Little Hinata is shy. He was stared at by the child from Kongwo when he left. The current child is really precocious," Hyuga Misaki said with a smile, and she couldn't help but smile when she thought of Hinata's shy little face flushing. "Nanny, this brat dared to hit Hinata's attention. I want him to see the 8 trigrams 64 palms of Hyuga." Hearing his wife's words, Hyuga Hayashi became angry immediately, and he couldn't wait to rush to the heavy country immediately and hang up this despicable little villain for a fight. Chapter 6 Decision. When Konkuk left with Uchiha Itaki, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered an Anbu from the Hyuga clan to follow Konkuk and others. After Zongguo and others went home, Anbu came to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Third Hokage, the heavy country has arrived home safely. Anbu's voice was a bit dry, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Well, what can I do with Uchiha Itachi? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen does not think that the Kongwo, who was born as a civilian ninja, is related to the Uchiha clan, but when he sees Kongwo, he will think of Orochimaru, who has defected. Therefore, he has a very special feeling for Kongwo. Zongguo asked Uchiha Itachi about the knowledge of Jiu, and within 10 minutes, he raised his self-printing speed to the level of Uchiha Itachi. Anbu said here, there are also some fluctuations in emotions. The more powerful the ninja, the more he understands the influence of Jiu speed on a ninja. Zongguo can increase the speed of Jiu to produce 6 seals in 1 second within 10 minutes. The level, this can no longer be regarded as a genius, but an evildoer. What? How can this be possible to increase the printing speed to 6 prints per second in 10 minutes? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. The master handled all of Konoha's ninjutsu except for the limit of blood succession, so when he heard the news, he stood up in shock. Master Third Hokage, this is what I saw with my own eyes, and Jungkook is actually learning Uchiha Itachi's Jiu method. From the preparation of Jiu to the end of Jiu, every action is worthless with Uchiha Itachi. I think that the heavy country may have some mysterious blood inheritance boundary that has never appeared before. The ninjas of Anbu are the elites of the Konoha shinobi. They travel around the ninja world to perform missions all the year round. They have a wealth of experience, so they can see the anomaly of the heavy country at a glance. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back on the chair and lit the tobacco leaves in the pipe. After taking a few puffs, it was still difficult to calm the horror in his heart. This child's talent is likely to be higher than Orochimaru. This is an opportunity God gave me. This time I definitely want to train Kongwo into a qualified Hokage. Hearing the words of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Anbu ninja of Hyaga's family was shocked, thinking that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would accept the 4th disciple at this age. If you count the time, you will find that when the country grew up, it happened. When Third Hokage must retire, then Hokage's position will inevitably be passed on to his disciples. Moreover, people are forgetful. After more than 10 years, Konoha Sunan, who has been away from the village for many years, can no longer affect the country. By then, it is almost a certainty that he will become Hokage. And if according to his calculations, the child of Kongwo is likely to be able to quickly learn ninjutsu with a mysterious blood inheritance limit that has never appeared before. This is simply true for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as a doctor of ninjutsu. There is no more suitable disciple. Liu stepped back first. After Hyaga retired and Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, he whispered to inform a female ninja wearing a rabbit mask to come. Chien Eri. I give you a task to protect a child named Kongwo and don't let him suffer any harm. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the eyes under Chieri's mask, and said calmly. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The Anbu ninja who received the order responded in a low voice, and then disappeared in front of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with a brush. After Hyaga Liu handed over his job in Anbu, he changed into clothes with the Hyaga family crest and came to the main house of the Hyaga family. For Hyaga Liu, he has 2 identities, one is a member of the Hyaga family, and the other is Anbu who belongs directly to Hokage. For the family ninja, the family is the first existence. However, when he came to the main house of Hyaga, he found that Hyaga Hayashi, the patriarch of the past, was like an old father whose daughter was taken advantage of. I'm so mad, Misaki, don't hold me, I'm going to hang up that little BD in Kongwo, and dare to MT my daughter. It is tolerable or unbearable. I must let him taste my 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Noting the arrival of Hyaga Liu, Hyaga Misaki said helplessly, is there anything wrong with Liu? Hyaga Liu glanced at the thunderous Hyaga Hayashi, wiped the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead, and said respectfully, "Misaki-sama, I was sent by Master Third Hokage to follow Shijokuni in the evening." "Nani, Kongwo? Did this little BD act on girls from other families?" "I knew it, I knew this little BD was bullying my little Hinata." Hyuga Hayashi's pair of Byakugan has already glowed red, and looking at the appearance of gnashing teeth, it is like an old farmer who has been ruined by the dealer. Hyuga Ryuji couldn't bear it anymore, and he hugged Hyuga Hayashi's thigh, and said sternly, "Hayashi-sama, please cheer up. You are the patriarch of the Hyuga family. Hayashi-sama begs you to restrain yourself." Hyuga Ryuji's stern voice seemed to have finally returned to Hyuga Hayashi's sanity. He took a deep breath, patted Hyuga Ryuji's shoulder, and suppressed his anger and said, "I'm sorry, Ryuji." Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi finally recovered his former calmness, Hyuga Ryuji sighed, wondering whether he should tell the story of the heavy country. "Ryuji, go ahead, I'm listening." After drinking a cup of herbal tea, Hyuga Hayashi has completely calmed down and waved to Lu Yi to continue. "Yes, Hayashi-sama." Hyuga Ryuji responded and continued, "I followed Shijokuni all the way and found him, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki, to a training ground near the ninja school. Hey, I actually got into a mess with Uchiha's little devil. It's really spineless. Also, why are you silly, telling me 1 to 5 and 10, not a single word?" Hyuga Hayashi sees Hyuga's hesitation in Ryuji, and the little BD who molested his baby girl has gotten together with the Uchiha family, making Hyuga Hayashi even more upset. Hyuga Ryuji glanced at Hyuga Misaki who was sitting next to Hyuga Hayashi, and after receiving approval, he said, "Young Kuni took 2 little girls with him, one is Yamanaka Ino from Yamanaka's family, and the other is Harano from a civilian background." Sakura. Bang! The teacup in Hyuga Hayashi's hand was shattered by the rioting chakra. "It is unreasonable, while molesting my daughter, while also interacting with girls from other families, this scumbag, I want him to see the power of my Hyuga family, Hyuga Misaki smiled and held Hyuga Hayashi who was acupunctured by her, and said helplessly to Hyuga Ryuji, "I'm sorry Ryuji, keep talking, I will tell Hayashi." "Yes, Misaki-sama." Hyuga replied violently. Hyuga Ryuji not only saw the hysterical scene of Hyuga Hayashi, but also saw the violent side of Hyuga Misaki, who was gentle and pleasant. He felt that he might be cold. Chapter 7 Undercurrent. "Ryuji, your daughter Hyuga Harumi will protect Hinata from tomorrow. Hyuga Hinata wants to enter the ninja school to study." This is an attitude of the Hyuga clan that recognizes the status of Hokage, but thinking of her lovely daughter, Hyuga Misaki took this opportunity to transfer Hyuga Harumi to Hyuga Hinata's side. "Yes, Misaki-sama." This is also a kind of affirmation for Hyuga Ryuji. His daughter can take care of the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan family. This is the greatest trust in him. Kongwo asked Uchiha Itachi on the training ground for the knowledge of Jijin, and after Uchiha Itachi demonstrated it once, it took only 10 minutes to reach the level of Uchiha Itachi that can make 6 seals in 1 second. And through my observed by Byakugan, Kongwo's method of forming seals is exactly the same as Uchiha Itachi, and even the beginning and ending movements are exactly the same, so I suspect that Kongwo may have a mysterious blood inheritance boundary that has never appeared before. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been tapped, sat up suddenly, and was shocked by Hyuga Hayashi, who was engrossed in telling the story. "What did Master Third Hokage say?" Hyuga Hayashi's voice has a hint of inquiry, but his calm eyes reveal the thoughts he has already deduced. Master Third Hokage believes that Kongwo has the talent to surpass Lenkun Orochimaru, and he is very suitable to become his disciple. Master Third Hokage has already planned to take Kongwo as the 4th disciple. Speaking of the key point, Hyuga Ryuji's expression is very serious. Even to accept the 4th disciple at this age, he is still a ninja of civilian origin. It seems that he doesn't want to retire, and does he have a blood inheritance limit that has never appeared before? Hyuga Hayashi was lost in thought. Hyuga Misaki motioned to Hyuga Ryuyi to step down. Hyuga Ryuyi nodded and should have bowed back. On the other side of the Yamanaka family, Yamanaka Ino is holding a snow-white plate, in which a sakura peach pudding is shaking slightly. Yamanaka, who had just returned home, was sipping his wife Yamanaka's hot tea. He noticed that Yamanaka Ino looked at the pudding on the plate like a silly roe, and shook his head helplessly. Zayawai, what kind of kid is that Zongwo? It seems that I suddenly remembered the affairs of the heavy country. Yamanaka Hiichi put down the teacup and asked Yamanaka Hei. Zongwo, a very responsible child. After his parents pass away, he lives alone. He is very mature. However, he was a little bit rough in the past and messed up himself. Really, he is such a cute child. Yamanaka Zayawai actually likes the child Konkuk very much. It used to be a bit colder, but every year on the parents' festival, he would come to Yamanaka's flower shop to buy flowers. At this moment, Yamanaka said outside the door for 3 days, "Hi, I am Yamanaka for 3 days, and I have an urgent matter to report." "Come in, 3 days." After getting permission, Yamanaka walked in for 3 days. First, he respectfully said to Yamanaka Sae, "Sasama, excuse me." "It's okay." Yamanaka said with a smile, and then beckoned to Yamanaka Ino, took Yamanaka Ino out of the room, and gave up the space to Yamanaka Kiki and Yamanaka for 3 days. After Yamanaka Sae and Yamanaka Ino left, Yamanaka walked respectfully to Yamanaka Hiichi and knelt down on one knee 3 days later. "Hi." The ninja of the family just heard outside Hokage's office that third Hokage wanted to accept a civilian ninja named Shigakuni as his 4th disciple, and praised him for his talent beyond Orochimaru. Anbu's Hyuga Ryuyi concluded that the country may have an unknown blood inheritance boundary that has never appeared before. Yamanaka's words for 3 days seemed like a thunderstorm struck Yamanaka Kiki's heart, and he didn't even notice the hot tea in his hand. This is a big deal. Lord Third Hokage accepts the 4th disciple at this age. Is this going to push him to the position of Hokage? And he is still a civilian ninja. In 3 days, you should go and inform the Nara family and the Akamichi family. When Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki returned home, Uchiha Mikoto had already prepared a table of food. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, one of Konoha's 2 great clans, Uchiha Fugaku came back from outside. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and touched the top of Uchiha Itachi's head, and then said, "Itachi, don't relax at this time. I will arrange for you to enter Enbu in 2 months." "Yes, father." Uchiha Itachi had already noticed the ambitions surging in the family. After hearing the news that he was going to enter Enbu, his heart sank, but because of his scruples about Uchiha Sasuke's feelings, he did not express it. "Itachi, Suzuki, when I came back just now, I saw you all smiling very happily. Did you encounter something interesting?" Uchiha Mikoto took off his apron and smiled and said to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki, "I found a genius ninja who was able to raise the speed of Juin to the same level as me in 10 minutes. Uchiha Itachi looked at the naughty Uchiha Suzuki, temporarily forgot the darkness that was surging in the family, and smiled and said to Uchiha Mikoto, "You can raise the speed of Juin to the same level as yours in 10 minutes. That's an amazing kid." Uchiha Mikoto looked very surprised, but Uchiha Fugaku frowned. After looking at Uchiha Itachi, there was nothing to say. As he ages, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows that his deterrence against Konoha village ninjas has been reduced to the lowest point. Even Anbu, who belongs directly to Hokage, cannot be fully controlled because of the existence of the roots. However, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is already old. In his opinion, maintaining internal stability is more important than anything else. Once he changes the layout of Konoha village, it is likely that Konoha village, which has expectations of first Hokage, second Hokage, and fourth Hokage, will fall apart. That kind of thing he didn't want to see when he died, so he let Shimura dance again and again, and compromised in decision-making time and time again in order to maintain the stability of Konoha village. With Konoha Sunen's departure and defection, the power of the Hokage family has dropped to its lowest point today. At this time, in Konoha village, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can only fight for civilian ninjas without family restrictions. And to win the support of the civilian ninja, there is no better way than to accept a genius civilian ninja disciple who has an unknown blood inheritance limit that has never appeared. When the news of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen regaining the country as a disciple spreads, the middle and lower class civilian ninjas who maintain the operation of Konoha village will join the Hokage line without hesitation. Just like the era of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the Hokage rock outside the window, and the flames in the pipe flickered, just like his heart at the moment. In fact, after Orochimaru defected, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea to collect disciples, but at this moment, the form of Konoha village forced him to accept a disciple who was born as a civilian ninja, because only in this way could he win over a civilian ninja. Thinking of Hyaga's report, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little nervous in his heart. He was afraid to teach another Orochimaru again, and if Kongwo really had an unknown blood succession boundary that had never appeared before, then he might be better than Orochimaru is even more dangerous. Although he just wanted to use his identity as a heavy country to win over civilian ninjas, he didn't want to see a traitor that was even more dangerous than Orochimaru, but for the stability of Konoha village, he had already made a decision. Chapter 8 I'm not accepted. Just as Shigekuni was talking with Umino Irika without anyone else, Inuzuka Toa jumped onto the table against Akamaru. Kongwo, UBD, don't you have enough books? Are you trying to exhaust us? Wow! Looking at the pile of textbooks, Akamaru was unwilling to show weakness and screamed at the heavy country, to the effect that these books were too much to wipe the butt, and the heavy country was attacked by groups for a while. Yay! Don't be unreasonable. Even if I don't ask about the workbook, Mr. Irika will send it down. Speaking of this, Zongguo glanced at the books piled aside, and said calmly, and these books are coming to me. It's really too little. If I want to see it, I can memorize it all in one day. A whole, you have enough, what are you kidding about? It would be nice to memorize this kind of thing a day, you want to memorize it all in a day, it's really arrogant. Uchiha Sasuke took a look at the Konoha history below. There are many things recorded every year, and the corresponding dates must be remembered at different times. Such a book may not be able to memorize it in a week. Hehe, what's so difficult about this? Hearing Kongwo's hehe, Inuzuka's forehead stretched a blue vein, and he gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it, I definitely don't believe you can put these books in one day. Memorize them all. Yay, stop messing around, get back to your seat quickly. Umino Irika has a splitting headache. Didn't the predecessors say that these children listen to the teacher the most? Why are they all lawless now? I don't want it. Kongwo dare not make a bet. If you can memorize a book before school in the morning, I will. I will ask you to go to the barbecue queue for barbecue. Inuzuka believes that he has the responsibility to reveal the true face of Kongwo, so he made a bet to invite Kongwo to barbecue queue for barbecue. How difficult is this? Shigeoka glanced at Inuzuka scornfully, picked up a ninja cryptography and said, this book contains a large number of cryptography cases. It should be the most difficult book to recite in all textbooks, and I don't account for it. You are cheap, give me half an hour, 7 ninja cryptography as you ask questions. After saying this, Kongwo stopped paying attention to the clamoring Inuzuka, and turned to look at enduring cryptography with all my attention. Ninja cryptography there are not only complex formulas, but also countless cases of passwords. These things are too complicated for children who have just entered the ninja school, but for the big country with the eyes of the past, they are not the slightest difficulty. Kongwo does not need to think about the laws and formulas of passwords. He only needs to read every word in the book with his own eyes. When he turns to the last page, all the contents of ninja cryptography will be parsed. Copy it in his mind. Relying on the speed of making 6 seals in 1 second, and the insight of Sharingan and Byakugan superimposed, Kongwo turned the book very fast. After turning over a book, I immediately picked up another one and started to read it. Looking at Kongwo's horrible speed of flipping the book, Inuyasukaya thought he was determined to win. In his opinion, Kongwo was just a bluff. When the bell rang for the end of class, no one in Class 1 of Grade 1 left. Everyone was attentively watching the figure of Kongwo flipping through the book. This weird atmosphere attracted the attention of other class students, and even the senior students ran over. Seeing that the periphery of the classroom was full of students, Inuyasukaya suddenly became arrogant. This time he wanted to let Kongwo be discredited in front of the whole school. He wanted to expose Kongwo's disguise and make the ninja school a bright future. Sharingan and Byakugan made Kongwo's insight very terrifying. In less than 6 minutes, Kongwo put down the last book, Ninja Cryptography. When Kongwo raised his head, he was startled by the layers of students outside the classroom, and then looked at the arrogant Inuyasukaya. Kongwo shook his head and sighed in his heart, "I really don't want to die. Kongwo-kun, there is still time, you can watch it for a while." Harano Sakura did not know when he had moved behind the heavy country, followed by Yamanaka Ino and Higa Hinata. "No need for little Sakura, I've written everything down." Kongwo smiled at Harano Sakura and said, "Kongwo-kun, come on." Higa Hinata seems to think of the way Kongwo stared at him yesterday. His cheeks turned red in an instant, but at this time Higa Hinata has not been hit by his father, and he has not lost his self-confidence. It is just because he lives in Hyaga's house all year round. Inside the mansion, it seems a bit introverted, so I have the courage to speak up and encourage the country. Really, why bother to accept such a gambling game, foolish country? Kongwo played the hand speed of 1 second and 6 seals to ultimate, and the 3 little loli bounced one by one on the foreheads of the 3 little loli, causing the 3 little loli to condemn him. And Kongwo's feat of raising 3 little loli in front of all the teachers and students in the school suddenly deepened the hostility of other people towards him. Seeing a picture of Kongwo who looks like a winner in life, students who watch the excitement have throwing his head in disdain. "Kongwo, have you memorized everything?" Inuzuka Toga maliciously walked to Shigakuni against Akamaru, holding 7 copies of Ninja Cryptography in his hand, which looked like a villain who wanted to walk sideways, making Yamanaka Ino want to beat him up. "Hehe, of course." Kongwo stood calmly in front of Inuyasukaya, and the 3 little loli behind him also stood up. The enemy is also reluctant to denounce Kongwo, and they all looked at Kongwo's back with worry. Seeing this scene, Inuyasukito almost spit out blood, and after an angrily glanced at the handsome face of Kongwo, he couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "Humph, the girls will discover the charm of this uncle sooner or later." Since you said you have memorized it all, then you can start memorizing it. Hehe, ninja cryptography is the basic knowledge of ninja. Hearing Kongwo's hehe, Inuyasuka's blood surged, but after Kongwo started to recite the contents of ninja cryptography, he didn't have time to pay attention to Kongwo's hehe. Because the speed of Kongwo's recitation is too fast, as if it has been recitation for many years. Domino Irika was holding a copy of Ninja Cryptography, and a strange emotion arose in his heart, as if he was returning to school, because Zongwo was even more proficient in memorizing it than him. Is this a genius? A question appeared in everyone's minds. Uzumaki Naruto was dumbfounded as he watched the fast reciting Shigakuni, and Uchiha Sasuke put down a book of ninja cryptography unlovably. The 3 little loli behind Kongwo showed a fascinating expression. They looked at each other as if they had found a confidant, and their friendship was rapidly heating up. How could there be such a person? Akamaru, we're done. Thinking of the astonishing price of barbecue Q, Inuyasuka's heart was ashamed, Akamaru also lay on Inyazuka's head unlovably, his limbs hanging down weakly, seeming to be silent for the beef jerky that he had gone away. Ahem, Kongwo-kun can stop, I don't think anyone suspects that you can't memorize it anymore. You really deserve to be the first place in the entrance exam. Domino Irika interrupted Kongwo's recitation aloud, and the admiration between the words eclipsed the others. It happened that a beam of sunlight shone on Kongwo's body through the gap in the leaves, rendering the country extremely sacred. Master Swiba is here, please be respected by the scumbag. On the first day of school, Kongwo used his identity as a student to complete the crushing of other people. Recalling the scene of himself being crushed by the student, Kongwo laughed happily in his heart. Chapter 9 Ninja Bag, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The day at the ninja school was quite fulfilling. In addition to the theory class, there was a half-day practical course. In the practical course, Domino Irika was very effective in dividing Inyazuka to the opposite side of the heavy country. Kongwo smiled happily at Inyazuka, and Inyazuka would bark his teeth provocatively, and then he was rubbed on the ground by Kongwo all afternoon. When school was over, everyone looked at the dazed Inyazuka, and there was a trace of fear in the eyes of Kongwo. The genius is not terrible, but the small-eyed genius who will be retributed by the Canthus is very terrible. When Kongwo finished washing his hands and returned to the classroom, he suddenly became sad looking at the pile of textbooks. How can I take it back? Kongwo-kun, I brought an extra seal scroll. If you don't dislike it, please use it. Little Hinata's cute voice came from behind Kongwo. When Kongwo turned his head, it suddenly felt like he saw a little angel. Thank you, Hinata. Just as Kongwo wanted to kill Hinata, he suddenly felt a cold gaze. When he looked up, he saw a woman in a kimono who had come behind him and saw Byakugan, who came from the same source as Hinata. Kongwo immediately understood her identity. Miss, let's go home quickly. If it's too late, Misaki-sama will be worried. Hyuga Harumi glanced at Kongwo fiercely, and then spoke to Hyuga Hinata in a gentle and incomparable way. Well, Harumi's sister, Jungkook, see you tomorrow. Seeing Hyuga Hinata leaving, Kongwo couldn't help but said, Hinata, don't stay at home all the time. If it's okay, go find Ino and play with Sakura, aren't you friends already? Thinking of Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura, Hyuga Hinata smiled happily, waved to Kongwo and said, I will. Then Zongwo opened the seal scroll and activated it with chakra. With a bang, all the textbooks disappeared in a piece of white smoke. Tisk tut, it's such a convenient thing. Kongwo collected the scrolls, and instead of going home directly, he went to Amino Irika and got a scholarship from the village from him. After collecting the money, Kongwo left the ninja school with a heavy heart. Tianzizi used the identity of a schoolmaster to crush the others, but when he got the scholarship, Kongwo finally remembered the fear of being dominated by money. Eating soft rice is certainly a skill, but as a new era traveler with extremely rich theoretical knowledge, how can Kongwo not find a chance to make a fortune? But before that, he still needs to go to Mandian Hall. When receiving the scholarship, because of Amino Irika's reminder, Zongwo realized that he didn't even have a ninja bag. Ninja bags are even available in Uzumaki Naruto's second product. It is tolerable or unbearable, so the first stop when Chonkoku received the scholarship came to Mandiantang Ninja Store. Mandiantang deserves to be the largest ninja chain store in Konoha village. The ninja needs everything, but Kongwo can't help but cover his chest when he looks at the appalling price. After careful calculations for a long time, Kongwo finally made up his mind and purchased 5 kunao, 10 shurikens, a set of noose wire, 5 initiating charms, and a black ninja bag. After tying the ninja bag to his waist, Shigakuni went to an electrical appliance store called Akihabara. The owner of Akihabara is a middle-aged man with a mustache. Dangling with a big belly. Walked towards the heavy country. I want to buy something. I have everything from computers, radios, and mobile phones. The prices are guaranteed to be fair. Kongwo glanced at the shop. Although the display of things was a little messy, it reminded Kongwo of the shops selling assembled computers in his previous life. I need a cheaper computer. Then Zongguo added, I can type. Then he looked at Akihabara's boss with a cute look. However, Kongwo's selling cute offensive didn't have any effect on Akihabara's boss. He didn't know where he could tell that Kongwo still had some money in his hands, and he introduced the computer in the shop to Kongwo like a lotus. When Chonkoku walked out of the gate of Akihabara with a laptop in one hand and a mobile hardboard in the other, his heart was particularly heavy, because the scholarship had already been spent. This guy is really shameless. I was still a kid, and he used a small hard drive movie to seduce me. The most annoying thing is that I was even moved. It's really a shame. Kongwo's eyes flashed with endless regret after impulsive shopping. After Kongwo went home with his laptop in his arms, he immediately forgot the fact that he had no money, and opened the laptop stubbornly. 2 hours later, after Kongwo used first Hokage to hammer Uchiha Madara cleanly, he finally shut down the computer game called Sengoku Hero. After dinner, Kongwo went to the mirror and his eyes remained the original black after acquiring Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyuga's Byakugan, no matter whether he used the power of Sharingan or Byakugan's strength. There will be no external characteristics. This is good news for the heavy country. As long as you pay attention, it will not attract the attention of the two great families of Konoha village. And the changes brought about by the blood of Uchiha and Hyuga are not only that. Uchiha and Hyuga are both the blood of the Tsutsuki clan. The power of blood is far more than the common ninja, and the kingdom of blood of the two big families also has the power of the blood of Uchiha and Hyuga. The external manifestation is that the physical fitness of Kongwo has been greatly improved, while the internal performance is that the chakra of Kongwo has increased several times. However, when Kongwo analyzed and copied Sharingan and Byakugan through the ancient eye of Jiji, Kongwo discovered a weakness of the ancient eye of Jiji, that is, it was unable to copy the amount of chakra in other people's bodies. And Sharingan of Kongwo comes from Uchiha Itachi. Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi has been able to drive 3 Gojade, but chakra of Kongwo can only support him to drive 1 Gojade, which is very uncomfortable. After clarifying the changes in his body, Kongwo began to formulate a training plan that suits his own characteristics. Kongwo's requirement for himself is to increase explosive power infinitely. Therefore, the explosive force training that Kongwo has formulated for itself lasts for 45 minutes, with high intensity and fast pace, and between different training actions, Kongwo does not formulate a rest plan, but uses the method of alternate training of different positions of muscles to achieve muscles. Alternate rest. The fusion of the power of Sharingan and Byakugan has made Jungkook a big step forward on the road to obtain Sage Body. It is precisely because of this that whenever Jungkook trains to the limit, a force of strength will flow out of his body to support him to continue. Go on training. The most important thing is that Kongwo does not naively think that the ninja world is a peaceful world, and Kongwo does not want to entrust his own destiny and his own future in the hands of others, even if they are the children of destiny. You have to grasp it yourself. Chapter 10 Cheers. The immature little ninja dog Akamaru actually believed in the nonsense of the heavy country, and looked at the encouragement of the heavy country, and nodded firmly. When Shigekuni and Akamaru got together and whispered together, Abarame Shino discovered it, and when Akamaru was gone, Abarame Shino looked at Shigekuni with some meaning. In the beginning, Kongwo gave them the impression of an indifferent and serious genius, but after everyone sat together today, Abarame Shino discovered that the guy Kongwo is a funny comparison at all. Really, what are you doing, Shino? You're welcome, hurry up and eat. Abarame Shino looked at the look in Kongwo's eyes. If you dare to say it, I will make you look good, and nodded firmly. Is this the fetter? Watching Abarame Shino let go of the picture of eating meat with the help of Shigekuni, Uzumaki Naruto quietly ate the grilled meat on the Uchiha Suzuki plate. After Abarame Shino let go of eating meat, Jungkook was entangled by Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino first helped Jungkook with meat, and then poured a glass of juice for Jungkook. "Ino, what are you going to do? This is a sinister loli who tied up a bear child with a rope and beat him." Kongwo had already seen through her character. "What did you say to Akamaru just now? Tell me, I will definitely not tell anyone." Looking at Yamanaka Ino with "I'm super curious" on his face, Jungkook didn't refuse but didn't agree, and he enjoyed Yamanaka Ino's service with peace of mind. After Zongwo had almost eaten, he looked up at Yamanaka Ino, who was full of expectations, and then said with a smirk, "Guess I will tell you." A whole heavy country, I had to fight with you." Yamanaka Ino felt so wronged, and angrily rushed directly to Kongwo's body. "Ino, Kongwo, stop making trouble, oh." Hyga Hinata tried to persuade him to fight, and then he was swept in by the furious Yamanaka Ino, and threw himself into the arms of the country. Kongwo was in pain and happiness. He had a Hyga Hinata in his arms and a Yamanaka Ino on his back. Then he smiled and rushed towards Harano Sakura. With the cover of Hyga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura, who was like an airbag, was suddenly caught. Pounced in his arms. "Ha ha ha, tremble, I'm still a child, I will be forgiven for everything I do, ha ha ha." Just when Kongwo cut down the tree he had planted in his heart and threw the morals on the ground and smashed it to pieces, the proprietress of Barbecue Q came over. "Smelly boy, don't bully girls." Kongwo, who was picked up by the collar of the clothes by the boss of the Barbecue Q, felt very embarrassed. "I also want to save face." "Ha ha ha ha, BD, the molesting girl was caught." Uzumaki Naruto smiled very happily. Uchiha Sasuke was also very happy, but the root member letter that he observed secretly felt a little boring, but fortunately, the shift changer had arrived, so he turned and left without looking back. A whole power. Yamanaka Ino jumped up and punched Kongwo in the left eye, then stared angrily at Kongwo who was picked up by the boss of the Barbecue Q. "Kongwo-kun, it's too much." Hyga Hinata touched his oily little cheek and angrily punched Kongwo in the right eye. "Rogue." Harano Sakura, whose face was flushed, punched Kongwo in the stomach. First, he was sealed by the hand of the bear child, who was taught by the proprietress of the Barbecue Q. Then, Yamanaka Ino, Hyga Hinata, and Harano Sakura performed a combination of rage loli triple blows. The morale of the country was reduced by 100%, and the appetite was increased by 100%. "What's the matter? I don't want to face my Konoha tomorrow star." Turning grief and indignation into a country of appetite, once again applied Uchiha attack as 1 second 6 print hand speed to ultimate, then Kongwo picked up the drink and drank it all at once, and couldn't help thinking, the little master is not a drink. Lonely. After putting down the drink, Kongwo took out the seal scroll that Hyga Hinata lent to him, but he did not return it. In the curious eyes of other people, he summoned more than 10 bottles of shaku. The transparent shaku swayed slightly in the glass bottle, attracting the eyes of everyone. And Kongwo was not stingy. After pouring out the drink, he poured a glass of shaku for everyone, smelling the rich aroma of the wine. Even Nara Shikamaru regained some energy. "Celebrate us as students in the ninja school, celebrate us as friends, cheers." Inyazuka Toa touched the cup with Kongwo, and said with a smile, "Kongwo, UBD, I agree with you, and I can get wine. You really belong to you. Kongwo, thank you for inviting me together. I want to be friends with everyone. I will continue to work hard for this." Uzumaki Naruto cried very freely. He yearned for friends more than anyone else, because he had been alone for so long. "What are you talking about, Naruto? You are already our friend." Kongwo said with a smile, but when he heard these words, Naruto cried even harder. "A whole heavy country, in my heart my brother is Konoha's first genius, and your opponent is me, remember it for me." Without leaving the protection of Uchiha Itachi, without experiencing the hatred of the most admired brother killing his parents, Uchiha Sasuke is still the Uchiha of Tsundere. Remember, Kongwo, I'm just plump, not fat. The trouble is dead, Kongwo, hurry up and become Hokage, and then arrange some easy work for me. It is better to look at the cloud every day. I am willing to be friends with everyone, please don't ignore me. When Akim Ichichi, Nara Shikamaru, and Abarame Shino picked up the glass, Hyga Hinata also blushed and stood up. Konkuk, I am sorry, I'm very happy to be friends with everyone. Hinata is true, why do you want to apologize to the BD Kongwo? Whatever you see, you are a scumbag who takes advantage of girls. Big. Hello everyone, my name is Harano Sakura, and I am happy to be your friend. Ha ha ha, little Sakura, your forehead is good. Shut up Naruto X9. Cheers for friendship. Kongwo said loudly, while swearing in his heart, I will change everything, and I hope everyone will return as a teenager. Infected by the warm atmosphere, everyone forgot that what they were holding was a glass of juice and a cup of shaku. The burning throat was sore and the complexion turned red. Kongwo itself doesn't have much alcohol, and this body is drinking for the second time, so this cup of shaku is no different from other people. Seeing everything has a double image, it is like stepping on cotton. However, in order to maintain his face as the star of tomorrow, Kong Guoqiang resisted the urge to sleep, pretending to be nonchalant and clipped the barbecue, but he clipped it 7 times in a row. But it was all empty. Hey, look at Hinata, the barbecue will move. Hyga Hinata, blushing, looked at Kongwo's drunken appearance, and gently leaned on Kongwo's side, carefully helping Kongwo put the barbecue into the plate. On the other side, Yamanaka Ino kept talking about the heavy country, but still took the shaku in the hands of the heavy country and helped to pour it into the cup. But Harano Sakura on the other side slipped under the table at this moment. Hyga Hinata picked Harano Sakura from under the table and put it next to him, and then took a look with Yamanaka Ino, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 11. With a few cups of shaku drunk, Kongwo completely released himself. He took off the black kimono he was wearing as soon as he picked up his clothes. When other people saw Kongwo taking off his clothes, they did not want to be outdone. Then, in front of Hyga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, there were 7 little boys, shirtless. People were forced out. Hyga Hinata, who was still shy and introverted a week ago, first took Yamanaka Ino and constantly apologized to the disturbed diners, and then walked to the front of Kongwo and the others with a gloomy face. After a single punch, in a brief awake state, Kongwo took the lead and put on his clothes, but with another cup of shaku, Kongwo jumped onto the table in the desperate eyes of Hyga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Walking in the bustling street. My loneliness is stronger. Let one have the illusion of being outside. I'm afraid that people will find the loneliness in my heart. Only keep humming and sing warm music. Friends around. Have girlfriends. Why don't I myself? It's not that you don't understand that love depends on fate. It's just lonely, it's too cruel. I want to find a girlfriend. Time doesn't stop in this world. How long will I have to endure and how long will I be silent? Lonely, so uncomfortable. Hearing the singing of Kongwo, the diners in barbecue queue put down their chopsticks speechlessly, and watched as they stood on the table and roared hoarsely. I wanted to find a girlfriend in Kongwo, feeling a little hopeless. Love. Boy, you're only 6 years old, you are looking for a fart girlfriend. A Konoha shinobi who has been single for many years, brought his subordinates who had just completed the task down to barbecue queue for dinner. At this moment, he was torn open by the singing of the country, and stood up angrily. Then he saw that the little boy who was singing I want to find a girlfriend just now has been held in his arms by 2 soft and cute little loli, with a happy smile on his face. FK, I can't eat this meal, it's too heartbreaking, let's go. He was not the only person who was struck by the heart. Seeing the appearance of a winner in life in Kongwo, the single dogs who were pierced by 1,000 arrows could not bear it, and left this place where they were struck by arrows. On the other side, Kongwo, who was about to suffocate to death, wanted to leave with them, but he was no longer saved. When Yamanaka Ino and Higa Hinata were pressed on the seat, he accidentally kissed him alone. One mouthful, also beautifully named as Rain and Dew. Just when the bewildered heavy country wanted to give Harano Sakura a visit, he was dragged to the corner by two little loli who had blown up. As for Abarame Shino, who was originally in the corner, Higa Hinata's Byakugan glared at him. Ju immediately woke up halfway, and moved to Inyazuke's side with no sense of loyalty. Then from Nara Shikamaru to Abarame Shino, the 6 boys were trembling with fear by the 2 young loli. Really nothing. Hearing the voice of Kongwo, Uchiha Suzuki and others said in unison, "Shut up, you are not qualified to say this." Being held by Higa Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, a heavy country like a salted fish overturned Byakugan. "Really, you little ghosts are too noisy, hurry up and go home after eating." The proprietress of Barbecue Q looked helplessly at the children at this table. I'm sorry, we will leave immediately." While Higa Hinata and Yamanaka Ino kept apologizing to the proprietress of Barbecue Q, the salted fish in Kongwo turned over and saw a fat figure dangling in front of him in a daze. "I don't know how to do it," Kongwo actually thought of Coach Angzi, so Kongwo crossed the table and fell at the feet of Coach Angzi. "Coach, I want to play basketball." The proprietress of Barbecue Q was holding her forehead in distress, and said helplessly, "How much alcohol did this kid drink, and how does it feel like being caught in an illusion? Look at my 3-pointer." Kongwo jumped up, grabbed it casually, and grabbed a round object. After grasping it firmly, he jumped up, kicked, receded, shot, and shot Uzumaki Naruto with a picturesque receding jumper. With Kongwo taking the lead, other people's brains are also occupied by alcohol. Without a word, Uchiha Suzuki stepped on the table flexibly and jumped up, grabbing the dizzy Uzumaki Naruto, and jumping up in a provocative manner. "Look at me." Naruto didn't wait to land, but Inazumaki had already rushed up, but looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was vomiting in the air by Byakugan, Inazumaki said disdainfully, "Shigoku, your basketball is not good, you see leaks. Basketball is really boring, Naruto, let's continue to eat barbecue." Akim Ichichi fished for Naruto, and suddenly fell under the table. After a while, there was a deafening snoring under the table. "Well, what's the matter?" Harano Sakura, who was awakened, sat up with his sleepy eyes, and was startled by the chaotic environment. "It's all the BD of Kongwo. If you can't drink enough, you have to drink so much, really," Yamanaka Ino said distressedly. On the other side, the barbecue Mrs. Q has been dumbfounded. She hasn't seen a customer like Kongwo for so many years in the industry. This time she is really insightful. After throwing Uzumaki Naruto out, Jungkook fell asleep softly under his feet. At the moment, he slept very sweetly, with a smile on his mouth as if he dreamed of something funny. Just when the boss of the barbecue queue was at a loss, several ninjas opened the door and walked in. "Sorry, there is a mess in the store now, so we won't accept guests for the time being." But when the proprietress of the barbecue queue turned around and saw the ninjas coming in, she suddenly smiled. The ninjas who came in were the family ninjas who protected Higa Hinata, Uchiha Suzuki, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Abarame Shino, and Inyazuka. "Miss, it's too late. Hayashi-sama will blame it if you don't go back." Hyuga Harumi looked at Higa Hinata with her blushing face lovingly. Seeing that she kept inhaling, she seemed to have been overturned by the cuteness of Hinata at this moment. "Sister Harumi, can you help send Kongwo home? Kongwo is my friend, and I don't worry about him being here alone." "Damn, it's BD." Hyuga Harumi glanced at Zongwo bitterly, and then said to Higa Hinata in a friendly manner, "Miss, don't worry, that Anbu will take him home." "Oh, that's good." Then Higa Hinata took Harano Sakura's little hand and said softly, "Little Sakura, come with me, I and Harumi will send you home first." Well, the gentle Miss Hinata is so cute. I'm going to die. Hyuga Harumi looked at Hyuga Hinata, who was gently holding Haruno Sakura's small hands, and almost squirted a nosebleed. Then see you tomorrow. Little Hinata said goodbye to everyone cute, and finally helped Kongwo tidy up the messy hair, which made Hyuga Harumi near black and jealous. After that, the ninjas took their eldest or young masters in turn, and even Shigekuni and Uzumaki Naruto were taken away by Anbu's ninjas. Only the family ninja who protected Inyazuka Tooth fought to the end. Akamaru had gone home by himself at some point, leaving only Inyazuka Toa, who didn't know if he could leave. The Inyazuka family ninja who came to pick Inyazuka home with a desperate look took the bill handed over by the proprietress, helplessly looking at the long string of numbers on it, and after a long period of brewing, he said dumbly, "Madam, can I not take it away?" Chapter 12. When Kongwo returned to bed and was about to go to bed, he was surprised to find that there was a scroll beside his pillow, which was a red scroll half a meter long. Only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in this room in Kongwo, so the owner of this scroll is already obvious. This should be what 3rd Hokage gave him. When you open the scroll, what is recorded is not advanced ninjutsu, but the ninja log of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, which records the enemies encountered by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen after being a Jonin and the changes in his thoughts. For the purpose of this scroll sent by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kongwo can guess the same 10 or 9. In order to prevent Kongwo from repeating Orochimaru's mistakes, the will to fire is constantly instilled in the process of Kongwo's growth, which is similar to Kongwo. The ideological and moral courses I used to learn in school were similar. However, Kongwo has no feelings of resistance. His personality has long been set, and he cannot be transformed by a ninja journal. Moreover, his body is only 6 years old and has a natural disguise, even in the ninja world. No one believes that a 6-year-old child can have such complicated thoughts. And Shigioku is not a person in the ninja world. His knowledge of the ninja world is tightly contained in the comics, so 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninja diary is a great help for him to know the ninja world and understand the ninja world. While Kongwo was watching 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninja log intently, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his home and took out the mobile hard drive given to him by Kongwo without much thinking. To the computer. At exactly this time, Sarutobi Asuma, who successfully sent Yurihong home, came back, thinking that he touched Yurihong's little hand today. Sarutobi Asuma grinned excitedly. "Old man, what are you doing?" Sarutobi Asuma saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in front of the computer, and came over curiously. "Yacht butterfly. 1 library. 1 library. Chimo chicken." 3rd Hokage went to Hiruzen and didn't know how to use a computer, so he accidentally adjusted the computer's sound to the maximum. When he pressed the play button, he was immediately confused. The Anbu ninja who secretly protected 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed at this moment, and his gaze at 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with despair of collapse of faith. "Ahem, old man, you have to pay attention to your body. I suddenly remembered, Guy seems to have asked me to train with me. I will move out for a while." Looking at the escaped Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt distressed. He opened his mouth several times, but did not say a word. "Master 3rd Hokage, you are the symbol of Konoha village, please exercise restraint." There was still a voice of despair in his ears, and a thin-skinned Anbu finally couldn't help it, and grievedly said to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Master 3rd Hokage, please enjoy your hobby alone. Hurry up and turn off the computer. The neighbors around you have been woken up. I beg you, please restrain yourself." Seemingly under extreme pressure, a bald Anbu also jumped out and knelt on one knee in front of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleading in a bitter voice. Until then, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the computer was still on, and the pictures inside seemed to have reached a climax. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw it, he suddenly had blood on his head and fainted as soon as he fell to the ground. 2 meters high in one shot. Master Third Hokage, Master Third Hokage. Hurry up and send Master Third Hokage to Konoha Hospital. Hurry up, Master Third Hokage fainted due to excessive bleeding. The Anbu ninja has a clear division of labor. The 3 escorts Hokage-sama to Konoha Hospital, while the rest of Anbu shut down their computers and started driving away neighbors. However, the computer of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was too loud, and it was especially clear in a quiet night. The neighbor who was awakened didn't know what happened. So when Kongwo went to school, the people of Konoha village on the side of the road were discussing the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen last night, lonely and intolerable in the dead of night, could not help applauding for love, always strong to wake the neighbor from his sleep. However, there is another version, that is, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer good. He took medicine to applaud love, but because of physical reasons, he gave up halfway and had to go to Konoha Hospital for medical treatment. While eating pancakes while listening to the comments of Konoha village residents, Kongwo felt a little cautious. It's none of my business. I'm still a child. It was given to me by the profiteer Akihabara. I don't know what's in it. Well, that's it. Kongwo is determined not to admit it. Anyway, he is only 6 years old, and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't be frantically suspicious that a 6-year-old child would watch that kind of thing. However, this is also the case. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who went directly to the Hokage building from Konoha Hospital, was very angry, but it was not Shigakuni that made him angry, but the profiteer Akihabara who gave the hard drive to Shigakuni. Go check the Akihabara Electric Co. Limited to see if they are still selling these items. If it is true, arrest him and put him in the felon torture facility. The Anbu ninja has restored respect for 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the admiring gaze in their eyes, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When such a thing happened, in order to save his image, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu guarding his bed and said sadly, I didn't expect your vision to be so narrow. Thinking of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable appearance in the past, the Anbus do not believe that he turned out to be a bad old man who peeked at a video applauding for love. However, it happened in front of them. Is there anything hidden behind this kind of thing? Oh. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, a picture of me working hard for Konoha village, and said helplessly, I have long been informed that it is the owner of Akihabara Electric Co., who sells such things privately. Many ninjas are getting thinner because of these things. They are in a trance and cannot complete ninja training during the day. This kind of spiritual opium, as a Hokage of Konoha village, I will never allow profiteers to use filthy things to destroy the ninja's perseverance, but I am Hokage. I can't just grab the boss of Akihabara Electric Co., Limited for interrogation. Having said that, those Anbus were all suddenly realized, and there was a little more expression in their numb eyes. Noting this scene, the sophisticated 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said while the iron was hot, so I pretended to be an ordinary person and got the thing from the profiteer of Akihabara Electric Co., Ltd. I did this to obtain evidence. Otherwise, I'm an old man. What's the use of looking at those things? Master Hokage, I'm sorry we wronged you. You are so great. Ha ha ha, nothing, I am Hokage of Konoha village, I am willing to do anything for Konoha. 3rd Hokage smiled happily, because he finally came back. Chapter 13 Three-Colored Dumplings. Kongwo headed to the school in anxiety, and when he was only a step away from the school gate, an Anbu ninja wearing a rabbit mask appeared in front of Kongwo. Kongwo, Master Hokage asked you to report directly to the Hokage building. Recently, Master Hokage will teach you personally. This kind of thing can obviously be told to Shigakuni as soon as he left the house, but Uchiha Chieri waited until Shigakuni was only one step away from the gate of the ninja school before telling him. As expected, everyone in Uchiha's family was careful. Although Jungkook hated it, he couldn't stop other parents who sent their children to school at the gate of the ninja school. Although Jungkook was also Konoha's rising star before this, it was only recognized by the people of Konoha village. But when the important country has the opportunity to be taught by third Hokage himself, it means that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has recognized the important country. After being played by Uchiha Chihari once, although Shigekuni was very angry, he could only make a strong smile in the face of the envy and hatred of other children and the people of Konoha village. The opportunity to be taught by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is certainly precious, but Zongguo has just pitted third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once. At this moment, he has a guilty conscience. Zongguo walked towards the Hokage building with great heart, and then walked outside the Konoha dumpling shop without knowing what was going on, thinking that he had not eaten the three-color dumplings when he came to the world of Hokage, and could not help but secretly said a pity. And maybe you can bring some tricolor dumplings to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, so you can get away with it. This is not to blame Kongwo thinking too much, but he took it seriously, holding the idea of filial piety to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kongwo walked into the Konoha dumpling shop, and politely said to the old lady in the dumpling shop, "Old woman, come here for me. 100 bunches of three-color balls, this is money." It feels good to have money in his hands. Kongwo dared to buy 100 bunches of three-color balls in one go. This is really extravagant. Isn't this Kongwo? You have never been here before, I thought you don't like eating my dumplings. The old woman smiled and packed the finished three-color dumplings in a paper box. She didn't ask why Kongwo had to buy 100 sticks. The ninja's appetite is far more than ordinary people. There are still many people who buy 100 sticks of three-color dumplings at a time. Don't say that this dumpling shop also has a loyal customer like Mitarashi Anko. Hey, kid, the three-colored dumplings must be delicious with anko soup. The old lady gave this kid an anko soup, which is mine. Mitarashi Anko came to eat dumplings early in the morning, and Kongwo followed through the sound and saw that Mitarashi Anko had put a pile of bamboo sticks on hand. Ha ha ha, why is little Anko so generous today? The old woman seemed to know Mitarashi Anko very well, and she smiled naturally and said to Mitarashi Anko, "People who like to eat three-color dumplings are good people. For his discernment, how about giving him an anko soup?" Hearing Mitarashi Anko's explanation, Kongwo couldn't help but chuckles and laughed, causing Mitarashi Anko to give Kongwo a vicious look. It's really an explanation that people can't refute, but you have to control yourself with little Anko. After eating like this, you won't find a boyfriend. Without a boyfriend, you can't give birth to a cute one. Child. The old woman glanced at the bamboo stick beside Mitarashi Anko and said earnestly, "The old woman is true, I am a ninja, a ninja. This tricolor dumpling won't make me fat, and I want to find someone who can see my inner beauty as a boyfriend, not a girl who only looks at the appearance of a girl. Scumbag." Speaking of Mitarashi Anko, she also glanced at Kongwo. It was obvious that Kongwo was the scumbag in her mouth. The anger in Kongwo's heart, glanced at the bamboo stick by Mitarashi Anko, smiled unkindly, and then said to the old woman, "Old woman, let's give Anko another 100 three-color dumplings, and you are left. I want the next three-color dumplings." Seeing Kongwo's provocative little eyes, how could Mitarashi Anko not know Kongwo's sinister intentions? She has not been on a mission during this time, she has gained almost 8 pounds, and she vaguely pinched the fat on her belly with her hands. There was a strong hatred in the eyes of Zongguo. "I clearly said that I will eat 53 color dumplings today. You actually ordered 100 free 3-color dumplings. Why are you so vicious, and what do you mean by the Anko bag? Tell me clearly." Mitarashi Anko was in a dilemma. Although she was angry with her teeth and dancing claws, when the dumplings were placed in front of her, everything didn't matter. "Sister Anko Bayo, don't care about these little things. This is a free 100 strings of 3-color dumplings. Only the 3-color dumplings can't be disappointed. Do you have the heart to watch the 3-color dumplings cry in front of you? Eat them, you are a ninja. I will never get fat. Kongwo said to Mitarashi Anko in a humble manner. Mitarashi Anko clenched his fist angrily and waved towards Shizukuni, then looked at the 3-colored dumplings in front of him. Smelling the sweet smell in the air, Mitarashi Anko gave in. You stinky kid, wait for me. Kamui threatened Kongwo with his eyes. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help it anymore. He grabbed a bunch of 3-color dumplings and ate them. Seeing her happy appearance, Kongwo shook his head. This woman is no longer saved. I wish you become an Anko bag soon. The old lady of Konoha dumpling store installed 500 dumplings for Kongwo, a box of 10 dumplings, a full 50 boxes, and after putting it in Kongwo's hands, she whispered, "Little Kongwo, you must finish it as soon as possible. The weather has been getting hotter recently, and the 3-color dumplings won't taste good if they sit for a long time." Kongwo took the 3-color dumplings from the old woman and replied, "Very well, no problem, old woman, I'm going to learn from Master Third Hokage." These dumplings were brought to the ninja working in the Hokage building. Soon will be eaten up. It's a rare opportunity to be able to follow Master Third Hokage to learn in person. Xiao Zongguo must seize the opportunity. Kongwo's home is not far away from here. In the past, Kongwo would pass by the door of the Konoha dumpling store when she exercised every day, so the old lady was very familiar with Kongwo. Moreover, in Kongwo's memory, his predecessor actually wanted to eat 3-color dumplings once, but this child was too obsessed with revenge and innocently wiped out all his hobbies, forcing him to have only hatred in his heart. Thinking of this, Kongwo took out a bunch of 3-color dumplings. After the entrance, the dumplings were glutinous, and then there was a sweet smell with a hint of fragrance. A dumpling entrance appeared in Kongwo's eyes. A few crystal clear tears. Thank you for your concern. I will cherish this opportunity. Kongwo smiled happily, waved his hand to the old woman, and walked briskly towards the Hokage building. At the moment when the string of 3-color dumplings entered, the consciousness of the predecessor in Kongwo's mind completely dissipated. Chapter 14 Your Name. As the memory of the original body dissipated, the indifference on Kongwo's face gradually disappeared. After all, he is a good young man living in a harmonious society. Although he is a single dog, he has a happy smile on his face every day. In a short moment, the country is like a change of person, with a sunny smile, warm like the winter sun. No matter who looks at it, he will think that this is a cute, innocent, and good child. The grandmother of the pancake shop on the roadside looked at Kongwo with a warm smile and couldn't help but said, "It seems that Chonkoku had a very happy time at the ninja school. I must have found a friend. I have never seen it." Guo Zongguo smiled so happily. Yeah, this is what a child should look like. We watched the child grow up in Kongwo. I am so gratified to see him smile so happily. It was so decided. I want to drink it at noon today. Celebrate with a glass of soju. The old man who was on fire heard what the old grandma said with emotion, but in the end he exposed his inner thoughts. Sunshine's smile is always more likable than the indifferent expression. Kongwo, who is no longer stern-faced, is more attractive, not to mention that Kongwo is already very cute, with a white face, good features, and a double face. The eyes are piercing, there is a trace of determination between the eyebrows, and the soft long black hair hangs behind his head, causing many young ladies to scream with excitement like a star chaser. Kongwo was rushing towards the Hokage building, and happened to meet Might Guy, who was about to leave the village. After seeing Might Guy, Kongwo took 2 steps quickly. "Senior Guy, are you going out of the village to perform a task?" "Yes, I accepted a task from Master Hokage. It seems that I will be busy for a while." "Senior Guy, this box of dumplings is for you. Good luck, come on." Kongwo, who was only 6 years old, smiled and handed Might Guy a box of 3 colored dumplings, waved goodbye, and continued to rush towards the Hokage building. You, is this youth? Kongwo-kun, thank you for your 3 colored dumplings. There is a fierce tiger in his heart, sniffing the rose, Konoha's proud blue beast who uses physical skills as his main purpose, but his heart is extraordinarily delicate. At this moment, Might Guy is holding the dumpling given to him by the country, and his face is moved in tears, and his heart is ignited. Group of scorching flames. Along the way, Kongwo will give them a box of 3 colored dumplings, whether they know ninjas or ninjas they don't know. However, most ninjas like to walk on the roof. It is precisely because of this that many ninjas have missed Kongwo's free 3 colored dumplings. When he walked to the Hokage building, there were still 30 boxes of 3 colored dumplings left in his hand. Kongwo stopped at the door of the Hokage building. He didn't turn on Byakugan, but smiled and said, "Rabbit, I know you are by my side. Don't be angry. I will ask you to eat 3 colored dumplings." No one responded to Kongwo. Kongwo smiled and spoke again, but this time there was no sound and only lips were moving. "Rabbit, if you don't come out, I will touch the chest of Anbu with a rabbit mask yesterday. Speak out." Kongwo believed that Anbu the rabbit could read his lips. As expected, when Kongwo said chest, Anbu with a rabbit mask appeared in front of him, and the Sharingan, which had been turned into a 3-gold jade, was flooded with killing intent, but Zongwo still has a sunny smile on his face. "Really, you guys in Uchiha's family are like tsundere? Give you dumplings and anko soup. Eat it while it's hot." Shigekuni smiled and put the 3 colored dumplings and the anko soup that Mitarashi Anko gave him into Uchiha Chieri's hands, as if he was not the person who attacked his chest last night and threatened him with this incident. "Boy, take care of your mouth." Uchiha Kunili gave Zongwo a vicious look, and said coldly and threateningly, "It doesn't have to be, but if you tell me your name, I promise to take care of my mouth." When I was in college before, there was a theoretical love sage in Kongwo's dormitory. Kongwo heard him more than once. "In the face of tsundere's cold women, don't follow her wishes. They are like cats. You have to let her feel the difference between you and other people, and then you can't get used to her, you must let her feel your strength. The most important thing to learn is to apply what you have learned. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth." So Shigekoku shamelessly applies what he has learned to Uchiha Chieri. No, it doesn't meet Anbu's regulations. Miss Uchiha of tsundere seemed to attach great importance to the threat of Kongwo, but thinking of her identity at this time, she shook her head and refused Kongwo's inquiry. "It's okay. You can tell me alone. I will definitely not tell anyone. You and I know this. No one else knows. This is not a violation of Anbu's rules. The taboo of breaking the rules has a fatal temptation for anyone." Although there is a voice in her heart that has been telling Uchiha Chieri not to agree to the heavy country, she is very eager for this kind of stimulation that violates the rules. The Uchihas are all cats. He couldn't stand up to provoke him at all, so when Shigekuni raised the issue of violating Anbu's regulations, Uchiha Chieri was already shaken. "Uchiha Chieri." Uchiha Chieri's voice was very cold and light, as if a gust of wind was in the ears of Shigekuni. Just when the name Vice Admiral in his mind was equated with the image of Anbu wearing a rabbit mask, Uchiha Chieri has disappeared. "Hey, this is a good start." Kongwo laughed twice, and I walked into the Hokage building with a behaving look. Hokage had already notified the staff about the Kongwo, so when the Kongwo arrived, he was not blocked. However, after entering the Hokage building, Kongwo condensed chakra to open Byakugan in the eyes. Under the concealment of the ancient eyes of Kami, Kongwo's Byakugan is not like Hyaga's Byakugan, which will bulge around the eyes when used. So he is not worried about exposing his abilities. Through the perspective effect of Byakugan, Jungkook saw a total of 3 people in Hokage's office, namely 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha Senior Consultant Mito Kato Homura, and Yuditen Koharu. In the recent period, the only thing that can be called a major event in Konoha village is the visit of Kushinen village, so Shirogaku speculates that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen should be discussing Konoha village with Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. Zongguo did not go directly to Hokage's office, but gave the 3 color dumplings he brought to the ninja working in the Hokage building. Whether it was a guard or a staff member, he could distribute the 3 color dumplings he brought. Facing the heavy country that smiled and handed over the 3 color dumplings, everyone in the Hokage building did not refuse. After a series of foreshadowings by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjas who knew nothing about the situation believed that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen attached great importance to the heavy country, so they are also happy to have a conversation with Kongwo. Kongwo has been listening attentively to the conversations of these Hokage building staff. Whether it is about the trivial family life or the trivial complaints about tedious work, Kongwo has not distracted, and relying on Kongwo's experience of surfing the internet, no matter what it is, able to talk for 1 or 2. Over time, the staff forgot that Kongwo was only a 6-year-old child, and regarded him as a peer who could talk, and this was what Kongwo expected. When Jungkook saw Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu walk out of Hokage's office, he said sorry to the ninja in front of him, then sorted out his clothes and greeted him. Until then everyone remembered that Kongwo came to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to study, thinking that Kongwo did not go to 3rd Hokage directly, but waited for Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu to come out before walking towards the Hokage office. Everyone even more marvel at the maturity of the country. Chapter 15. Whether it is Mito Kato Homura or Yuditen Koharu, they have the strength to be the escort of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. It is impossible for the heavy country to enter the Hokage building without arousing their attention, and the existence of the heavy country has already gotten from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have obtained the news, so I already have a certain understanding of the important country. Today, although we are discussing the visit to Kushinen village, we also talked about the heavy country, because the popularity of the heavy country in Konoha village has remained high in recent days, and they already know that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to take the heavy country as a disciple. Matter. Kongwo's parents were both ninjas of Konoha village. They died 6 years ago to rescue the people of Konoha village. Kongwo is a Konoha village with a true root. Even the views of the people of Konoha village are mostly mature, steady, with the style of admiral, not to mention that his talent has been recognized by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, so they are also happy to see 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the teacher of the country. Kongwo walked to the 2 consultants with a sunny smile on his face, and after a respectful salute, he handed over the 3 boxes of dumplings that were left behind. Dumplings. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu did not refuse the gift presented by a 6-year-old child with a bright future. After smiling, Mito Kato Homura amiably said, "Jungkook, why didn't you go to 3rd Hokage directly? I noticed that a beautiful sister sent a thick stack of documents to the Hokage office, so I think Master Hokage is working in the office. Compared to my own studies, things in the village are more important, so I didn't bother Master Hokage." Kongwo raised his small face, a cute look. "You child is really prudent. Give this to you, even if it is compensation for delaying your studies." Mito Kato Homura smiled and patted Kongwo on the head, took out a seal scroll from his sleeve and placed it in Kongwo's hand. "Kongwo, you must learn from your teacher. I look forward to the day you become Hokage." Yuditen Koharu also took out a scroll and placed it in Kongwo's hands. "Thank you 2 consultants, I will definitely learn from Hokage." The heavy country unceremoniously accepted the scrolls given by Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. It can be seen that Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu elected Jiraiya as Hokage after Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. They are the representatives of civilian ninjas. And Kongwo is undoubtedly another genius civilian ninja after Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato. When he was favored by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kongwo had become one of the candidates for 5th Hokage. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu were so obsessed with power. Even by the time of the blog, they did not give up their status as Konoha's high-level consultants. They left a good impression on Kongwo for a genius with the possibility of becoming Hokage, but a very profitable thing. In other words, Konoha is so weird. First, there was a Konoha garrison created by 2nd Hokage. How is the integration of ethnic groups? When Uchiha established the Konoha Guard, the Uchiha clan rebellion became inevitable. As for why Uchiha failed, it is a bit ridiculous. Because there are 2 traitors in the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku 3 Manjiki take the lead in the rebellion. Seeing this trend, Konoha village has at least half of the people. Will turn to Uchiha's side. Not to mention Uchiha's problems, just Hokage's problems are numerous. With Enbu, you have to get a root, and if you have Hokage, you have to get 2 Konoha high-level consultants. Isn't it idle? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is really interesting. He really did not forget the wealth and honor. After becoming Hokage, he did not forget his 3 little brothers. At first glance, Shimura Denz was depressed because he did not become Hokage, and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was heartbroken every time he thought about it, so he helped Shimura Denz establish his roots. After solving Shimura Denz's problem, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not yet enjoyed the brotherhood, saw Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu's little bitter eyes. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the little resentful eyes of the 2 friends, immediately got up, patted his chest and said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most loyal, and then divided the rights of Hokage out some, and set up 2 extra Konoha senior consultant. However, what did 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen get in exchange for such loyalty? Shimura Denz's dark ambitions continue to swell, and he is not dead for Hokage. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu are dragging their feet everywhere, and when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is trapped by the 4 purple flames, when one person beats 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, Orochimaru, where is his good brother? They were watching the show, watching 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen use the ghoul to seal it all up, and then when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen got cold, his 3 good brothers jumped out to do all kinds of things. But the worst thing was not 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but sacrificed his 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato for Konoha village. In the face of 9 tails, only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had a soy sauce, and the others were watching the excitement. Namikaze Minato sacrificed. After myself, I wanted Uzumaki Naruto to grow up in the care of others as a hero. However, Uzumaki Naruto has become a demon fox and demon fox. He has lived under the scolding of everyone since he was a child. If this brings Namikaze Minato and Kushina out of the Yellow Spring, let them see what happened to their son in his childhood. Kongwo estimates that they can direct release of 9 Tails ruined Konoha village. Although Zongwo despised what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did in his heart, he had to make false claims with him. After all, Shimura Denz, Mitokado Homura, and Udaten Koharu were 3 young men who were able to pierce a friend with 2 or 5 knives and looked at him. If the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fox and fake tiger cannot be used to deter them, Kongwo will probably be cool. When Kongwo walked into Hokage's office, he still had a sunny smile, and his small mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. Master Hokage, this is the 3-color dumpling I bought at the Konoha dumpling shop. This is what I gave specially. You keep it, hurry up and eat. 3rd Hokage looked at the 3-colored dumplings in front of him, and then at Kongwo's innocent face with a sunny smile, hesitated about his plan. Good. 3rd Hokage picked up a bunch of 3-colored dumplings. And just about to put it in his mouth, he saw Kongwo walk up to him, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of hot tea, and couldn't help laughing with relief. After pouring the tea, Kongwo opened the 2 scrolls that Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu gave him. The scroll that Mitokado Homura gave him was a sealed scroll, which contained 100 swords, 100 flying needles, and 100,000 books. In addition, there are 50 kunao and 2 wind demon shurikens, all of which are very practical. The scrolls Yuta and Koharu gave to Kongwo are the ninjutsu scrolls that record healing, hemostasis, and healing jutsu in detail. Compared to Mitokado Homura, Yuta and Koharu is extraordinarily generous. Chapter 16 Physical Skills Teacher. At this time 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had made up his mind. He walked amiably to Kongwo with his cigarette butt in his mouth. He held Kongwo's shoulder and asked, "Kongwo, would you like to be my disciple?" Hearing 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Jungkook was completely stunned. Although I didn't know what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Jungkook would not refuse to accept such a good thing, so he responded quickly. Yes, I am willing to worship Master 3rd Hokage as a teacher. Ha 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 ha, very good, I will send someone to notify the daimyo about this matter, and everyone will know that you are my disciple tomorrow. It seems that because of taking the younger brother Shigoku, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed very happily, patted Shijokuni on the shoulder and then said, "Physical skills are the basis of ninjas, whether it is a ninja-type ninja or a phantom-type ninja, you have to master a certain level of physical skills. In the next period of time, you will study at Konoha Special Jainin Byunyi Mountain. I will not agree to teach you ninjutsu until you get the approval of Yashin. Is teacher. It's already a great privilege to be able to learn physical skills directly from Jainin. There is no reason for Jungkook to refuse, but thinking of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto who have just become friends, Jungkook couldn't help but ask. Teacher, can I still go to the ninja school in the future? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and replied, of course, Hayama is Konoha's special Jainin. Only if I speak can I call out a month to train you for physical training. Hurry up and train, otherwise you have to wait. Yeshan will have the opportunity to continue to learn from him when he comes back after completing the task. Is teacher. Just when Shigakuni agreed, the door of Hokage's office was knocked, and then there was a calm voice, Master Hokage, Konoha especially Jainin Byunieshin is ordered to come. Yeshan, come in. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a smile. With the consent of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Byunieshin opened the door of Hokage's office and walked in. At first sight, he saw the country standing next to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Byunieshin just completed a border patrol mission yesterday. After the mission was delivered, he was notified to come to Hokage's office to report the next day. He keenly felt that his coming this time might be related to the child in front of him. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Byunieshin as he walked in, and said in a calm tone, Yeshin, this is my 4th disciple Kongwo. He is a child with a talent far surpassing Orochimaru. In the next month, I hope it can become a physical training for the important country and help the important country lay a good foundation. Byunyi Mountain paused, and the eyes of Zongguo were filled with horror. The child in front of him turned out to be 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's 4th disciple, and was considered by 3rd Hokage to be more talented than Cold Kun Orochimaru. This news is coming. It was too sudden. Not only Byunieshin was shocked to nowhere, but Anbu, who was secretly guarding 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also stunned. Think about the 3 apprentices of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lenkun Orochimaru, Princess Senju Tsunade, and Hogui Jiraiya. Who could become the physical teacher of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's 4th apprentice? Byunieshin was so excited that his body was shaking. Konoha Special Jainin Heikyun Hayama respectfully said to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes, 3rd Hokage-sama, I will do my best to train Shigakuni-kun. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Byunieshin on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Yeshin, train the heavy country to your heart's content. If the physical skills of the heavy country are not approved by you, I will not call him back. A hot flame ignited in Byunieshin's heart, and tears flickered in his eyes when he looked at 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The trust given to him by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen made Bayunishin's blood boil. Looking at the kind-looking 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then at the Bayuni mountain above the blood, Kongwo lamented that the people in the ninja world are still too innocent. A single word can make a special Jainin so moved to cry. Then Kongwo sighed and pinched his thigh fiercely, and then the circles under his eyes suddenly became red, and then the next moment, tears flowed from his eyes. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Chonkoku on the head, and then said, "Konkuk, you and your physical training teacher, Konoha, and especially Jainin Bayunishin, get acquainted with each other. Hayama, you will take Konkuk to 24 soon. Training ground number 24, I have already notified Anbu to vacate the training ground number 24 for a month." When 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Bayunishin stabilized his excitement a little bit, and said to Zongwo, "Zongwo-kun, I am Konoha, especially Jainin Bayunishin. I think I still have some achievements in physical skills. I will definitely try my best to teach you physical skills." When Kongwo pinched his thigh, he tried so hard that his tears were still flowing. After hearing what Bayunishin said, he choked and responded, "Ma, I bother you, Mr. Yishin. At the same time, today's ninja school grade 1 class 1 is very boring." Domino Irika worked hard to mobilize the atmosphere in the classroom, but because there was no help from Shijukoku, the students below ignored him. This made Domino Irika feel very boring. Of frustration, Domino Irika looked at the seat of Kongwo and couldn't help but think, the first day he lost his schoolmaster, he was like him. Higa Hinata, Harano Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino, who went to school together, wanted to laugh at the drunk Kongwo last night, but they heard from Umino Irika that Konkuk had been taught by Master 3rd Hokage himself. Without Kongwo, the sky in the ninja school is grey, and the little fans of Kongwo are a bit boring, but with Yamanaka Ino's suggestion to help pick flowers in the afternoon, the three little loli forget Kongwo. Uchiha Sasuke finally got rid of Uzumaki Naruto's entanglement, carefully took out a notebook, bit a pen in his mouth, and racked his brains to write more stories than in the Great Kingdom fairy tales. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's black circles comparable to panda eyes, Yuriyuki must have had a hard time yesterday. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi, who was resting between training sessions, took out a photo from his arms. The picture shows Uchiha Sasuke walking with a drunk scholar and a cat. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke on all fours in the photo, Uchiha Itachi smiles happily. Nara Shikamaru was sleeping on the table while Akim Ichichi stood up his book, and then lowered his head to eat a bag of potato chips that tasted like barbecue. From time to time, he raised his head and looked around. When he found that he was not found, he quickly lowered his head. Continue. Abarame Shino's seat is by the window. Under the cover of sunglasses, Abarame Shino peeked at the little bug that fell by the window. When he wanted to amuse the little bug, a sparrow fell from the sky and took the little bug with one bite. Eat it in the stomach. Why should I see such cruel things? Abarame Shino, who was holding her chest with an angina pectoris, thought she would be reprimanded by Umino Irika, but found herself ignored by others once, and Abarame Shino's heart was ashamed by the intense frustration. However, no matter whether it was Umino Irika or Abarame Shino, in the first grade of ninja school, no one noticed that, except for the reunion, Inyazukaga did not come. At this moment, Inyazuka looked desperately at the pile of plates, and let out a stern wolf howl. Woo! Tooth, shut up, hurry up and wash the dishes. Yes, the boss. After the proprietress of Barbecue Q reprimanded Inyazukaga, she immediately walked out of the back kitchen. Today, there were a lot of ninjas. The proprietress of Barbecue Q received money and received cramps. Chapter 17 Suppression. Since Zongwo's left arm resisted Bayunishin's attack, it became blue and purple. As long as it moved a little, it would cause a piercing pain, so Zongguo had been careful not to let Bai Yunieshan touch his left arm. Because the blood of the Tsutsuki clan in the body is still fusing, after the physical strength of the heavy country is exhausted, not only the physical strength can be strengthened, but also the physical strength can be restored to most, so the heavy country is like a tireless machine, constantly to avoid the attack of Bai Yunieshan. Constantly hunting down the heavy country, Bai Yunyi Mountain's physical strength was consumed very quickly, but because the heavy country did not take the initiative to ask for a rest, Bai Yunieshan could only clenched his teeth and persisted. After avoiding an attack from Bai Yunyi Mountain, Zongguo suddenly felt that his left arm did not hurt. Zongguo took advantage of the gap in the battle and took a peek, and was surprised to find that the original blue-purple left arm had recovered somehow. Color. Zongguo didn't think about other aspects, it was all the effect of the fusion of the blood of the Tsutsuki clan. And being chased by Bai Yunyi Mountain all morning, it is impossible to say that Zongguo has no temper, so he concealed the fact that his left arm had recovered, and continued to maintain the original rhythm, constantly consuming Bai Yunyi Mountain's physical strength. At noon, Zongguo did not propose to eat, and Bai Yunyi Mountain could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zongguo's physical strength was finally exhausted by Zongguo. However, Zongguo has been repeatedly strengthened by the blood of the Tsutsuki clan, and at this time it appears to be very energetic. After throwing out a bitterness and forcing Bai Yunyi Mountain to escape, a momentary body appeared in front of Bai Yunyi Mountain. Zongguo hit a right fist and Bai Yunieshan strenuously reached out and grabbed Zongguo's right fist. However, when Bai Yunieshan was breathing heavily, Zongguo jumped up and hit Bai Yunieshan's chin with a left uppercut. Crack! Accompanied by the clear sound of broken jaw bones, Bai Yunieshan lay on the ground a little embarrassed. Bai Yunieshan gasped. Because of the blow of the heavy country, his mandible had been broken, and there was confusion in his mind. Zongguo supported his knees with his hands, and the sweat continued to drop down his cheeks, and in a short while, a black area was formed under Zongguo's feet. Teacher Yishan, that's the end of today's training, I have no physical strength. Zongguo looked at Bai Yunyi Mountain, who was still lying on the ground, doubting his life, and then he breathed a steady breath and spoke. Bai Yunieshan climbed up a little dumbly, stroked his chin and nodded to Zongguo, as he agreed to Zongguo's request, and then signaled Zongguo to go first, and Bai Yunieshan continued to lie down. This monster-like physical strength and resilience are really worthy of being a disciple of Master Third Hokage. After Zongguo finished training, the power of the Tsutsuki clan also fell silent. When Zongguo returned home, it completely turned into a salted fish. After lying on the ground, it rolled all the way to the bedroom. However, Zongguo, who had finally gotten into bed, was so noisy that he could not sleep with the noise of his stomach. Zongguo checked the distance of the kitchen visually, and suddenly gave up the idea of cooking by himself. Then Zongguo yelled without morals, "Chia Li, Xiao Qi Eri, I'm going to starve to death, please cook me some food." After being silent for a long time, Uchiha Chieri opened the window and walked in. After glancing at the heavy country like a salted fish, he said coldly, "Only this time, it was you who gave me dumplings and anko soup." In return, Zongguo had only thought about mouth addiction, but he didn't expect Uchiha Chieri to actually cook for him, and suddenly felt happy. After Uchiha Chieri prepared the food, Zongguo said, "Oh, I seem to have been subjected to a very vicious seal. I need a Uchiha sister to get up." Hearing Jungkook's words, Uchiha Chieri sneered and pulled out short sword. A cold chill spread to Jungkook's heart, and even some bloody smell appeared in the air. Zongguo took his heart, saw him jump out of bed with a carp, and quickly changed the subject. "Ah ha ha ha, Chieri, your craftsmanship is really top-notch, just smelling it, my saliva will flow out." Shigekuni carefully avoided the place where Uchiha Chieri was, but the pork chop curry rice was on Uchiha Chieri's side, which was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Uchiha Chieri didn't really follow Shijukoku. After Short Sword returned to the sheath, he pushed the plate in front of Shijukoku with a scabbard coolie, watching the golden fried pork chops and the fragrant curry, he swallowed. Spits in a mouthful and can't wait to eat. However, Chong-kuni just took 2 bites and found that Uchiha was standing opposite and looking at him. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you not make one for yourself?" Uchiha of Tsundere put her arms around her chest and glanced at the country full of food, like a hamster. Uchiha said concisely, "No." Kongwo put down his spoon and walked into the kitchen. After confirming that there was really only this dinner, he walked out with a clean plate and spoon, and used the spoon to divide the tonkatsu into 2, and then divided the rice and curry in half. Then he pushed the plate in front of Uchiha. "Eat while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold." After Shigekuni gobbled up the meal, Uchiha kept holding his chest, and Shigekuni ignored it. After washing the dishes, he took a shower and rolled onto the bed. Soon there was a snoring sound. Uchiha finally reacted after Shigekuni fell asleep. After taking off the mask, he revealed a delicate face, then placed the Anbu mask on the dining table, and silently pulled the chair away and sat at the dining table. The half portion of tonkatsu curry rice was cold, but Uchiha didn't care. Instead, he ate it with small bites that he cherished very much. In the first 3 days of physical training, Kongwo has been passively beaten, rarely able to fight back, but after the first 3 days, Kongwo's knowledge of the ancient ice completed the physical skills and skills of Bayunyi Mountain. Analysis of combat experience. After fully replicating the Bayunyi Mountain physical skills and combat experience, with the power of the Tsutsuki clan bloodline that had not yet been absorbed, Kongwo was able to suppress Bayunyi Mountain in turn. Compared to the heavy country with endless physical strength, it is just that ordinary people's Bayunyi Mountain looks very embarrassed, and in the end, it will even be caught by the heavy country and rubbed against the ground. When Shijukoku had dinner with Uchiha in the evening, Uchiha said straightforwardly that Bayunyi Mountain is just a waste. Apart from years of experience in performing tasks, his strength is not worth mentioning. Then Uchiha put down the chopsticks. Very Tsundere said, "Such as Bayunyi special Jainin, she can play 10 without Sharingan." Then Kongwo said with a low tongue, "Then you are awesome." Then Uchiha pressed him to the ground and gave him a beating. The physical training of Kongwo lasted for half a month. After half a month, Bayunyi with a blue nose and swollen face told Kongwo that his physical training was over and he could go to school. Looking at the back of Bayunyi Zaijuo, Kongwo spread his hands at Uchiha, looking very innocent. Uchiha ignored Kongwo's stupid actions, but looked at Bayunyi eyes with a bit of coldness. After training yesterday, Bayunyi once wanted to sneak out of the country from behind, if it hadn't been for her to control it with illusion. Bayunyi Mountain, Zongguo is likely to be severely injured by the vacuum sword. Hehe, it's a wishful thinking that a stupid mortal wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with a genius. Uchiha slightly despised the Bayunyi Mountain that was hit by the heavy country to blacken, and then followed in the footsteps of the heavy country. Chapter 18 Bloodline Disease. Master Kongwo, this is the mansion of the head of the Kurama family. After you fainted during training, you were brought back by my eldest lady. Upon hearing Kongwo's words, the 4 maids were a bit shy, but thought of the lady. Explained his instructions, holding back shame. Master Kongwo, the eldest lady is still waiting for you, the washing will be finished soon, please bear with me. Then the maid who said this blushed and stretched out her sinful little hand to the little friend of the heavy country. No. No, I'll just do it myself, you can go out first. Kongwo took care of his heart. A body flicker technique ran to the stone statue in the middle of the hot spring. After the maids had left, Kongwo scrubbed his body well. However, when Kongwo had just walked out of the hot spring pool, the 4 maids appeared again. Kongwo, who had just gone out of the bath, blushed very cutely, and suddenly the hearts of the girls of these maids broke out completely. By giving Kongwo the opportunity to wipe his body and constantly eat Kongwo's tofu, if it weren't for his eldest daughter's orders, Kongwo would definitely not be able to get out of the hot spring pool today. After drying his body, Kongwo put on clean clothes again, and suddenly became a little boy with red lips and white teeth. Then Zongguo was taken by the maid through the corridor like a maze. After Zongguo saw Kurama Yakumo, he was immediately surprised by the pommel horse Yakumo sitting on the main seat. Kurama Yakumo is wearing a purple kimono. He is obviously a big loli, but he sits very calmly on the main seat. His majestic appearance does not scare the country, but has a unique charm. Kongwo-kun, it seems that you have almost recovered. It's really an enviable physique. While Kurama Yakumo was speaking, a dozen maids walked to the front of Kongwo with small steps. Everyone was holding an exquisite dish in his hand. By the end of the day, there were dozens of exquisite dishes in front of Kongwo. Master Kongwo, this is a star mussel from the deep sea of the country of water, this is a goat from the country of thunder. This is rice steamed with rice from the country of rain, because it is rich in chakra watered by rain. This kind of rice tastes very soft and waxy, and it tastes unique. After listening to the maid's introduction, Kongwo laughed. What about soft rice? The little master ate soft rice. The hungry Kongwo didn't know what reservedness was. He picked up the bowl and ate it with big mouthfuls. There came a sentence, "Can you have another bowl?" After Zongguo ate and drank enough, Kurama Yakumo retired the maid, and asked with a smile, Kongwo-kun is really amazing. He can become his fourth disciple at the age of Master Third Hokage. It's okay. What about the third Hokage-sama's disciple? It's not reduced to the point where you need to add another bowl of soft rice. Kongwo shrugged and looked helpless, making Kurama Yakumo smile happily. The eldest lady of the Kurama family, you turned me back from the outside, took off my clothes, and gave me soft food. What do you want to do? After Kongwo was completely wiped out, he asked Kurama Yakumo with a righteous expression on his face. My name is Kurama Yakumo. First of all, you were not abducted and sold back by me. Also, I did not take off your clothes. In the end, the soft rice you mentioned is not actually called soft rice. Kurama Yakumo widened his eyes and said with great momentum. However, for Kongwo, Kurama Yakumo is just a cute big loli, even if it is full of imposing appearance, it looks like a pretentious kitten in Kongwo's eyes, and it has no other effect besides cuteness. Seeing Kongwo's face that you have a cute look on me, the roots of the pommel horse's teeth are itchy, but there is no way to take Kongwo. Okay, even if it is so, but when you brought me back, didn't you meet an Anbu with a rabbit mask? Shizukuni was curious about how Kurama Yakumo convinced Uchiha Chieri, so after finishing the previous topic, he couldn't help but ask. I met, it is an Anbu who is very talkative. In the case of showing that I am not malicious to Kongwo-kun, that Anbu handed you over to me. Kurama Yakumo's words left Shigekuni for a while, saying that Uchiha Chieri is very talkative. This Kurama Yakumo is not a fool, right? Suddenly Shigekuni felt two dangerous sights in front and back. Naturally, Kurama Yakumo was in front, and there were no other people besides Uchiha Chieri behind him. This is terrible. I remembered running under the sunset that day, that was my lost youth. Kongwo severely pinched his thigh to recover from the state of wandering into the sky. Feeling two dangerous sights, Kongwo quickly changed the subject and said, Yakumo, I feel your breath seems very weak, is there something wrong with your body? Kurama Yakumo, who was angry, was said to have been in his mind, and his emotions immediately fell. After a helpless sigh, he said, Kongwo-kun, I really envy you. I envy you for having a healthy body, and my body only needs to practice. After a while, I'm too tired. With such a body, I can't revitalize the glory of the pommel horse family at all. Afterwards, Kurama Yakumo's gaze towards Zongguo softened, and then he said, after seeing Zongguo-kun training again and again until he fainted, I discovered my weakness. It was only because of my natural weakness. This gave birth to the idea of wanting to abandon the ninja path, but thanks to Kongwo-kun, I can get out of the gloom and strengthen my determination to continue the ninja path. As a heavy country of travelers, it is natural to know that Kurama Yakumo's body is not simply frail. It can still be explained by natural frailty, but as she ages, this situation will not get better. Wait until Yurihong makes her when abandoning the ninja path. I am afraid that I can't explain it with natural weakness. Kongwo thought about it for a moment, then organized a few words and said, Yakumo, are you sure that your body is simply frail? Kongwo-kun, do you mean my body is not caused by natural weakness, but because of other reasons? It was about his own body, and Kurama Yakumo had to pay attention to it, and asked Shigekoku with a serious face. Yakumo, I heard that the Kurama clan has a special blood succession boundary, but in the water country Kirigakuer, the Kyoryuaki clan, which is also the blood succession boundary family, has a disease that arises because of the blood succession boundary. It's bloodline disease. Kirigakuer, the country of water, was named the village of blood fog because of the terror rule of 4th Mizukage Yagura. In addition, the country of water is far from the mainland and the ocean is blocked. So the young Kurama Yakumo has always been. I have never heard of the Hyoryuaki family who owns dead bone pulse, nor do I know about bloodline disease. Kongwo-kun, are you saying that my body actually became like this because of my blood inheritance boundary? Kurama Yakumo's dignity could no longer be maintained, and he asked Shigekoku very excitedly. Yes, if I'm right, your ancestors may have had this problem, and maybe there will be a solution. You can find the corresponding record first, if you don't find a similar one. Information: you can also send a merchant to Kirigakuer to collect information on the Hyoryuaki clan, it may be helpful to your body. Chapter 19. I know, thank you very much, Shigeoka-kun, I will notify my father of the bloodline disease immediately, and then I will ask my father to entrust Cardo Enterprise to help search for information on the Hyoryuaki clan. Kurama Yakumo was very excited, and walked a few steps quickly to the side of Kongwo, holding Kongwo's hands tightly. However, at this moment, there was a trace of chakra fluctuating behind Shigekoku, and the owner of this chakra was no one else, but Uchiha Chieri. When she was fighting with the root ninja, Shigekoku remembered her chakra breath. Kongwo concentrated the chakra inside his eyes. In Byakugan's 360 degrees blind angle view, a black monster crawled out of Kongwo's shadow, and the claws like a hacksaw had quietly pierced Kongwo. Of the heart. The claws of the black monster pierced Kongwo's body without any hindrance, but no blood flowed out. Then Kongwo banged into leaves and dissipated in front of the black monster. This is the leaf body replacement technique learned from Bayunyi Mountain, but it is more proficient in heavy country than Bayunyi Mountain. Zongguo avoided the attack of the black monster with the help of the leaf body replacement technique, and when evading the attack, he pushed the pommel horse Yakumo aside. When the figure appeared again, Zongguo was standing on the beam and looking down. Black monster. Fire style great fireball technique. A huge fireball fell from the sky and swallowed the black monsters completely. Because Kongwo maintained Byakugan's ability, he could see the black monsters underneath through the flames. With his right hand wrapped around his waist, he swept the sword in his 3 hands. Rotating and flying towards the monster in the flames. The black monster did not expect that Kongwo would be able to escape his silent attack. He was in shock at this time. By the time he noticed Kongwo, it was already too late. Roar! The black monster roared up to the sky and shattered the great fireball like a hacksaw with sharp claws. Then the fierce monster glared like 2 scarlet lanterns, and its dark body began to fluctuate violently. Up! Stop it, big ghost! This series of battles only passed for less than 2 seconds, and when Kurama Yakumo reacted, the aroused fierce great sky ghost was about to rush towards the heavy country on the beam. Hearing the order of Kurama Yakumo, the blood-red eyes of the big sky ghost looked a little hideous, but he still put away his thoughts of continuing to attack the heavy country. Big heaven ghost, what's the matter? Kongwo was still on the beam of the house, and Kurama Yakumo suppressed his anger and asked Daitengi. Master Kong Yun ordered me to protect Missy before leaving. Just now Master Yunhai sent his subordinates to inform me that there was a Konoha kid who was going to take action against Missy. After I came over, I saw that Missy was very excited. I thought this kid had already gotten it, so that's why. Dai Shangui was very wronged and super wronged, but in the face of the angry eldest lady, he could only answer the eldest's questions honestly, but he did not find that the more he heard the saddle horse, the more angry he became. I'm really sorry Kongwo-kun, it's true that there is a traitor in our family. He faked the old man's order and wanted to kill the disciple of Lord Third Hokage by the hand of the big ghost, so as to provoke our family. The conflict with the village is really terrible. Kunhai Yunhai walked in from outside the hall and said bitterly. Uncle Yunhai. Kongwo waved his hand to interrupt what Kurama Yakumo was about to say. He walked to Kurama Yunhai with a look of disdain, and said coldly, then what about the traitor who gave false orders? Dead, dying under the old man's illusion, his brain has been burnt to paste, alas, it's a pity. Kunhai Yunhai said it was a pity, but his eyes were proud. It's really a pity, but the Kurama family is a family that has made contributions to Konoha, so the enemy who calculated the Kurama family must not be allowed to go unpunished. I will report this to my teacher, and the teacher will definitely send someone to help Kurama. The family finds all the traitors. Kongwo-kun, the old man thinks that we can do these small things by the Kurama family by ourselves, so we won't bother the village. Seeing that Zongwo wants to make things worse, Kurama Yunhai hurriedly stopped. Hearing the words of Kunhai Yunhai, Kongwo said with a serious face, that's not good. What if your family's traitors have infiltrated the village? The safety of the village is not a matter of major or minor matters. The matter must be thoroughly investigated. Haha, Kongwo-kun really cares about the safety of the village, but Kongwo-kun is the youngest disciple of Lord Third Hokage, but you must pay attention to your own safety. After all, someone who can assassinate you once can assassinate you twice, I can't be lucky every time I hide. Kunhai Yunhai's eyes were a bit gloomy, like a monster choosing someone to eat in the dark night. That's not necessarily, rabbit. Hearing Shizukuni's call, Uchiha Chieri, who was wearing a rabbit mask, showed face to face. Damn it! Kurama Yunhai looked at the Anbu ninja who suddenly appeared like a phantom, especially when he saw the black and red three-tomo Sharingan under the pair of masks. Kurama Yunhai's complexion suddenly changed. Now, I don't think any villain can attack me under her protection. Kongwo looked at Kunhai Yunhai with a grimace, without any sense of shame being protected by a woman. Old man! Enough, De Tiangi took him to the dungeon. No one can let him out without my instructions. Everything is going to make a decision when my father comes back. Kurama Yakumo finally took out the aura that a big family heir should have. The Dai Shangui who received the order appeared strangely behind Kurama Yunhai. The lower body looked like a snake wrapped around Kurama Yunhai's body, and the upper body was facing the heavy country. With a grinning smile, the next moment the big sky ghost completely swallowed the pommel horse Yunhai into his body. Then Dai Shangui's body softened, and it turned into a black shadow directly, disappearing in front of the heavy country at an extremely fast speed. Extremely sorry, Kongwo-kun, you told me about the bloodline disease, but my uncle assassinated you. I will definitely give you an account of this. Kongwo waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I once heard that the Kurama family was once the famous illusion family of the Uchiha family. If you want to apologize, let me see your illusion. Kurama Yakumo nodded, and said with a hint of warning, yes, but Zongwo-kun should pay attention to it. My illusion is different from other people's illusion. Narrow sees technique. Naruto-jian technique can make people see the horrible scenes that they don't want to see in their hearts, but under the action of the Kurama 8 Clouds blood succession boundary, the 5 senses of the heavy country are manipulated, and the illusion will become real. Hazard. A swordsman with cold eyes slowly appeared in front of Kongwo, and with a sound of hassa, a blue whirlwind was cut out with a knife. When the whirlwind was less than 1 meter away from the heavy country, Kurama Yakumo released the Narakushin technique, and the swordsman and the blue whirlwind were unified into a phantom and dissipated in front of the heavy country. Shigekuni straightened his hair scattered by the whirlwind, gave a thumbs up to Kurama Yakumo, and turned around with Uchiha Chieri. At this time, there was only one thought in Zongguo's mind, and that was that Happy Feng Nan was indeed well deserved, and he had gone through it. Happy Feng Nan could still become the most horrible sight in his heart that he did not want to see. Thinking of his fear of being dominated by Happy Fengman in every BO5 promotion match in his previous life, thinking of Happy Fengman's desperation for avoiding his signal flexibly, Zongguo has a slapstick in his heart, he must say. Chapter 20 Fusion. After that, Kongwo followed Uchiha Chieri to leave the Kurama clan's residence, and after entering the forest, Kongwo asked, "Chieri, is that big sky ghost a summoning beast from the Kurama clan?" No, the big sky ghost itself is actually a monster formed in the illusion world, but under the influence of the blood inheritance limit of the ancestors of the Pommel Horse clan, it has become a real creature. If the big sky ghost unlocks the restrictions, I am afraid I am not the opponent of Dai Shangui. Uchiha Chieri thought about it for a while, then replied with a serious expression. It's really terrifying ability, and the abilities of Da Tiangi are also terrifying, don't you blame it. The running heavy country suddenly fell. Uchiha Chieri quickly hugged Shigekuni with his eyesight, but Uchiha Chieri's complexion was not good, because Shigekuni's body temperature was like a piece of burning charcoal. The palm of Uchiha Chieri's hand was hot red at the moment he touched Shijukoku's body, and after covering his palm with chakra, the temperature of Shijukoku's body surface was isolated. "Chien, Kunili, take me to where you live. Before I wake up, don't let other people find me. Kunari, I can only trust you, don't let me down." Jungkook was panting desperately like a drowning person. The scorching heat had already caused a bit of smoke on Jungkook's body. Before losing consciousness, Jungkook grabbed Uchiha Chieri's arm and pleaded. After saying this, the heavy country fell into a deep sleep, and the temperature of the heavy country's body began to stabilize. The eyes under Uchiha Chieri's mask flashed with a strange light. After using chakra to isolate Shijukuni's body, Uchiha Chieri picked up Shijukuni, and the rabbit took a few jumps and disappeared into the forest. At this time, the body of Kongwo is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan that originally originated from the same origin are merging steadily, but the blood clan of the Pommel Horse clan and the Uchiha clan are merging smoothly. There is a very high degree of fit, and the sudden addition of it broke the balance between Byakugan and Sharingan. Moreover, the Eye of the Ancients in the world of swordsmen is only a secretary, a secret technique that can be learned through practice by written records, but the Eye of the Ancients of knowledge has changed after Kongwo came to the world of ninja. Seeing Jigu's eye has been integrated into the blood of the heavy country, and has become a blood inheritance boundary that belongs exclusively to the heavy country. Kongwo has always believed that there are only two abilities in the Eye of Seeing Jigu, that is, analysis and copying. After the judgment condition of Kongwo has been seen once with his own eyes, the analysis ability will be activated, and then the other party's ability will be copied to the Kongwo intact country here. However, there is a third ability hidden in the ancient Eye of Jianji, which is fusion. Because the ancient Eye of Jianji has become the blood inheritance limit of the heavy country, naturally it will not allow the blood inheritance limit of the Hyuga clan Byakugan and the Uchiha clan blood inheritance limit Sharingan independence exists in the body of the country. Therefore, the Eye of Jianji-gu began to promote the fusion of Byakugan and Sharingan, while integrating the fusion power into the blood of the country, allowing Byakugan and Sharingan to transform from independent blood inheritance boundaries into the abilities contained in the Eye of Jianji-gu. Because Byakugan and Sharingan came from the same origin, they merged into the bloodline of the heavy country very smoothly, but when the blood of the Pommel Horse clan joined the boundary, it was like a handful in a closed space full of dust. Fire, the power of the three types of blood following the limit, broke out completely. But they themselves were unable to break through the limitations of the Eye of the Ancients. Under the suppression of the Eye of the Ancients of Seeing, the power of Rampage began to quickly integrate into the blood of the Kongwo itself, and Kongwo was also seeing the protection of the Eye of the Ancients. Fell into a deep sleep. Uchiha Chieri brought Shigekuni all the way to the river of Nanga. At this time Shigekuni's body began to twitch uncontrollably. Uchiha Chieri hesitated for a moment, and finally walked into the river of Nanga with his crimson body. The cold river water constantly washed the body of the heavy country. Slowly the body of the heavy country no longer twitched, and the temperature of the body's surface also dropped, but Uchiha Chieri did not hold the heavy country ashore, but still maintained the original posture. One night passed, Kongwo slowly opened his eyes, the world in Kongwo's eyes became very clear, and the wings of a small insect that was rapidly inflamed 100 meters away could also be seen clearly by Kongwo, but it did not wait for the country. Feeling the change brought about by his eyes, Uchiha Chieri, who was dragging him behind him, fell suddenly into the cold water of the Nanga River. Kongwo grabbed Uchiha Chieri's palms. At this moment, the white jade-like palms were wrinkled by the river water, and there was no hint of temperature. However, Kongwo didn't care at all. After catching Uchiha Chieri, Shigekuni quickly attached chakra to the soles of his feet, and then left Nanga no River holding Uchiha Chieri. Chonkoku rushed to his apartment as quickly as possible. When he took off Uchiha Chieri's Anbu mask, what he saw was Uchiha Chieri's pale face without a trace of blood. At this time, Chonkoku's heart became very complicated. Shigekuni sighed, took off Uchiha Chieri's soaked Anbu uniform, and then walked into the bathroom holding Uchiha Chieri. While putting Uchiha Chieri into the warm water, Uchiha Chieri caught Shigekuni. His arm was like when Shigekuni grabbed Uchiha Chieri's arm before going into a coma last night. By the time Uchiha Chieri woke up, Shigekuni's arm was not bloody enough to be caught by her. Although Uchiha Chieri woke up, she didn't have much energy. Shigekuni took Uchiha Chieri out of the bathroom, dried her body, and put her on the bed like a caterpillar wrapped in a quilt. Uchiha Chieri, who had recovered his sobriety, kept looking at Shigekuni, who took her out of the bathroom with big eyes. Even when Shigekuni wiped her body, it was still like this, dumbfounded. After waiting for 10 minutes, Kongwo walked to Uchiha Chieri with a bowl of ginger soup, and said softly, "Chieri, hurry up and drink this bowl of ginger soup. I added some brown sugar. The taste is not that strong." "Thanks." Uchiha Chieri stretched out an arm from the quilt, frowned and drank it after taking the brown sugar ginger soup, then put the bowl in Shigekuni's hand. At this moment, someone suddenly rang the doorbell of Zongguo, and Zongguo walked over to open the door. A middle-aged man with a serious expression stood at the door. "Master Kongwo, Miss Yakumo has already interrogated Mr. Yunhai last night. Ms. Yakumo said that the content recorded here is very important to you, and if you need it, the Kurama clan will try their best to help you." The middle-aged man from the pommel horse handed Kongwo a sealed scroll, and then retired respectfully. Kongwo closed the door and opened the scroll sent by Kurama Yakumo as he walked, but when Kongwo saw the content on the scroll, his expression suddenly became gloomy. The assassination of Shimura last night was a deal between Kurama Yunhai and Shimura Dans, but the most important thing is that the root ninja mentioned that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would not care about Shimura's life or death. "Zongguo, has something happened?" Uchiha Chieri sat up with her body supported and looked at the heavy country with a little worry. Shigekuni did not hide it, and handed the scroll sent by Kurama Yakumo to Uchiha Chieri. When Uchiha Chieri saw the content on the scroll, he couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is going on? Aren't you a disciple of Master Third Hokage?" Chongkuni did not answer Uchiha Chieri's question, but changed the subject a bit bluntly, Chieri, I will figure this out, but you should lend a small mirror first. After that, Zongguo continued to observe the cause of the changes in his eyes and began to think about the problem of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 21. Fear comes from the unknown. When Shigeoka saw the conspiracy of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was no fear in his heart, so he turned his attention to his body. The accident that happened last night should be because he obtained the illusion blood of the Pommel Horse clan from the Pommel Horse Yakumo. On the basis of the smooth integration of Byakugan and Sharingan, the Pommel Horse clan's illusion blood judging the boundary broke the balance and accelerated the three types of blood. Following the mutual integration of boundaries. Seeing the ancient eye is the ultimate eye that can see through the world, whether it is ninjutsu, physique, illusion, superpower, text, physique, use of weapons, thoughts, magic, and special abilities. As long as the seeing the ancient eye is satisfied, the judgment condition is that after Zongguo has seen it with his own eyes, it will be completely analyzed, and then it will be completely mastered by Zongguo. Prior to this, Kongguo's eye of seeing the ancients was passively effective and could not satisfy the condition that Kongguo had seen it once with his own eyes. However, after integrating the three bloods of the ninja world and following the boundary, Kongguo's eyes of seeing the ancients was just like Sharingan. Same, has the ability to open eyes. Shigekuni raised Uchiha Chieri's small mirror in front of him, and under his control, a silver jade appeared in each of the dark eyes. At the same time, this also satisfies the judgment condition of the ancient eye, so it merges after the three kinds of blood succession boundaries. The eyes of the ancients were analyzed by themselves in an instant, and the message about the eyes of the ancients also appeared in the mind of Kongguo. The ability of Jianjigu's eye itself has not changed, but after Zongguo took the initiative to open Jianjigu's eye, Zongguo was able to use two special pupil techniques. The pupil technique that exists in the left eye of Kongguo is called Kaika Suijutsu, which can dominate the five senses, making it completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object that the owner wants. It can create invisibly, the form can inject life into the form, let the false illusion produce real damage, and make the phantom a real life form. The pupil technique that exists in the right eye of Kongguo is called the world, and it can expand the field of vision with a radius of 1 kilometer without blind spots. It can directly observe the flow of chakra regardless of the barrier of flesh and blood. It can pause the flow of time. Compared to the original three blood succession boundaries when they existed independently, Kaika Suijutsu and the world's two pupil skills can be described as terrifying. In addition, Kongguo also knows the limitations of the eye of the ancients, which is the inability to replicate the amount of energy and the inability to analyze and replicate non-humanoid creatures. These two restrictions suddenly frustrated Kongguo's idea of copying the tail beast chakra. He could only gradually increase the strength of his body and the amount of chakra through his own practice. However, the upper limit of chakra that can be possessed by different physiques is different. Kun does not see that Uzumaki Naruto, who just graduated, has 100 times the chakra of Konoha's first technician. It is impossible to directly copy the amount of chakra of the tail beast, so you can only choose to copy the physique of the Uzumaki clan. According to the understanding of the country, the Uzumaki clan not only has the tenacious vitality that can delay the death judgment, but also has the huge chakra that can suppress the tail beast. Quantity. It's just the physique of the Uzumaki clan, like the eyes of the ancients without fusion of the three kinds of blood before the limit. It has no obvious external characteristics. Compared with the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan that can be directly copied by Byakugan and Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan, the physique makes the country feel that there is nothing to do. And according to Kongguo's understanding, Uzumaki Naruto has not yet extracted chakra. This certainly has the effect of Nine Tails chakra on his body, but it is more of Uzumaki Naruto's own problems. Thanks to the help of Shigekoku, most of the students in the first grade and first class of ninja school accepted Uzumaki Naruto, so Uzumaki Naruto, who finally had a friend to play with, has completely gone crazy, and even completely forgot about refining chakra. Chonkoku smiled bitterly, and returned the small mirror to Uchiha. Then, without concealing it, she said to Uchiha very simply, "I have awakened to the boundary of the blood and my name is the Eye of the Ancients." Uchiha nodded, looking at the strange silver go-jade of Kongwo's eyes with some fascination. Unlike the black go-jade of the Uchiha clan, the go-jade of Kongwo's eyes is pure silver. "Chieri, don't hide it for me. After all, this kind of thing can't be concealed at all, because I can't never use the Eye of the Ancients. We are all ninjas of the village. We cannot resist 3rd Hokage Sarutobi until we have enough strength. Hirizen's order, I won't blame you." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shigekuni grabbed Uchiha hand and said very seriously. Uchiha clutched Jungkook's hand tightly, his eyes were a little rosy, and he was obviously touched by Jungkook's remarks. The Eye of Jianjigu is a pair of eyes that play with others. It has the ability to use the irregular reflections of fog and water to disturb the enemies in fighting. In addition, it can also enhance my speed in learning ninjutsu. It is impossible for Kongwo to fully claim the ability of the Ancient Eye, because the ability of the Ancient Eye is the ultimate eye above any pair of eyes in the ninja world. No one can refuse the temptation of the Ancient Eye. Telling Uchiha will only put her in danger. Uchiha nodded to Shigekuni, and after taking out a blank scroll from the ninja bag, in front of Shigekuni, he deleted some of Shigekuni's description of the Eye of the Ancients. Under Uchiha words, the ability of the Ancient Eye of Jianji becomes to strengthen its own memory, and then it can disturb the line of sight through the reflection of the mist and water. Summoning. After Uchiha bit his finger, a white ninja cat appeared in front of Shigekuni. "Who are you, dare to attack Jianeri? I will never let you go." When seeing Uchiha eyes reddened and lying on the bed of Shigeoka with a weak face, the ninja cat suddenly exploded, and the black clothes with the Yu Yu Chiba fan logo on her body were all supported by the hair. Then, before Zongguo opened his mouth to explain, the different pupil Ninamao rushed towards Zongguo with a meow, so fast that Kongwo couldn't see Ninamao's trajectory without opening his eyes. "Peach, stop!" Momoko, who was flying in the air, heard the voice of Uchiha, unwillingly put away the small paws that were shining with cold light, and then kicked Shigioko's face angrily, using this foot to change direction and land in the air. In the arms of Uchiha. "Chieri, how are you? You won't have a baby anymore." Momoko looked at Shigekuni with an awkward look warily, carefully covered Uchiha exposed shoulders with a quilt, and then showed shiny paws at Shigekuni who wanted to approach. "Peach, you think too much, he is a heavy country, he is a person I agree with, you must get along well in the future." Daisy's gold and blue eyes cast a cold glance at Kongwo. At this time, she noticed Kongwo's 6-year-old body, and she curled her lips in disdain. Seeing a cat making such an expression to herself, Shigekuni was so angry that she almost spewed blood out, but who made her the cat of Uchiha? And Shigekuni has no resistance to Uchiha or cats. Chapter 22, Konoha Village at 4 a.m. "Okay Peach, hurry up and send this scroll to 3rd Hokage." Uchiha touched Momoko's head and put the written scroll into the pocket of Momoko's clothes. At this time, Shigekuni also walked over from the kitchen with a bag of dried fish in his hand. This was bought at the store in Kongwo a few days ago. It was made with fine fish from the country of water. It was naturally dried. It was originally intended to be a snack for myself, but it happened to be given to Peaches at this time. "Peaches, take this bag of dried fish and eat it slowly." Seeing Daisy, Kongwo remembered the big fat cat he had raised in his previous life. He didn't know which fat guy would be hungry because of his sudden disappearance. However, Kongwo quickly put this unrealistic idea behind him. It should be known that Kongwo used to forcefully break his small dried fish in order to lose weight to the big fat cat, but he did not expect that other neighborhoods were learning about the big fat cat. After the fat cat didn't have any dried fish to eat, the family bought a bag. The guy only needs to walk around, meow twice, and have as many dried fish as he wants to eat. He is like a little emperor every day, and he just flips the sign to decide which one to eat dried fish today. Kongwo smiled, leaving the fat figure in the deepest part of his memory, and then pushed the dried fish towards Daisy. Facing a whole bag of high-grade dried fish, Daisy was a little bit ready to move, and carefully stuck out his paws. After discovering that there was no response from Kongwo, he immediately became courageous and unceremoniously took the dried fish into his arms, and then grabbed it. A small dried fish was put in his mouth, and he ate it with happiness. When a small dried fish was finished, Peach tied the bag with dried small fish on her body, and raised her chin proudly and said to Kongwo, "Hey, even if you send me dried small fish, I won't be happy." La. After saying this, Momoko Tsundere rubbed Uchiha Chieri's arm, and then, with his small paws, disappeared in front of Shizukuni's eyes. After Daisy left, there were still some great nations who couldn't adapt to the changes in the eyes of the ancients. She wanted to lie down on the sofa and rest for a while, but she didn't expect to fall asleep soon after she wandered down. However, when the heavy country was slumbering, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also took the scroll sent by Tao Ziai from Yamashiro Aoba. Seeing Uchiha Chieri's description of the ancient eye, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into in contemplation. Improving memory and disturbing sight through the mist and water flow, that is to say, is it only an auxiliary effect? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully believe Uchiha Chieri's description, he just analyzed it based on the report written by Bai Unieshin. Combined with Bai Unieshin's report, it can be seen that the eye of Jigo can replicate body art before opening its eyes and speed up the learning of combat experience. This can be regarded as memory enhancement, but simply enhancing memory cannot learn Bai Unieshin's vacuum sword. In addition, Kongwo also used the leaf body replacement technique and fire-style Great Fireball technique when the Pommel Horse clan battled with the Great Fireball technique, which meant that it was able to replicate ninjutsu. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen then took out a few more documents. Although I have read it many times, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still patiently read it again. The Yamamoto clan was also considered a small ninja family at Sengoku, and its origin happened to be in the Nanga River. The Eye of the Ancients in Kongwo also has a Guyu similar to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had grasped the key clue, and once again picked up the scroll sent by Uchiha Chieri, and read it over and over again. Is it water-style ninjutsu or illusion that can disturb the sight through the mist and water flow? Thinking of this, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts seemed to be smoothed out. The Yamamoto family, originated in the river of Nanga, with the sacred jade, capable of replicating ninjutsu and illusion-like abilities, that is to say, Yamamoto's visionary eye is likely to be a Sharingan with degraded abilities. Thinking of this, all the doubts of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were solved, and at the same time, all the vigilance raised in the heart of the heavy country disappeared. A degenerate Sharingan was just not enough to be regarded by him. However, shortly after 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen received the scroll, Shimura Dan's, who was hiding in the root underground base, threw the same information on the ground with a look of disdain. The degraded Sharingan is nothing more than a mention. After seeing the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami in the war, Shimura Dan's vowed to gain the power of Sharingan. In a battle, he lost his right eye. At this time, the eyes under the bandage were a pair of Sharingan with 3 hooks and came from a hapless Uchiha. Jainin. Feeling the powerful power contained in Sharingan, Shimura Dan's didn't care about Kongwo's visionary eyes at all, and even completely lost interest in Kongwo. When Shigakuni woke up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Shigakuni stood up and glanced at the bed. Uchiha Chieri didn't know when he had left. After taking a bath, Kongwo completely recovered his spirit, and his body also adapted to the fusion of the 3 kinds of blood following the boundary. Kongwo wondered how he could see Konoha village at 4 o'clock in the morning. Headed towards the training ground. When Zongguo passed by Yulramen, he was surprised to find that Yul Ramen had already opened the door. He smelled the attractive fragrance in the air, and Kongwo's stomach screamed. "Uncle Yul, the shop opened so early." Kongwo opened the curtain and walked in. After seeing Uncle Yul, who was kneading dough, he said very happily, "Yeah, it's Kongwo, I haven't seen you for a long time." Uncle Yul saw that the visitor was Kongwo, smiled and greeted Kongwo, and then signaled Kongwo to wait for a while, kneaded the dough in his hands and put it into a special wooden barrel before clapping his hands and walking to the front of Kongwo. A delicious bowl of ramen, exquisite ingredients, skilled skills and feelings are indispensable. I have been making soup every morning for more than 10 years. This is my highest respect to the god of ramen." Uncle Yul said enthusiastically. "Ha ha ha, it's really lucky that the god of ramen can have a sincere believer like Uncle Le. But let's satisfy my stomach first, Uncle Yul. I want a bowl of special large-sized char-siu ramen and a glass of iced cola." "Okay, heavy country, wait a moment." In a short while, a hot bowl of large char-siu ramen was served. In addition, a plate of fried dumplings and a tonkatsu were also placed in front of Chonkoku by Uncle Yul. "Uncle Yul, this matter?" Kongwo asked with a puzzled look. "Ha ha ha, although it's a bit late, to celebrate Kongwo's becoming a disciple of 3rd Hokage, I have invited this meal, and Kongwo will come on." During the aisle ramen at 4 o'clock in the morning, Kongwo looked at the energetic Uncle Aisle, and suddenly thought of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was treated like this by the people in the village, but he did not have a thorough Blacken. Uncle Yul's credit is in it. A bowl of ramen prevented Blacken, the son of destiny, from destroying Konoha village, and Tsutsuki is worthy of its name. "Then I'm welcome, Uncle Yul." Kongwo did not live up to the kindness of Uncle Yul. Although 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is an old woman, the congratulations of Uncle Yul are not fake. Chapter 23 Actual Combat Training. After eating and drinking, Kongwo bid farewell to Uncle Yul, and went to Training Ground 24 by himself. When he arrived at the training ground, the sky had not yet fully illuminated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kongwo began to train in accordance with his own explosive training plan. Through fast-paced high-intensity training, his body can burst out with powerful strength. Because of the fusion of the 3 kinds of blood inheritance boundaries, the power of the blood of the Tsutsuki clan has also been thoroughly integrated into the body of Kongwo. During the training, Kongwo discovered that his body is terribly strong, let alone a 6-year-old child. Even a 16-year-old Jainin who specializes in physical skills will not be much better than the heavy country. While Kongwo was immersed in training, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Bayunyi Mountain to the training field number 24. This was the first time that Kongwo saw Bayunyi Mountain after half a month. At this time, Bayunyi Mountain. He regained his enthusiasm, but his eyes were still a bit gloomy when he looked at Kongwo. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the heavy country whose clothes were soaked with sweat, nodded with satisfaction, and then cordially said to the heavy country, "Zongwo, Yishin has approved your physical skills, so we are going to start the next stage. After training, I think the training methods of genius ninjas should be different. The step-by-step training is a waste of your life, so I helped you develop a practical training in the Konoha forest." Although it says so, the real purpose of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is to quickly increase the power of the country. A Uchiha clan Sharingan degenerates into the eye of the ancients, even if it can replicate ninjutsu, it is more than the real one. Sharingan is much worse. The result that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see is not that Jungkook is easily defeated by Uchiha Itachi. What he wants to see is Uchiha Itachi personally kills his relatives, and Jungkook has the strength to die with Uchiha Itachi. That's right, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has selected the 2nd or 5th son of the Uchiha clan. That person is Uchiha Itachi, because compared to the lonely Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi has a very beloved brother who can use it. With the fetters, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has 10,000 ways to make Uchiha Itachi obey him in Konoha village. Looking at 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smiling, Shigioku nodded, pretending to be calm. Even though he was very irritable, he agreed with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. Then Bayunieishin stood up and asked 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After getting permission from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he said to Zongguo with a serious expression, "Kongguo, next we will have a month of practical training in the Konoha forest. The actual combat training this time is different from the previous physical training, because this time there is only one restriction for me, that is, you can't directly kill you. If you die because of your injuries or are killed by beasts attracted by blood, then it has nothing to do with me." Kongguo wanted to jump up and grab 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard, and roar loudly in his ear, "I'm still a kid. Just passed the physical training of a novice task difficulty. And then came a hell difficult copy of Konoha Forest, especially this guarding boss is still a person with strong hostility to the heavy country." Kongguo looked at 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked like you, and wanted to ask him if he was going to kill him directly. In fact, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very worried. "I originally thought that I had received a talented penultimate disciple. When I was fine, I would throw out a few ninjutsu, drink tea, watch the film, and watch Kongguo and the Uchiha clan die together. Who could have imagined that, overnight, this talented disciple turned out to be a waste wood with weakened Sharingan?" Learning ninjutsu also relied entirely on the ability to copy ninjutsu by the eyes of the ancients. In order to make the kingdom have the strength to go with Uchiha Itachi already, his Hokage is also broken. In busy official duties, I still have time to formulate a training plan for Kongguo to quickly improve his strength, and then choose a suitable ninjutsu for him. If you are exhausted, I hope Kongguo can die with Uchiha Itachi. He is easy." After 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Bayunieishin solemnly confronted the national road, "Heavy country, don't resent Lord 3rd Hokage, you are a genius, and you carry Konoha's hope. For the sake of Konoha village, you must strictly demand yourself." Fortunately, compared to personal grievances, in Bayunieishin's heart, Konoha village is the first. So even if Bayunieishin is jealous of the talent of the country, he will still follow the rules of training and will never directly the killer against the heavy country. "Teacher Yishin, don't worry, I don't have the idea of resenting the teacher. I am very happy to be able to contribute my strength to Konoha." Kongguo knew that before he had enough strength, he had no chance to resist, so he didn't make any noise, but followed the words of Bayunie Mountain. "Well, Kongguo, as long as you figure it out, I will let you enter the Konoha forest for an hour first. I will leave after you leave for an hour. During this hour, I must run far away. Because after I entered the Konoha forest, I am no longer your physical teacher, but your enemy. Although I will not kill you directly, but every time I get caught, I will stay on you for the next wound. If you don't want to die from bleeding too much, just hide away." Speaking of this, Bayunie Mountain threw out a Konoha-style ninja bag, which includes kunao, shuriken, metal noose, detonating talisman, liang pill, wound medicine, all in all. Kongguo silently took the dark green ninja bag and tied the ninja bag around his waist. Kongguo asked, "Do I need to keep my own ninja bag?" "No, take it with you." Bayunieishin said very casually. This time he will let Kongguo understand that even if he is a genius, he cannot defeat a special Jainin who has experienced many battles at this time. With Bayunie Mountain's permission, Zongguo was not hypocritical. 2 ninja bags were tied to the waist, one left and the right. After the Bayunie Mountain started to count, they turned and rushed into the Konoha forest. Shigioku has all the textbooks of the ninja school in his mind, so he is not worried about how to survive in the Konoha forest. But just like what Bayunieishin said, he was restricted and could not directly kill the heavy country, but in the 1-month actual combat training. If the heavy country died because of his injuries, or was killed by a beast attracted by blood. If you die, you can't blame Bayunyi Mountain. Moreover, Kongwo believed that once there was a chance, Bayunieshan would never be merciful to him. Although Bayunieshan tried to hide it, Kongwo could still feel that Bayunieshan was full of malice against him. Kongwo originally planned to replicate the physique of Uzumaki Naruto in the past few days. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he thought that his vision of the ancients might have one more tomo. Kongwo was caught off guard. However, after entering the Konoha forest, Kongwo quickly formulated tactics. Don't tell him about the glory of fighting. I can fight back. Anyway, as long as 1 month persists, he will be able to go out. Go is over. Chapter 24. On the first day of entering the Konoha forest, the heavy country acted very carefully. Lunch and dinner were all small fish caught in the stream. After cutting off the head of the small fish, I used kumara to scrape the scales to remove the internal organs, and then eat directly raw. To be honest, eating raw fish from streams did not make Kongwo feel sweet, but because of the fishy smell of raw fish meat, Kongwo felt very disgusting, but Bayunyi Mountain was like a dab hanging on top of Kongwo. The sword of Moklis, oppressing him, can only be careful and careful. For 3 consecutive days, Zongguo lived on raw fish, carefully avoiding all the troubles, but the safety of these 3 days made Zongguo unconsciously relax. However, at the moment when Shigioku relaxed, Konoha and Jainin Bayunyi Mountain appeared behind him. Vacuum sword. After Bayunyishan emerged from Kongwo's back, he held the sword with his right hand and swung multiple vacuum blades, slashing straight at Kongwo's limbs. Bang! The heavy country turned into the leaves and dissipated, and at the moment, he avoided the attack of the vacuum blade. After that, the heavy country closed his breath and hung himself behind the tree by piercing the kunao into the trunk. At the critical juncture, Kongwo opened the eyes of the ancients, and a silver jade appeared in each of Kongwo's eyes. In a 360 degrees field of vision without dead angles, Kongwo saw Bayunyi Mountain through huge trees, and Bayunyi Mountain was also at the same place. Time looked towards the direction of the important country. Wind-style vacuum sphere. There were a few more transparent holes in the trees covering the body of Kongwo. A vacuum sphere flew past Kongwo's cheeks, making Kongwo a cold sweat. Wiping a cold sweat from his forehead, Kongwo ran away without saying a word, but his hungry body became a drag on him. An hour's flight exhausted his energy, and Kongwo, who was unable to resist, was indifferent. The Bayunyi Mountain chased up. Kongwo, even if you are a genius, our actual combat experience is an insurmountable gap for you. This is the first cut. Run quickly. The knife was cut diagonally from Kongwo's left shoulder to his right abdomen. However, Kongwo took a step back at the moment of being chopped, so although the amount of bleeding was large, the wound itself was not deep. Bayunyi Mountain didn't even look at the heavy country whose chest was stained with blood. After retracting the knife indifferently, he walked into the Konoha forest as if strolling in his own garden. Kongwo had been keeping the eye of seeing the ancients, only after Bayunyi Mountain had gone far, he slowly got up from the ground. After being cut in the chest, Kongwo fell down and used the cover of his body to release hemostasis with the palm of his hand. After Bayunyi Mountain left, Kongwo's wound had stopped the bleeding. Then Kongwo moved his body and leaned on a stone and began to heal the wound with healing techniques. When the wound healed, the untouchable itching from under the skin and flesh and blood made Kongwo's teeth rattle. After the wound on Kongwo's chest recovered more than half, Kongwo took out the wound medicine from the ninja bag, put the wound medicine on the wound, wrapped the wound tightly with a bandage, and then immediately got up and moved forward into the forest. After this stab, Kongwo was completely awake. This is the world of ninjas. It's going to be done. Voldemort of him, to the old Yinbai. It's impossible to be guilty, and it's impossible in this life. Got it. The most spineless ninja in the ninja world, Zongguo swears from the bottom of his heart, I am starving to death outside. I am hacked to death by Bayuni Mountain. Kongwo found a group of wild boars by looking for traces of animals on the ground, following their footprints, and then attached chakra to their feet, and began to move on the branches while looking for their prey. After selecting a little pig, Kongwo shot a handful of Kyowo from the air, with a metal noose attached to the back of Kyowo. When Kyowo flew to the top of the pig's head, Kongwo shook his wrist and the metal wire wrapped around the little pig's neck, and then Zongguo's strong mention, the piglet was pulled up by Zongguo. Kongwo stood on the branch, cut the pig's blood vessels with Kyowo accurately, and then started to move quickly with the pig's hind legs, evenly sprinkling the pig's blood on the surrounding soil. The wild boar herd was angered by the blood of the pigs and chased behind Kongwo all the way, and the hungry wolves in the Konoha forest were also attracted by the smell of blood. Kongwo formed a natural warning around him through wild boars and wolves. String. After washing the blood from Vice Admiral's body in the stream, Kongwo roasted the piglet and ate it into his stomach, and then did not extinguish the flame, but set off a fire on purpose. During this process, Kongwo has kept his eyes open. In a 360 degrees field of vision with a radius of 1 kilometer, Bayunyi Mountain has always been in Kongwo's master. Time is passing, Kongwo sits in a daze by the bonfire like an okay person, while Bayunyi Mountain is cautiously approaching, but he doesn't know that it is meaningless to hide in front of Kongwo's familiar eyes. Just like when Bayunyi Mountain first approached the Kongwo, even more relaxed than the last time, Bayunyi Mountain once again easily appeared behind the Kongwo. Vacuum sword. Bayunieshin repeats its old skills, but Kongwo doesn't seem to be evasive. Seeing this scene, Bayunieshin immediately realizes that it's not good. As expected, the Kongwo that was smashed by the vacuum blade turned into white with a bang. The smoke dissipated. At the moment when the heavy country shadow clone dissipated, the sword in the third hand had already attacked from the left side of Bayunyi Mountain, 2 of them were cut off, and 1 fell 3 meters behind Bayunyi Mountain. Vacuum sword. Kongwo used the vacuum sword of Bayunieshin with the help of Kyowo. Bayunieshin was not surprised by this. Instead, he swung a vacuum sword with a calm backhand to counteract the vacuum sword of Kongwo in midair. At this moment, the shuriken that fell behind Bayunieshin turned into the figure of a heavy country with a thud. At a distance of 3 meters, and Bayunieshin was attracted by the heavy country that used the vacuum sword in front, so Bayun the heavy country attack behind Yeshan succeeded. Bang! However, the Bayunyi Mountain that was attacked slammed into smoke and dissipated, and it turned out to be a shadow clone. The real Bayunyi Mountain appeared from behind Kongwo, who was using the vacuum sword, and smashed the shadow clone of Kongwo with a single knife, with a smile on his indifferent face. Using animals as a warning, using the firelight to attract me to show up, using shadow clone twice to attract my attention, heavy country, I have to say that you are really good, but for me, it is still too immature. Bayunieshin pulled out the shinobi sword, and looked at the body of the country recklessly with his eyes, as if he was wondering where to cut this time. Haha! Facing the approaching Bayunyi Mountain, Kongwo smiled indifferently, and then directly rushed to Bayunyi Mountain in the surprised eyes of Bayunyi Mountain. Bang! The heavy country that had been pierced through the heart by the shinobi sword turned into a smoke and dissipated, but the Kumu who sneaked into the Bayunyi Mountain was successfully inserted into the thigh of Bayunyi Mountain. When Bayunieshin looked down at his thigh, the expression on his face was instantly solidified, and Zongguo actually folded an activated detonator and stuck it behind Kyowo. After the detonation talisman exploded, a layer of burnt leaves fell on the ground. However, the Bayunyi Mountain that appeared at the place where the Zongguo barbecue was looked gloomy. The time of the heavy country card was too accurate, even if he used the leaf body replacement technique at the last moment, he was still injured by the detonation talisman on his left leg. Bayunyi Mountain didn't know that Kongwo's Eye of the Ancients had a 1 kilometer radius of vision without blind spots, and also despised Kongwo's vengeance. It was accidentally attacked by Kongwo and his leg was abolished, and he was injured by a kid's sneak attack. With one leg, Byunyishin felt very angry. However, this is the end of the matter. Byunyishin reluctantly loosened his clenched fists, found a place near the stream and sat down, and then began to carefully cut open the pants with Kumu. After finishing the wound with clean water, he had to get a ninja. The powder in the bag stops the wound from bleeding. However, when Byunyishin just opened the ninja bag, he found that he was surrounded by wild beasts, the red-eyed wild boars, the wolves that kept roaring and moving. Hundreds of anxious wild beasts surrounded him. Chapter 25 Kaika Suijutsu. When fighting in the wild, the beast is a good tool. You can understand the enemy's position by observing the movement of the beast, and you can also control the leader of the herd through illusion, thereby gaining control of the entire herd. Zongguo can only be an illusion technique, that is, the Narakuji-un technique, which can let the subject see the horror scene most unwilling to see in his heart. In addition, Kongwo also possesses Kaika Suijutsu, a pupil technique that sees the ancient eyes. As long as you look at Kongwo's eyes once, you will be completely dominated by Kongwo's five senses, allowing it to see the appearance, shape, and quality of a particular object. Feelings and even smells are completely believed to be real. However, Shigekuni did not use Kaika Suijutsu on the beast, but instead used the Narakumi technique through Kaika Suijutsu's power. Forbidden Upanishad Kaika Suijutsu Nalusi technique. What the king of wild boar fears most is a black tiger in the depths of the Konoha forest. When he was young, he witnessed the terrifying monster and killed all the members of the pig herd. Only when he hid in the feces did he escape. Robbery. But the black tiger only moved in the depths of the Konoha forest and never appeared outside the Konoha forest. So suddenly seeing the black tiger appear in front of him, the king of wild boar seemed a little dumb, until the black tiger grabbed several hideous wounds from his abdomen with a single paw, then he woke up. The fear of the black tiger has penetrated into the bones of the wild boar king. He forgot that he is no longer the shivering piglet hiding in the feces, that he has become the leader of a race, and that he has become as big as a hill. Body. So he was like a bereavement dog, driven all the way by the black tiger, until he came to the front of Bayunyi Mountain. The Wolf King on the other side was in the same situation. He was driven away by the most feared monster in his heart and fled to Bayunyi Mountain with dignity. As beasts living in the Konoha forest, the Boar King and the Wolf King know the forward protector of the Konoha shinobi, but there are terrifying monsters behind them to drive them away, they have no choice. Suddenly, 5 hideous scratches appeared on the Wild Boar King's back without warning. At the moment when the Wild Boar King howled, the Wolf King flew out 5 or 6 meters as if being drawn on his body by a huge force. Smashed heavily on the tree. This sudden change caused Byunyishin to stand up alertly and press his right hand on the handle of the knife, not daring to relax at all. He would never have thought that the illusion of Zongguo could turn from illusion to reality, so Byunyishin thought that there was an invisible monster hostile to him nearby. The Wild Boar King had completely lost his mind, lowered his head and aimed his sharp fangs at Bayunyi Mountain, and rushed up with a low growl. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Being hit head-on by Wind-style Great Breakthrough, the Wild Boar King turned out to be just shaking. At the same time, the Wolf King was also driven by the heavy country and launched an attack on Bayunyi Mountain with the wolves. The howling of the wolf and the roar of the wild boar resounded through the forest. While paying attention to the unknown and mysterious beast, Bayunyi Mountain threw its third sword at the Wild Boar King. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 3 shurikens formed a rain of shuriken swords in the air, and the huge body of the Wild Boar King became a living target. Bayunyi Yamamoto wanted to rely on the sword in his hand, Shadow Clone Technique, to push back the Wild Boar King, but he didn't think that the Wild Boar King would even pierce his body. Full of shurikens, but still crushing towards him like a hill. At the same time, the Wolf King also smashed behind Bayunyi Mountain. For a time, Bayunyi Mountain was attacked on his back and abdomen, and he was dragging a bleeding leg, which made it worse. However, Byunyishin has been performing missions all the year round, and things more dangerous than this are not known to be experienced a few times, so there is no panic, and even a trace of attention, looking for the invisibility of the Wild Boar King and the Wolf King. Biology. Wind-style great breakthrough. At the moment when the Wolf King and the Wild Boar King pounced on, Byunyishin quickly sealed his hands and released ninjutsu against the ground. With the help of the reaction force of wind-style great breakthrough, Byunyi Mountain was topped into the sky, while the Wild Boar King and the Wolf King collided in mid-air. Flying in the air, Byunyishin ignored the bloody left leg. His hands began to seal quickly. He must quickly solve these two crazy beasts. Wind-style vacuum sphere. The Wild Boar King and the Wolf King, who were just about to get up from the ground, showed a dozen blood holes on their bodies. They struggled to stand up, but fell into a pool of blood again after shaking them a few times. The attention of Byunyi Mountain, which had just ended the battle, was a little loose, just like when the heavy country did not find Byunyi Mountain for 3 consecutive days. Only this time Zongguo became the attacker, and Zongguo rushed up from behind an old tree carrying Kyuuzuo, but Byunyi Mountain did not panic. Instead, he calmly swung his knife to block the chopping of Zongguo. Kongguo knew that Byunyishin had an injury on his left leg. After the weapon was handed over, he directly bullied his body and pressed it up. The moment he forced Byunyishin to look at him, 2 silver gojade suddenly appeared in his eyes. The next moment Zongguo raised his foot and kicked towards the wound on Byunyishin's left leg. Byunyishin tried his best to pull his left leg back through the sideways motion, but just when Byunyishin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his left leg but there was a piercing pain. After a hit, Zongguo bent over and passed by Byunyi Mountain, took away the ninja bag of Byunyi Mountain, and then drove away. Byunyishin looked at the detonation charm sticking to the wound on his left leg in horror. Just like the last time, Zongguo still kept the detonation charm exploding very accurate, so that Byunyishin had no chance to chase him. In order to keep his left leg, Byunyishin could only cut the detonating talisman together with the flesh and blood on the thigh with a vacuum sword, and then offset the explosion of the detonating talisman with the vacuum blade formed by the vacuum sword. Byunyishin stumbled into the stinky blood of the wild beast. He sighed in relief and quickly tore off the cloth from his clothes to tie his left leg. The repeated battles left his left leg untreated. At this moment, he was completely relieved. Lost consciousness. Kongguo's series of attacks made Byunyishin feel like he had just graduated from the ninja school, and he was so powerless at that time. Damn it! Byunyishin clenched his fists angrily, vowing in his heart that he would give Kongguo an unforgettable lesson. Afterwards, Byunyishin forced his body and came to the stream. After cleaning the wound again, he reached out to touch the ninja bag but felt a void. Reminiscent of the last action of the heavy country, Byunyishin angrily hammered the ground. At this moment, Byunyishin couldn't care about cursing Kongguo anymore. The massive blood loss made him dizzy. He must quickly find herbs that can stop the bleeding, otherwise his left leg would not be able to keep it. Kongguo glanced at Byunyi Mountain, which was embarrassed and climbed up to look for herbs, smiled and closed the eyes of the ancients. For a person who has hit Kaika Suijutsu, Kongguo can kill him at any time, but instead of killing a special Jainin directly, it is better to let him be his own whetstone and sharpen his unopened sharp blade. Then Zongguo found a place where he could see Byunyi Mountain after opening his eyes, and poured out the contents of the Byunyi Mountain ninja bag. Naturally, the ninja and detonating talisman had to be put away. As for the hemostatic medicine and wound medicine, these things, Kongguo fell to the ground with a smile, and then poured a pee. In the evening, compared to Byunyi Mountain where wild vegetables are eaten raw, Kongguo has a stone pot crucian carp soup, a chicken made from a Konoha forest wild pheasant, and 3 skewers of grilled mushrooms. Kongguo's left-handed chicken drumsticks, right-handed fish soup, and a bite of roasted mushrooms from time to time, it's a delicious meal. But Byunyi Mountain is miserable, one leg can't move, even the ninja bag was snatched by the heavy country, there is no medicine, no ninja, only a ninja sword in his hand. What's so special I can't even use short sword as a crutch? Because of a leg injury, I could only find some wild vegetables nearby to eat. I accidentally found a centipede. It was a surprise at Bayunyi Mountain. After I turned around, I ate it crunchy. Chapter 26 The Heart is Like a Mirror. Time passed quickly. After Bayunyi Mountain entered the depths of the Konoha forest and took refuge in Anbu's shelter, the heavy country reduced the frequency of attacks. However, the consequence of reducing the frequency of attacks is that the danger of attacks by heavy countries is getting higher and higher. In the next half-month, Bayunyi-Eshin's body has added 7 wounds, large and small, even the forbearance in his hand. The knife was also snatched by Kongwo. Bayunyi-Eshin's body has run out of oil, and the lamp has dried up. Not only has the wound turned pus, but his mental state has dropped to its lowest point. He thought that Wu Yu could sit back and relax in Anbu's shelter, but he didn't know it was seeing him. In the 1-kilometer radius of the eye of Jigu's vision without a blind spot, it was so obvious that a piece of it was suddenly missing. Moreover, Kongwo repeated its old tricks, constantly using the prohibition Kaika Suijutsu and Narakuji-un technique to drive wild beasts into the shelter, leaving Bayunyi-Eshin no chance to rest. Today is the last day of this farce-like actual combat training. Bayunyi Mountain has forcibly increased his excitement by swallowing the herbs that grow deep in the Konoha forest, and then desperately started training towards the 24th rushed in the direction of the field. At this moment, Bayunyi Mountain was like a dog that lost his family, and he no longer wanted to kill the country. However, Kongwo had long understood his trajectory. Kongwo constantly used the detonation symbols buried in the Konoha forest to drive away Bayunyi Mountain, and he had rushed the panicked Bayunyi Mountain to his preset trap to show his figure. 3 kunao are connected by 3 interlaced metal nooses, and Konoha's special Jainin Bayunyi Mountain is trapped in the middle by metal nooses. Shadow Clone Technique. Kongwo separated a clone, and then the clone said in unison with the main body, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Wind Style Great Breakthrough. With the assistance of Wind Style Great Breakthrough, the Fire Style Great Fireball expanded to a full 15 meters in size, whizzing to cover the Bayunyi Mountain. However, Kongwo's combined ninjutsu didn't kill Bayunyi Mountain. Relying on the excitement raised by the drug, Bayunyi-Eshin broke free from the shackles of the metal noose and rushed out of the great fireball by taking advantage of the metal noose of Kongwo. Although he didn't die directly, looking at the scorched body, his life was almost gone. However, Kongwo did not have the slightest tenderness. The coldness of Kongwo was bestowed by Bayunyi Mountain. Kongwo believed that if the identities were exchanged at this moment, the hatred Bayunyi-Eshin would not be tender for him. An instant of Kongwo appeared behind Bayunyi Mountain, and the short sword in his hand accurately pierced the heart of Bayunyi Mountain. However, Bayunyi Mountain thought that he could save it again, so his left leg was bent and collapsed, avoiding the piercing of the heart. In the end, but was also pierced by Kongwo's lung lobe. Then Bayunyi-Eshin fired wind style the gale palm forced back from the heavy country, and rolled around on the spot, very embarrassed, and began to flee again, while the heavy country gave up the idea of killing Bayunyi-Eshin. Killing Bayunyi-Eshin is far better than letting Bayunyi-Eshin ran out in this half-dead state. As long as Bayunyi-Eshin was still alive, Zhongguo would continue to gain prestige with energy. In fact, when the heavy country entered the Konoha forest for actual combat training, the approach of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen aroused the discussion of Konoha shinobi. Compared with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen training Sunin, his attitude towards the heavy country seemed a bit eager. He even directly let the heavy country enter the Konoha forest for actual combat training. His opponent was Konoha's special Jainin Bayunyi Mountain. Even though Bayunyi Mountain has the restriction that it cannot directly kill the heavy country, this kind of training is too cruel for a 6-year-old child in a non-war period. Kongwo's vision of the ancients can speed up the speed of learning. This approach seems to be the most suitable training method for Kongwo, but this cold attitude has made many smart people aware of some abnormalities. But being able to be taught by a special Jainin alone is also a great privilege, so apart from Shimura Dan's, not many people thought of the real purpose of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. All this is not how high-end 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy is, but his personal settings are so good that many people do not believe that he would do such a thing. The difference between 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dan's is reflected here. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen uses conspiracy and Shimura Dan's uses conspiracy. So many people hate Shimura Dan's, but they respect Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. During 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide, Senju Nawake was killed by a detonation talisman, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died because of the sealing of 9 tails, Orochimaru's defections, Tsunade, Jiraiya leaving the village, Uchiha the clan goes to extinction, and Uzumaki Naruto becomes a demon fox. A good hand of Konoha village made 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen play poorly, but Konoha's decline has made 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal prestige, and the problem is obvious. For Hokage, the 9 Tails Master was in the hands of the Uzumaki clan, and there were too many uncertain factors, so 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen let the Uzumaki clan be destroyed. Hitaki Sakumo was too prestigious in Konoha village due to the war, so 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen let him go. Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide after being framed. The Namikaze Minato and his wife died for sealing 9 tails. On the day 9 tails attacked Konoha, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen paddled while watching Namikaze Minato and Kushina die, and then was forced to abdicate by Namikaze Minato's prestige. He took Hokage's seat again. Orochimaru conducted human trials, but before that, in order to replicate wood style, Konoha village also selected volunteers to conduct wood-style experiments under the instruction of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, although wood-style was completely banned. But think of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasingly aging body, Senju Hashirama cells with such strong vitality, does he really have no covetous heart? The death of Senju Nawake means the demise of the Senju clan. During the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, Senju and Uchiha went to extinction one after another. Only the Hyuga clan, who had no intention of participating in politics, survived. The purpose of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is well known. Uchiha Obito must carry the pot for the destruction of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan clearly already has 2 ninjas, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who yearn for peace. However, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not consider the overall situation and still allowed Shimura Dan's to intensify Uchiha and Konoha. The contradiction of the village. And if you think about Shimura Dan's after Uchiha's demise, nothing happened, you can know that all of this was actually carried out under the orders of 3rd Hokage. When it comes to Uzumaki Naruto, it is even more obvious. Namikaze Minato hopes that his son can become a hero, but 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen makes him a demon fox. When everyone hated Uzumaki Naruto, he approached Uzumaki Naruto as a kind grandfather and gained the trust of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. After seeing the nature of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shigoku has to think more deeply. Although the Roots and the Konoha senior consultants are already big at this time, the Roots and the Konoha senior consultants are not the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of the 2 institutions, Shimura Dan's was responsible for all the dark things. Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu were all involved in government affairs. 3 people took turns to carry the pan. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi became the bright and great one. But for Kongwo, 3rd Hokage's prestige is his umbrella. Because of his own prestige, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will never attack Kongwo on the premise that he has not become a traitor, but instead wants to protect him. In addition, we must try our best to teach the heavy country. After all, Sunan is already in front of him. If we stalk the heavy country, the prestige of 3rd Hokage will be damaged. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Chapter 27 Scroll. Master Hokage, the medical team is already in place. After Master Kongwo comes out, he will be treated immediately. Yamashiro Aoba respectfully said beside 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, although this kind of training is a bit cruel, the Kongwo's blood succession boundary can give him rapid growth in this kind of training, which is far more effective than conventional training methods. Noting the hesitation in Yamashiro Aoba's eyes, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly said to Yamashiro Aoba. What's the matter? Is it possible that a hostile ninja has sneaked into the Konoha forest? Damn, how does the enchantment team work? Damn it, come here quickly, Master Yeshan fainted. When 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked for the sound, his eyes widened in shock by the horror of Bayunieshin. At the moment, Bayunieshin's body is burnt with scorched black, and 7 or 8 cuts of white bones can be seen on both legs. At this time, the flesh of these wounds has been burned and carbonized to the extent that it will drop slag when touched. In addition, there is a short sword stuck in the back of Bayunyi Mountain, and the tip of the short sword has pierced the front of the chest, because the burning of the flame is stuck with the flesh and blood. Just when Bayunyi Mountain was surrounded by medical ninjas, Shigekuni also walked out of the Konoha forest. Compared to a month ago, Shigekuni was half a head taller and stronger than a half-dead Bional Yamagata. It became a sharp contrast at this moment. Little devil, hurry up and tell me who the hell caused Master Yeshan to be like this. I'm going to kill him. A strong bodychnin stopped Kongwo. During physical training, Kongwo had seen this guy once. He was a descendant of the Bayunieshin family, and his name was Bayun Odajiri, who admired Bayunieshin very much. However, after seeing 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kongwo was not so happy in his heart. At this moment, he was stopped by a weak Shikinchnin, and the killing intent in his heart was not calmed down. But because of the presence of many ninjas, Kongwo suppressing his anger, he said impatiently, "Isn't it possible that I can still be a waste like you? Hurry up and get out of me, rubbish. Boy, what are you talking about? I'm going to kill you." Bayun Odakari heard the words of Jungkook, his face flushed with anger, and even threatened to kill Jungkook in front of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Jungkook did not wait for 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, but directly opened the meeting. The eye of Jigu, an instant came to Bayun Odajiri's back. Click! Shigekuni kicked on the bend of Bayun Odajiri's leg. Bayun Odajiri was pressed by a huge force, kneeling on the ground, his knees shattered directly. Before he screamed, he heard Shigekuni whisper behind him, "Wind-style gale palm." Just when Shigekuni put his palm on the back of Shuriken Odaka's head, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, "Shigekage, stop." Kongwo raised his eyebrows, and put wind-style grease palm against Bayun Odakari's ear like an obedient student, and pressed a clear handprint on the ground with a puff. If it weren't for Master 3rd Hokage's exit to stop him, Master Kongwo would be able to kill Odakari in an instant. Master Hokage really expected things to be like this. In just 1 month's time, he reached such a point. Suitable for this kind of training. It's terrifying. Before entering the Konoha forest, the heavy country should not know wind-style grease palm, but in just 1 month, it was able to compress wind-style grease palm to such a degree. It's terrible. After Shigioka finished his hand, he kicked Shirito Odakari's back a little lazily, ignoring Shirito Odakashi's hoarse howling, and he walked towards 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. "Sorry, teacher, because of this month's battle, I still haven't converted," Kongwo said with an apologetic expression, but 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a meaningful look at Kongwo. He didn't want to know what happened in the Konoha forest. He just knew that he should be able to feel relieved. In addition to the eyes, the talent of Kongwo itself is also good, so that he is more certain to promote Kongwo to the point where he can die with Uchiha Itaki. As expected to be my disciple, you don't have to worry about Yeshan, the medical department will do its best to treat you. I know that your knowledge of the ancients can speed up the learning of ninjutsu, so I have prepared a gift for you, go home and take a rest. Var. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled very happily, a picture of him laughing because of his talent, but Zongguo still kept his eyes open at this time. He keenly noticed the cold eyes under the shadow of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's hat. However, Shigioku ignored 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him, and embraced the scroll that Yamashiro Aoba handed over with joy. "Thank you, teacher, I will definitely work hard to learn the above ninjutsu, and strive to help the teacher as soon as possible." Then 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen went to Hokage's office, and Bayunieishin was carried by the medical ninja to Konoha Hospital. As for Bayun Odakari, as if he had been forgotten, he curled up alone on the ground and cried loudly. At this moment, everyone looked at Zongguo with a trace of awe. In the face of strength, the disadvantages brought by age disappeared. Before that, no one would have thought that this battle would end with the half-handling of Bayunyi Mountain. The medical ninjas who had originally come here were all to save the heavy country, but the heavy country stood here intact. As a civilian ninja, Kongwo had no chance to be taught before entering the ninja school. 1 month after being accepted as a disciple by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had the ability to defeat the special Genin and instantly kill Chunin. This growth rate is simply incredible. Many people suddenly thought of graduating from the ninja school at the age of 5 and becoming a student at the age of 6. Chunin became Hotaki Kakashi of Genin at the age of 12. The civilian ninja who could not realize his ideals, under the influence of the genius status of Kongwo and the dual identity of Hokage's disciple, placed his own expectations on Kongwo, dreaming that Kongwo could replicate the glory of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. So after Chankoku has undergone cruel training and defeated a special Genin, if he fails to get the reward he deserves, 3rd Hokage will push the civilian ninja to his opposite, so Chankoku can be sure that his life will be lost this time. The ninjutsu in exchange will never let him down. This is a huge scroll with a length of 1 meter, similar to the Book of Seals in Kongwo's memory. But Kongwo can be sure that this scroll is definitely not the Book of Seals. After all, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to cultivate a disciple who can destroy the Uchiha clan together, not a disciple who will bring the Uchiha clan to crush Konoha village. After Shigekuni carried the scroll back, he ignored the awe-inspiring eyes of the few ninjas who gathered around Bayun Odajiri, and moved toward the village with an indifferent expression. With the departure of Chankoku, the ninjas gathered at the training ground number 24 also dispersed. As they returned to the village, the news that Chankoku defeated the special Genin Bayunieishin in actual combat training spread like wildfire. After the news spread, the elderly in Konoha village were very open to such things. They had seen young Sunin, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Hotaki Kakashi. The geniuses saw more, so naturally they would understand that the gap between genius and ordinary people is an insurmountable gap. Chapter 28 Chakra Properties. After Uchiha Chieri left, Shigekuni soon focused his attention on the scroll that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him. This kind of feeling is like having enough Guyu and preparing for 10 consecutive draws. The anticipation of the unknown ninjutsu makes Kongwo impatient to open the scroll. MMP, it's so special, don't forget to have a sense of presence. At the beginning are the 4 characters of the Will of Fire, and then 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's interpretation of the Will of Fire. This feeling is like a 2-hour ad that has just clicked the next 10 consecutive draws, giving the country a kind of the disgusting feeling of forcibly feeding shit. However, just as Zongguo was about to turn over this paragraph, a piece of white paper fell out of the scroll. Zongguo placed the scroll on his side and picked up the white paper that had fallen on the floor curiously. Just when Kongwo's fingers touched the white paper suddenly changed. A flame was ablaze in an area was split, an area became crumpled, and an area became wet. The last area shattered into confetti. Oh, chakra paper, it seems that I am born with 5 chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, water, and soil. Kongwo looked at the chakra paper in his hand and said with great joy, but soon he frowned, and after thinking about it for a while, he muttered, No, the eye of the ancients can only analyze and copy the chakra volume. The two limitations of humanoid abilities mean that chakra attributes are not in this rank. Uchiha Chieri has two chakra attributes of thunder and fire, and Bayunyi Mountain has used wind style and earth style, which means that Bayunyi Mountain has two chakra attributes of wind and earth. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Kongwo has 5 attributes of chakra, but then Kongwo suddenly slapped his thigh and said with great pride, "No, I have also seen Uchiha attack his 3 Tomo Sharingan. I need chakra to open my eyes." It can be regarded as satisfying the judgment conditions of the ancient eye, and Uchiha Attacker has 5 chakra attributes, namely fire, wind, water, yin, and yang. In other words, we have all the 7 chakra attributes of fire, wind, thunder, water, soil, yin, and yang. In the opening 7, chakra has all the attributes, just ask if you are afraid. Kongwo, who was a little proud, threw the useless chakra paper aside, then smiled and picked up the ninjutsu scroll beside him. After skipping the part of the will of fire, Kongwo began to concentrate on reading the ninjutsu materials recorded on the scroll. The first is Fire Style Ninjutsu. There are 4 Fire Style Ninjutsu recorded in the scroll, namely Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Style Fire Dragon Ball Technique, Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, without exception, is a powerful offensive ninjutsu. Then came Lightning Style Ninjutsu. There are only 2 recorded in the Lightning Style Ninjutsu scroll, namely Lightning Style 4-Pillar Binding Technique, Lightning Style 16-Pillar Binding Technique, which are 2 controlled ninjutsu in the same line. The powerful Lightning Style Ninjutsu that can control Pen's summoning dog for a short time. There are 5 Water Style Ninjutsu, namely Water Style Water Prison Technique, Water Style Water Barrier, Water Style Water Rushing Wave, Water Style Water Dragon Bomb, Water Style Water Severing Wave. See these 5 ninjutsu surgery. Restricted Water Style Water Prison Technique, Defensive Water Style Water Barrier, Offensive and Defensive Water Style Water Rushing Wave, and 2 powerful Offensive Water Style Ninjutsu. As long as the master has these 5 ninjutsu, if the amount of chakra is enough, at least it can become a Jainin of Grandmaster Water Style. When it came to Wind Style, it made Kongwo even more surprised, because after Wind Style Wind Cutting Technique and Wind Style Vacuum Sphere, Rasengan's training methods were recorded. This ninjutsu Rasengan is a precious A-level Muji, created by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the identity of the heavy country at this time is the replacement of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. When Shigekage successfully resorts to Rasengan, it will completely evoke the memories of Namikaze Minato among civilian ninjas, and to hand over such precious ninjutsu to Shijikuni will even more show that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to Shigioku. A pure Rasengan is just a chakra ball with no attribute changes, but after being integrated into chakra nature transformation, it can have many changes. That is to say, Master Rasengan is equivalent to a series of ninjutsu based on Rasengan. But when it comes to Earth Style, there is one more ninjutsu than Water Style. They are Earth Style Huangchuan Swamp, Earth Style Heart Beheading Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Earth Style Ninjutsu, just like Water Style Ninjutsu, are all systems of ninjutsu. In addition, I don't know what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks. He actually gave Kongwo a total of 6 illusions. They are Naruto's Technique, Fox's Heart Technique, Here's Non Technique, Kashomi's Technique, Nirvana Abode Technique, Tree Binding Technique. In addition, there is a lot of knowledge about illusion. It seems that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took great pains to fight Sharingan in order to get the power of the nation. However, for a country that can control the 5 senses of the hand and turn the damage of the illusion into a real world, the effect of the illusion is far superior to other people. And possessing these 6 illusions, plus the knowledge about illusions recorded in the scrolls, brought a lot of ideas to the development of Kaika Suijutsu in the country. In addition, Kongwo finally saw the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals, that is, the multiple shadow clone technique, but 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen only mentioned in the scroll that this ninjutsu can speed up the cultivation speed. There is no reminder of the drawbacks of multiple shadow clone techniques. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old guy is really insidious. If it weren't for Kongwo's knowledge of multiple shadow clone techniques, I'd probably be moved to tears now, thinking that he was played by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen just like Uzumaki Naruto. Turn around, the heavy country will be afraid for a while. Woo, other people say that I am a demon fox, and only Grandpa 3rd generation treats me as a person. I will have to repay Grandpa 3rd generation well in the future. Kongwo mourned for Uzumaki Naruto for 3 seconds in his heart. He was played by a sinister old man and applauded. He should have become a hero of Konoha village. He grew up under the care of villagers and ninjas. But because of an old man's conspiracy, he became after everyone hates the demon fox, he will finally be called this old man grandfather. This is terrible. Although I despised 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in my heart, Kongwo carefully watched the multiple shadow clone techniques again. After meeting the judgment criteria of the ancient eye, the multiple shadow clone techniques have been mastered by Kongwo. NS. After putting away the scroll, Shigekuni closed his eyes and started to recall the 27 ninjutsu he had just learned. Then Shigekuni discovered the difference between learning ninjutsu through the words on the scroll and copying the ninjutsu released by others. The analysis of Jianji Ancient Eye can only be analyzed to the level of the master of the ability owner, so the master level of the fire-style Great Fireball technique copied by the Heavy Country is at the same level as that of Uchiha Chieri. The level of the master of the ninjutsu learned by Kongwo through the words on the scroll has reached the highest level in theory. At the same time, because these ninjutsu are more or less related to chakra's nature transformation, after the master has mastered these ninjutsu, he is also proficient in the master of fire, thunder, water, wind, and earth, the 5 attributes of chakra's nature transformation. At the same time, because of the 3 medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu, the master of Kongwo, he has reached an extremely fine level of control over chakra, so under the power of the ancient eye, Kongwo feels that he is actually able to pour one's own consciousness into chakra, thereby freely controlling chakra in the body. Chapter 29, The Legend of Uchiha Hiroshinobu. Shigekuni did not expect that when he entered the ninja school, he was greeted so enthusiastically by Inuyasukage and Akamaru, but compared to Inuyasukage and Akamaru, which are a bit hard to say, Shigekuni still likes to follow the little loli who exudes a light floral fragrance. Stay together. It's just a month later that Hyga Hinata's changes have exceeded the expectations of the country. However, the confident little Hinata is also very cute, he. Kongwo-kun, don't be distracted when I talk to you, really. Little Hinata angrily stretched out her little hand, and directly grabbed Kongwo's ears. Watching the skilled movements, she must have studied carefully with someone. At the same time, Hyga Hayashi, who accidentally overturned the teacup, was being scolded by his wife Hyga Misaki by pulling her ears, looking at the appearance of the slave girl and the majesty of the patriarch of the Hyga clan. And Kongwo, who was being pulled by his ears, had a dumbfounded look. He looked at the little Hinata whose face was still very cute, and he felt that his thoughts couldn't work. Ah! I'm gentle and cute, where's the little Hinata who blushes when she talks? Kongwo looked angrily at Yamanaka Ino behind Hyga Hinata, stubbornly thinking that Yamanaka Ino must have changed his little Hinata like this. The eldest sister is mighty, and teach this BD who doesn't know the heights. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hyga Hinata with a look of admiration. The appearance of a little fan made Zongwo feel a little bit painful. Obviously it's a Heavy Country-kun has the wrong first, the eldest sister looks forward to your coming back so much, but you are distracted while talking to the eldest sister. What a scumbag! Harano Sakura, who tied up his hair, looked at Shijukoku with an angrily look. Hehe, they are all fake. They are obviously my little fans. How could this be done to me? Let me go. I want to go back to Konoha Forest. I must have been hit by the insidious guy in Bayunyi Mountain. Drive me. The heart-pierced heavy country looked up at the sky with a grief and indignant 45 degrees. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall, don't be soft, the scumbag will laugh. Really, I just said you just a few words, and it looks like you are going to die. Okay, let's not talk about you. Seeing that Kongwo was like this, little Hinata felt softened, and stretched out her white and tender little hand to sit down with Kongwo. Humph, Kongwo, you are still degenerate, girls will only make you stagnate, only like me, only ninjutsu in my heart will continue to grow. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hyuga Hinata with great fear, and then said to Kongwo with his arms folded very proudly. Oh, then you're great. Said that Yunkoop grabbed Harino Sakura's little hand with one hand, and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke standing on the table and said, although I am a little taller than before, you are also don't stand on the table and talk to me. I think Mr. Irika will be very willing to let you clean the toilet when he sees you like this. When Shigekuni said about cleaning the toilets, Uchiha Sasuke glanced vaguely at Inyazuka's seat. Since Inyazuka's work at the Konoha Animal Hospital, he and Akamaru have been exuding a long-lasting breath. The stench that was scattered made Inyazuka and Akamaru's side completely empty from then on. Thinking that he might be like Inyazuka and Akamaru, Uchiha Sasuke jumped off the table and lost his condescending perspective. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his small arms and legs, and then at Shigekuni. Extremities with obvious muscle contours. Damn it, how did the BD Chonkoku do it? Uchiha Sasuke was struck uncomfortably, but thinking of what he had brought, he immediately regained his confidence. Hey, I heard that your copy of The Great Country Fairy Tales sells well. Uchiha Sasuke tidied his collar, and the handsome appearance caused other neutral little girls to scream. Uchiha Sasuke said no, but his body was very honest, and he couldn't help laughing when he heard the girls scream. Kongwo gave a cold snort, leaned against Hyuga Hinata, and said calmly, "It's okay, I just earned more than 1 billion in royalties. It's not a big deal." Be quiet. When I heard Chonkoku personally say a $1 million royalties, the first grade and first class of the ninja school were silent. Snapped. Everyone followed the sound and saw Umino Irika staring at Kongwo with a dull face. The textbook in his hand fell on the ground without responding. Under the eyes of the students, Umino Irika showed a slightly awkward smile, and squatted stiffly. Picked up the textbook. Ahem, I suddenly remembered, I seem to have forgotten to take a textbook, I will get it now. Umino Irika, who came to the corridor, clutched his chest in pain, and he felt a pain called por. Inyazuka, who was originally behind Umino Irika, heard Chirkyuo's words and was shocked. He squatted in the corner and shoveled his fingers in order to earn 100 million taels. How is it possible that the BD Kongwo can earn 100 million taels of royalties by writing a book, damn it? Feeling the eyes of other people staring at him, Uchiha Sasuke did not shrink from his childhood. A book with the logo of Yu Yu's Haibo Group fan was taken out of the school bag. Humph, don't be proud, my Uchiha Hero Ninja biography will soon surpass you. I will give this book to you. My book is not your kind of naive thing specifically for children. Kongwo took over The Legend of Uchiha Hero Shinobu and found that it was also published by Jiying Tang. After opening it, I read the catalog again. As an old bookworm, Kongwo guessed the content of the book at a glance. Then Kongwo closed the book and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a weird gaze. Is it true that he is Uchiha Sasuke? This book says that Uchiha Hero Shinobi is worse than Uchiha Itachi's Hero Shinobi. Thank you, it's an amazing book, I will read it carefully. Kongwo put away the book and gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Sasuke. This is not a mockery, but I really feel that Uchiha Sasuke is very powerful, a 6-year-old. It's undoubtedly a great thing in Kongwo's mind that his children can write a book by themselves. However, Kongwo's praise made Uchiha Sasuke a little embarrassed, but as Uchiha who was dominated by Uchiha Itachi, it was impossible to make him apologize, so Uchiha Sasuke just pretended to snort it and returned. Own seat. Little Hinata, who was leaning against Kongwo, wanted to say something, but Mizuki, who opened the door of the classroom and walked in, was interrupted. Harano Sakura also took this opportunity to withdraw his little hand from Kongwo's hand. At the end, he gave Kongwo a blushing face. Students, your Irika teacher suddenly had diarrhea and was unable to come to class. I will give you all the lessons today. Seeing Mizuki with a friendly smile on his face, Shizukuni didn't feel any ill feelings. Compared with those in the ninja world, people with almost perfect moral character, like Mizuki, who was blackened because they were not recognized by others, looked at Shizukuni. Coming is what a normal person should have. Chapter 30 Responsibility. Then after the demonstration in Shigakuni, Mizuki began to perform the duties of a ninja school teacher, teaching the principles and techniques of clone technique, a ninjutsu, to the students in the first grade and first class of the ninja school. Students, I have explained the principle of clone technique very clearly, is there anyone who wants to try it out next? Fearing that the air suddenly became quiet, Mizuki finally realized the difficulties of Umino Irika. At this moment, he swore from the bottom of his heart that he would never come to substitute Class 1 for Grade 1 again. Sasuke, go try it. At the critical moment, it was still the rising star of Konoha village, a good disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, talented beyond Cold Kun Orochimaru's new age genius ninja, who stood out as calmly as 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. There are tears in Mizuki's eyes when he looks at Kongwo. For Mizuki, who has never seen such a dull class before, Kongwo at this moment is simply a holy angel. The students in Class 1 of Grade 1 of Ninja School have a kind of conviction for Kongwo. This conviction comes from Kongwo's strength and from Kongwo's approachable character. Even a bear kid like Uchiha Sasuke, who has to challenge the heavy country all day long, actually agrees with the status of the heavy country in his heart, so after hearing the words of the heavy country, Uchiha Sasuke Tsundere snorted and then walked onto the podium. Hey, I don't need to say that I will do the same, this feeling of being watched is really great. Uchiha Sasuke enjoyed the hot gazes of other people. There was a dim sum, and then the clone technique failed, and a female Uchiha Sasuke was separated. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you actually have a hobby of women's clothing, you really laugh at me, ha 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 ha. Wearing a pink dress and wearing cat accessories that can confuse shinobu cats, this moment became the center of discussion in Class 1 of Grade 1. Damn it, how could this happen? I obviously just thought of the cat ear accessory that can confuse the ninja cat. Why would there be a clone in a pink dress, damn it? Just when Uchiha Sasuke was stunned like a stone statue, Shigakuni silently closed the eye of the ancients. I have to say that Kaika Suijutsu's pupil technique is really powerful. When Uchiha Sasuke stepped onto the podium, he took a provocative look at Kongwo, and Kongwo opened the eyes of the ancients at the moment of facing each other. Uchiha Sasuke was immediately hit by Kaika Suijutsu, the pupil technique of Kongwo. Then, under the influence of Kaika Suijutsu, he completely forgot about the sight of the ancients. An Uchiha Sasuke of this period has already mastered the basic three-body technique, so with the help of Kongwo, I slightly modified the shape of the clone with the transformation technique. Ahem, Sasuke should have already mastered the transformation technique, so when using clone technique, his thinking was a little divergent, and he accidentally exposed his special hobbies, but this is nothing. When I was performing the task, I once knew a ninja who became obsessed with using transformation technique and loved to wear women's clothing. Mizuki's explanation seemed to pierce Uchiha Sasuke's heart with a sharp knife. Hey, I didn't expect Sasuke to be such a person, but I still think he is very handsome. Oh, what a pity. Such a handsome boy is a pervert who likes women's clothing. Little Sakura, since the beginning of school, Uchiha Sasuke has been mixing with Uzumaki Naruto, do you think they will? Damn it, I don't have 1x2. Hearing Yamanaka Ino's unbridled guess, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto jumped up immediately. Looking at the furious look, they wished to rush forward and tear Yamanaka Ino's mouth. "I haven't said it yet, it's suspicious that the two of you have such a tacit understanding." Yamanaka Ino saw his eldest sister Hyga Hinata, good sister Harano Sakura, Konoha's future star Heavy Country, and Nara Shikamaru and Akim Ichichi behind him. How could he be afraid of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto? "Yamanaka Ino, don't deceive people too much." "Yes, I have nothing to do with Uchiha Sasuke, I am at odds with him." "Shut up." While talking, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto quarreled again, but during the quarrel, Uchiha Sasuke saw the successful smile of the Kongwo conspiracy. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke went offline and rested, and Edogawa Sasuke officially went online. Then, relying on his strong intuition, he concluded that it must be the Heavy Country. Then Edogawa Sasuke thought of Shigakuni defeating the special Jainin Heikyunyi Mountain, killing Chunin Hakumo Otajiri's horrible power, and the character of the ecstatic Jair Kanthus who tortured Inyazuka's teeth, Edogawa Sasuke, who is full of justice. The number is deleted. Uchiha Sasuke, who was back online, pushed Uzumaki Naruto away, and walked back to his seat with a depressed look. He made up his mind that he must tell his brother about Kongwo's teasing, and then let Uchiha Itachi teach Kongwo. Compared to the two pillars who are bitter and enmity, this one looks upset and makes it clear that I'm looking for my brother to beat you up. In this period, Uzumaki Naruto, although constantly arguing with Uchiha Sasuke, had a happy smile on his face. He was no longer alone, but sat with a few close students. All this is what Zongwo hopes to see. As an adult traverser, he can't watch a group of children who should have enjoyed a happy childhood but bear an extremely heavy fate and keep advancing in the bloody battle. Moreover, the great country with the eyes of the past, indeed has the strength to allow a group of people who should have suffered a heavy fate to live a peaceful life. In addition to that, he also has the responsibility of an adult. War is a man's business. Women and children should not appear on the battlefield. This is not gender discrimination, but a duty that God has given to men. Although Zongwo has passed through a child's body, he is not a child. When Uzumaki Naruto went up to try the clone technique, because of the effects of Nine Tails chakra on his body, it can be said that accidents occurred frequently, and everyone suddenly forgot the fact that Uchiha Sasuke's clone was wearing a female dress with cat ears. Compared to the cynicism in the original book, the laughter of Uzumaki Naruto is more of a kind of joke amongst friends. Uzumaki Naruto, instead of feeling down, is very talented to make mistakes through his own mistakes. Clone technique enlivens the atmosphere. The Whirlpool Naruto at this time is like those students in the class of the previous life of the Heavy Country who have poor academic performance, but have an outgoing personality who can always get along with anyone. Even Inyazuka Tooth and Akamaru were brought to life, and they completely forgot about going to Konoha Animal Hospital to clean up animal feces tonight. But not everyone is in a happy mood. For example, Mizuki, who substitutes for Umino Irika, is leaning against the blackboard and watching Uzumaki Naruto lead the crowd to dance. Hehe, Irika really worked hard for you. On the other side, Umino Irika, who had regained his confidence, was eating a bowl of steaming ramen in Yul Ramen. He felt ashamed when he thought that he was beaten by his students to skip class. After the noisy day, Young Kuni took Hyga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Akim Ichichi, Nara Shikamaru, Abarame Shino, and Inyazuka to a place not far from the ninja school. In the training ground. When Inyazuka Toothi said that he was going to work at the Konoha Animal Hospital, Kongwo clapped his hands and said calmly, "I have bought all the doors, and they have been delivered to your house at this time. Kimaru can bite and play casually in the future." Seeing Kongwo's inhuman appearance, Inyazuka couldn't help thinking, "It's great to have money." Wang. Akamaru reminded Inyazuka in time, "But unfortunately, you have no money. This is really a heartbreaking fact." Chapter 31 Nine Tails. Kongwo brought Uzumaki Naruto and others to the training ground in order to give them Raise Nan, a ninjutsu that has no attributes and does not require seals. At this time, regardless of the relationship between Kongwo and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the bright side he is also Konoha's rising star and the 4th disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, if Yunkoku handed Raise Nan to Uzumaki Naruto and others, there would be no opposition. Of course, even if someone opposed it, it would be of no use, because this small group except Harano Sakura is either Jinchuriki or Konoha, the next patriarch of the ninja clan in various departments. And if 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to control Konoha, he must get the cooperation of these ninja families, so an A-level ninjutsu is just a necessary political compromise in the view of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But apart from that, Zongwo has another thing to do. After everyone came to the training ground, Kongwo said, "You guys wait here now, I have something to do with Naruto." He said that he took Naruto to the side, with his back to everyone, and Uzumaki Naruto was standing in front of him. "Zongwo, what the hell is there?" Before Uzumaki Naruto's words were finished, I saw that a silver hook appeared in the eyes of Kongwo. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was surprised by the changes in the eyes of the ancients, Kongwo entered Naruto's inner world through the pupil power of Kaika Suijutsu. Tick, tick. Zongwo passed through the dim corridor and came outside the huge portal where Nine Tails was imprisoned. The seal on the door was particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, an ominous chakra appeared behind the door. Kongwo narrowed his eyes, and an extremely hideous face appeared behind the door. The blood-red eyes flashed with craziness, and the huge teeth opened and closed like a blade. Nine Tails' fierce look makes ordinary people shudder at the first glance. However, for the heavy country, the evil face of Nine Tails did not have a deterrent effect. After all, the Diablo heavy country, which is more terrifying than Nine Tails, does not know how many times it has fought, and as long as you think of Nine Tails, heavy country, a motherly thought will involuntarily pop up in my mind. It is really a bold idea to have more. After turning Nine Tails into a mother in his mind, Kongwo's eyes looked at Nine Tails with some unexplained colors, which made Nine Tails, who was staring at him fiercely, a little horrified. "Boy, get closer." Although Nine Tails was puzzled by Kongwo's eyes that he had never seen before, he still wanted to leave this damn place more than a pair of eyes that he had never seen before, so Nine Tails whispered to Kongwo. "Bewitched." Kongwo's eyes of seeing the ancients, shining with the mysterious silver light, kept flashing in Nine Tails' heart, but he couldn't take care of these anymore, because Kongwo walked towards him obediently. Looking at the approaching Nine Tails, the body surface of Nine Tails began to be covered by the red chakra. The huge chakra made Nine Tails very greedy, but Nine Tails was obviously not a humanoid creature, so it could not satisfy the judgment of the eye of the past. Require pity. Kongwo sighed helplessly in his heart. Just at this moment he had already walked to the sealed gate where Nine Tails was imprisoned. "Boy, if you want to gain my power, as long as you lift the seal on the door and help me kill the owner of this body, I will give you this powerful power." Childish. Regarding Nine Tails' enchantment, Kongwoyan made a brief and concise evaluation. "Damn, you damn it kid, I'm going to eat you." After being ridiculed, Nine Tails, who had been imprisoned for many years, went violently. The huge claws protruded directly out of the fence, piercing the heavy country standing outside the fence. "If it wasn't for this damn sealing technique, I must have eaten you, damn human." Nine Tails slowly retracted his paws, and the red blood followed his paws to stain the ground red, and the almost torn body of Kongwo fell into a pool of blood like rags. "Tisk tut, it's really cruel." "What's the matter?" "It's that kid's voice is correct, but I have already killed him. What the hell is going on?" Nine Tails looked down. The heavy country that had fallen in a pool of blood had disappeared. Just when he was puzzled, he felt that his vision became a lot lower. Nine Tails looked towards his body without knowing it, and he was surprised. Found himself actually smaller. In addition, the prison formed by the original sealing technique has also become a lush grassland, and the wind with the breath of grass blows on Ninetales' face, blowing away his hatred for humans a little bit. At this moment, a chubby civet cat appeared from a distance. As soon as he appeared, he shouted to Ninetales, "Kurama, what are you doing? Come here soon." Oh. Ninetales was a dumb kid, and then he tried to chase Shao Crane. After years of sealing life, Ninetales won and forgot the feeling of free running. When he found that there was really no wall formed by the sealing technique around him, Ninetales did it. Really confirm that I have really escaped the damn seal. Freedom, let him forget all doubts. Using Kaika Suijutsu to control Ninetales is still too reluctant for the current heavy country, but fortunately, the Kaika Suijutsu of the heavy country can control even the chakra of Ninetales, and Ninetales itself has endless chakras. If you need Kaika Suijutsu to set the flow of chakra well, you can use Ninetales' own chakra to maintain the operation of Kaika Suijutsu. After Ninetales was reignited by Kaika Suijutsu complete hypnosis, Uzumaki Naruto's 8-sign seal completely lost its function, because Ninetales by complete hypnosis was like a dead thing, and all chakras fell silent. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto's own chakra was released, and the extremely large chakra completely filled the space in an instant. At this time, the heavy country happened to be in the inner world of Uzumaki Naruto. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto's chakra flow with his own eyes, he has met the judgment conditions of the Eye of the Past. The physique of the Uzumaki clan has strong vitality that can delay death, and the huge amount of chakra that suppresses the tail beast, so it is a very tolerant physique. Moreover, after absorbing the illusion blood of the Byakugan, Sharingan, and pommel horses, the Eye of Jigoku has already had experience in absorbing the special physique of the ninja world. Therefore, after obtaining the physique of the Uzumaki clan in the heavy country, the Eye of Jigoku merged and absorbed the Uzumaki clan. The process of her physique is very smooth. Before the integration was completed, the physique of the Uzumaki clan existed in the body of Kongwo independently of the ancient Eye of Jiji, because the original copy of Byakugan, Sharingan, and Kurama clan blood inheritance boundary has been integrated into the Eye of Jijigu, so there is no need to switch physique in the heavy country, you can directly use the physique of the Vortex family. The chakra in Yongkook has long been exhausted due to the use of Kaika Suijutsu on Ninetales, but under the physique of the Uzumaki clan, the newly born chakra gushes crazily from the 130 trillion cells in Yongkook like a flood. The chakra in the body of the heavy kingdom in a few breaths has been restored to its full value, and this full value is not the full value of the heavy country before it did not obtain the Uzumaki family's physique. If the amount of chakra in the heavy country was 1 before then the amount of chakra in the heavy country at the moment is 100. The sharp increase in the amount of chakra gives the heavy country a sense of expansion from inside and outside. With such a huge amount of chakra, Kongwo can freely release ninjutsu, thinking that he will separate 2,000 clones and use the fire-style fire dragon flame bombs together. Kongwo has some enthusiasm. Chapter 32 Majestic Teacher Online Teaching. After eating and drinking, Kongwo took a whole outfit and suddenly thought that the gangster had turned into a serious teacher, and the bluff Hyga Hinata were taken aback. Cough cough. Kongwo took off a small branch, looked at the dumbfounded people with full majesty, and said with a hatred of iron and steel, "Look at you, one by one, there is no standing, sitting and not sitting. Phase, how can such a sloppy support the future of the village?" Snapped. The branches fell to the ground, and Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke shuddered, but before they could speak, they heard Kongwo continue to say, "Don't be sophistry, hurry up and run 3 laps around the training ground. I do this for your own good, and you will understand in the future." Snapped. Nara Shikamaru felt a bit regretful looking at the shiny country in her eyes, and then watching the country lift the branch again, Nara Shikamaru quickly got up from the ground. Hurry up for me, you are no longer kids, learn to discipline yourself, hurry up." With the stern roar of the teacher Kongwo, Hyga Hinata ran 3 laps around the training ground like flying. Under the gaze of Shigekuni, Hyga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Akimi Ichichi, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka, Abarame Shino, 9 people and 1 dog stood in a row honestly, waiting focus on the teaching of the country. Listen to me, Rasengan's training is divided into 3 stages. Yes, teacher Kongwo. In the first stage, you must first understand that the center of the atom is the nucleus, and the surrounding electrons are rotating around the nucleus. The electrons are bound by the Coulomb force so that they cannot escape the range of the atom. Kongwo clicked his eyes and asked solemnly, "Do you understand?" "Listen, understood." Hyga Hinata, several children as young as 6, said in unison. "Very good. When you succeed in the first stage, you will find that the light rotates, but the power is not great, so in the second stage you have to understand that electrons of a certain energy level can only travel on a fixed orbit." "Yes, teacher Kongwo." "Yet." Zongwo nodded suspiciously, and then continued, "In the third stage, you have to understand that there can be no electron layer, electron sublayer, orbital spatial extension direction and spin condition in an atom. The 2 electrons are exactly the same, so the chakra you make must coexist on different orbits without cancelling each other." "Is teacher?" Looking at the 9 people and 1 dog who kept nodding their heads, Zongwo was completely stunned. To be honest, he didn't understand any of these messy things. He said it just to appear unpredictable. Awesome, can children in the ninja world understand these theories at such a young age? Kongwo, who was shocked in their hearts, together, Hyga Hinata and others looked at each other. Seeing the confidence in their eyes, Kongwo felt a little frustrated. "Well, everyone, according to what I said, start trying to condense the chakra ball in the palm of your hand." Kongwo said weakly, being crushed by a group of 6-year-old children in IQ. Kongwo blames Benzema for whatever he thinks. However, Kongwo is still too simple. How can Hyga Hinata understand the mess in his mouth? They are so confident that they think that the so-called Raise-Nan is just a chakra ball. It's nothing more than spin, how simple it is. It took 3 years to research out Rasengan's Namikaze Minato spouted a mouthful of old blood in Shinigami's stomach. "I'll come first." When everyone looked at me and I looked at you, Inyazuka, who had a face of the protagonist but had no life for the protagonist, walked out confidently. Inyazuka's feet took root, and after standing firmly, he stretched out his right hand confidently, and saw that the blue chakra began to condense in his palm, and then chakra began to move slowly under Inyazuka's control. Puff! An embarrassing voice sounded, and chakra in Inyazuka's palm was blown away by the wind. "Hee, yay, that's how you understand? Give me class while squatting down." Then Zongwo looked at other people expectantly without even looking at Inyazuka. In the end, after everyone tried it again, 9 more figures appeared in front of Kongwo who kept squatting up. "Oh, you are the worst class of students I have ever taught. Change, a cat is better than you." Kongwo glanced at Akamaru who was digging a hole, and quickly changed his mouth. "But fortunately, I was prepared, let's see what this is." Looking at the colorful balloons, the corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched. "What is this going to do? Send people who can't learn Raise-Nan to the sky, side by side with the sun? I had expected that you would not be able to learn Raise-Nan normally, so I prepared a full teaching plan for you." As soon as the fool's teaching plan came out, the 3 young loli, Hyga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Harano Sakura, looked at Kongwo a little badly. "A hole, who is the fool?" "Okay, stop." Kongwo signaled everyone to stop, and then said, "From today, you will practice how to turn the balloons filled with water. When you can easily turn the balloons, I will teach you the next step." Kongwo has had enough of his addiction to pretending to be a teacher, and looking at the super fierce eyes of the little loli, Kongwo can only accept it when he sees it well. Later, with the help of Kongwo, the 9 people started a water balloon in one hand. They gritted their teeth and wanted to control chakra to turn. However, when it was getting dark, only Uzumaki Naruto made the balloon move with a huge amount of chakra. Raise Nan is still too difficult for them. The level of ninjutsu represents the difficulty of a master of ninjutsu, and the level of ninjutsu is still too difficult for them as young as 6 years old. Kongwo, Chienari has asked you to go home for dinner. Just when Shigekuni had a raise Nan on his left hand and a big ball raise Nan on his right hand, Uchiha Chieri's ninja Momoko appeared on a tree and shouted to Shigekuni. Peach is good for Kongwo's senses. After all, the person who can give out a bag of high-quality dried fish when they meet for the first time is certainly not a bad person. After seeing the peaches, Kongwo was shocked, and quickly put away raise Nan, and took out a small packet of dried fish from the ninja bag. It was made from a kind of sea fish with chakra in its body, which was specially made for peaches. Prepare. Meow, it smells so good. Daisy licked the back of her hand and looked at the dried fish in Kongwo's hand, with a gleam of saliva flowing out of her mouth involuntarily. Come, Daisy. Come into my arms and watch the special grade dried fish that I specially bought for you. Kongwo stood under the tree, constantly tempting peaches with dried fish. Hey, stupid human beings, even if you seduce me with small fish, I won't go down. Hey, what's the matter? Why is my body out of control? Daisy jumped into Kongwo's arms with a proud face. The beautiful gold and silver different pupils stared at the dried fish in Kongwo's hands. When Kongwo handed the dried fish to Daisy, Daisy had only one thought in his heart, that is, it is really fragrant. Kongwo slapped the cat with a satisfied face, and turned to the 9 people who were competing with the balloons and said, "Come here today. From now on, we will come here to practice every day after school." Facing the heavy country, Uchiha Sasuke and others responded weakly, and then left the training ground holding the balloon. Wow, Kongwo, is this your cat? It's so cute. Hyga Hinata looked at the beautiful peaches and said with envy. Humph, even if you say I'm pretty, I won't be happy, kid, hurry up and go home. Kongwo is a man you won't get in your life, because he has already slept with my master. Chapter 33 Sage Body. The bloodline of the Vortex family contains extremely deep potential, so it has been absorbed by Zongguo's Eye of the Ancients for a whole month before it was completely absorbed, and Zongguo also obtained the Sage Body at the moment the absorption was completed. After the blood of the Uzumaki clan was completely integrated into Kongwo's own blood, Kongwo's vision of the ancients also changed. The first is the number of silver hook jade in the eyes of Jianjigu. From the first 1 to 3, the second is that a silver coil appears between the 3 silver goose jade. If you look closely, you will find that there is a silver coil in this silver coil. In addition, there is a very pale silver coil. This change made Kongwo think of Uchiha Madara's acquisition of Rinnegan. Sharingan has the ability to transform into Rinnegan under the stimulation of Senju Hashirama's body tissue. However, it is clear that Kongwo's sage body is not perfect, and he himself lacks Uchiha Madara's obsession, so he didn't fully turn on Rinnegan. However, the sage body of the important country should be no different from Senju Hashirama's sage body. After all, it is a sage body that combines the blood of the Hyuga family, the Uchiha family, and the Uzumaki family. It is comparable to Senju Hashirama's sage body. But even this kind of sage body can't enable Kongwo to activate the Rinnegan ability that belongs to the ancient eye, but this result makes Kongwo more expectation of the Rinnegan ability that belongs to the ancient eye. After Zongguo opened his eyes in the mirror, the eye of seeing the ancients, who had absorbed the power of the Uzumaki clan's blood, completed its self-analysis in an instant, and at the same time, the ninjutsu about the master of the kingdom also appeared in his mind. Blood succession boundary, see the eye of the ancient journey. Hitomi, Kaika Suijutsu, the world, the return of life. Fire style great fireball technique, Fire Style Immortal Fire Technique, Fire Style Impatience Red Claw, Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Style Fire Dragon Ball, Fire Style Dragon Fire. Lightning Style 4 Post-Binding Technique, Lightning Style 16 Post-Binding Technique. Water Style Water Prison Technique, Water Style Water Barrier, Water Style Water Rushing Wave, Water Style Water Dragon Bomb, Water Style Water Severing Wave. Wind Style Great Breakthrough, Wind Style Wind Cut Technique, Wind Style Vacuum Sphere, Wind Style Gale Palm, Raise Nan. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall, Earth Style Huang Chuan Marsh, Earth Style Heart Decapitation Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Earth Style Earth Flow River, Earth Style Earth Dragon Ball. Illusion, Nairobi Jian Technique, Fox Heart Technique, Not Here Technique, Xia Follower Technique, Nirvana Abode Technique, Tree Binding Technique. Medical Ninjutsu, Healing, Hemostasis, Healing Jutsu. Ninja, Domino Irika Shuriken Throwing Ability, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Basic Extension, Leaf Body Replacement Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Uchiha Body Flicker Technique. Physical Skills, Konoha Fluid Skill, Vacuum Sword. After a month of buffering, Kongwo's body has completely adapted to the changes transformed into Sage Body, and the huge amount of chakra has been completely mastered by Kongwo. In this month, Hyga Hinata and others also started the first stage of Raise Nan. Just yesterday, Kongwo had told them all the methods of practicing Raise Nan. Chakra, who has 100 times more than the ordinary Jainin, has the life return that can infuse consciousness into the body and completely control the body, and the kingdom has a foundation in the ninja world, so the ninja school is no longer suitable for him. Since Konoha entered the ninja school on June 9, 54th, Shigekuni studied at the ninja school for a week, and then followed by Unieshin for physical training, and spent half a month hammering the special Jainin by Yunyi to autism, and then after half a month of training, he carried out a month of actual combat training, and even in the actual combat training, he directly abused Byunyashin into a half-disabled. At this time, Shigekuni was lying on Uchiha Chieri's lap, eating the grapes peeled by Uchiha Chieri with a face of enjoyment, while the little peach was flattering with her small paws on Shijikoku's leg. Kongwo looked back at the 3 months and 7 days he had spent after he came to the ninja world with a pleasant look, and suddenly a wave of pride rose in his heart. Go to your uncle's old yin ratio, I will not accompany you this time. Chia Li, hasn't my graduation application been approved yet? Kongwo hugged the thief-headed peach in his arms, fed a dried salted fish, and asked Uchiha Chieri while licking the cat. The graduation application was handed over to 3rd Hokage only yesterday. If there is no problem, I will surely receive news these days. Uchiha Chieri wiped his fingers clean with a tissue, and then gently stroked Shigekuni's cheeks. Kongwo has become very lazy ever since he first handed Raise Nan to Uchiha Suzuki and others, until yesterday he regained his enthusiasm. After Chonkoku regained his energy, one thing he did was to write a ninja school early graduation application form. At that time, Domino Irika was taken aback, but he released water-style Water Dragon Bomb easily and freely in Chonkoku. After technique, Domino Irika didn't say anything, but simply helped Zongwo send the early graduation application form to the Hokage office. Kongwo didn't expect that the 3 months and 7 days of dormancy would give him such a terrifying power, just like when Kongwo had been Voldemort for hundreds of hours when he started playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After becoming an old driver, go to Voldemort, the world champion, kicked Voldemort, punched the phantom tank, and shot a little fairy. In the heavy country at this time, the master has a huge amount of chakra, a lot of ninjutsu, and bug-like pupil skills. There is no need to look at the face of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has this strength, although he can't do punches. 3rd Hokage Yuanfei Hiruzen kicked Shimura Dans at the root, but it's good to be a betrayer if he is unhappy. Kongwo thinks very clearly. He has a relationship with Konoha. He is not happy. It must be a trip to go. The sky is big and the 5 countries can't go to the 5 big countries. I went to the Xia organization, anyway, no matter who it is, as long as I shout out loudly, I am for world peace, and in the end I will be able to wash away. As for Uchiha Chieri, Yunkoku is not worried that she will not leave with her. After a month of living together, Yunkoku has almost figured out the status of Uchiha Chieri. Uchiha Chieri Blacken has already been hammered by the Shijakuni stone. Before returning home a month ago, he clearly stated that Chiokuni can transform into a 12-winged angel and ascend to the sky side by side with the sun. Then Uchiha Chieri will be there in the middle of the night. Hidden from the heavy country, he broke his wings. Although he was stopped by Shigekuni, since then, except when he went to the ninja school to go to school, Uchiha Chieri has been with Shigekoku all the time. At that time, it happened that the Eye of the Ancients was extracting the power of the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The heat flow continued to travel through the body, and the body strength and chakra volume continued to increase. It made Kongwo very enjoyable, just like basking in the warm sunshine. So he seemed very lazy, so he naturally accepted Uchiha Chieri's personal care. After Shigioku's body was completely transformed into Sage body, although he was no longer lazy, he was already accustomed to Uchiha's care. However, the 6-year-old body restricts Zongguo's further thoughts, which makes him very uncomfortable, and the emergence of the ability to return life gives him some wonderful ideas. Chapter 34 Peace. Because he applied for an early graduation from the ninja school, Shigekoku no longer needs to go to the ninja school, and judging from the strength of Shigekoku, there is nothing to teach him at the ninja school. He glanced at the cat clock hung on the wall. It was noon. Kongwo breathed and put down the comfortable purring Peach, which made Peach very dissatisfied with his eyes closed and enjoying himself. Chien-eri, let's go to the barbecue queue for lunch at noon. Hearing Shigikoku's proposal, Uchiha Chieri had no problem, but the Peach on the side jumped out. Kongwo, I heard that the proprietress of Barbecue Q has banned you from entering Barbecue Q. Let's go eat sashimi. Thinking of the tender sashimi, Tao Ziai immediately slobbered from her mouth, wandering to the side of Kongwo, and rubbing his neck against Kongwo's arm. After living with Yunkoku for a month, Dazi naturally understood who was in charge of this family, and she knew that Yunkoku was super rich. Ever since Uchiha Chieri lived with Yunkoku, Dazi is like living in heaven every day. The same. You guy, you want to eat sashimi, just say it, why do you want to slander me? Kongwo grabbed Dazi by the nape of his neck and hugged it into his arms, and said while licking the cat. On the other side, Uchiha Chieri, who had already booked a seat at the barbecue queue, also came over and looked at Kongwo, who had rubbed the Peach's face into a bun face with his hands, and said helplessly, Kongwo, the proprietress of barbecue queue, though there is no restriction on you from entering the barbecue queue, but it restricts you from drinking in the barbecue queue. The last time Shigekuni was drunk and messed up the barbecue queue, Uchiha Chieri was also there, so naturally he knew what was going on. Hearing Uchiha Chieri's words, Shigekuni blushed and said to her, long-winded, let's go quickly, the lady boss is really careful. Hearing Kongwo's words, Tao Zi's beautiful gold and silver pupils showed unabashed contempt, and then she was pressed by Kongwo and rubbed again. After Zongguo arrived at barbecue queue, the wife of barbecue queue changed her face when she saw Zongguo, and the other ninjas who were dining were also surprised after seeing Zongguo. Barbecue Q's lady boss saw Kongwo again because of the messing kid. Thinking of the psychological shadow that Kongwo had caused on her that day, she immediately had the urge to drive Kongwo out. The other ninjas who were dining changed their expressions because of the strength of the kingdom. At the beginning, when the kingdom defeated Konoha and especially Jainin by Yunyi Mountain, it began to spread that the kingdom had the strength of Jainin. But most ninjas do not agree with this statement. The ninjas who have gone on missions know that there is too much uncertainty in fighting in the forest. In particular, Bayunyi Mountain has a lot of damage in addition to the damage caused by the heavy country. Damage caused by the bite of a beast. It is inferred from this that most endurers think that Bayunyi Mountain is besieged by the beasts in the depths of the Konoha forest, and that it has been severely injured before the heavy country has picked up the bargain. However, this kind of contempt disappeared after a water dragon 3 times the size of the usual water-style water dragon bomb technique condensed water dragon appeared yesterday in the ninja school. At that time, countless idle ninjas rushed to the ninja school to support them, but when they arrived at the ninja school, they happened to see the scene of the heavy country controlling the water dragon to fly to the long-drained reservoir. Although I finally learned that this is a show of strength in order to persuade Umino Irika to let him graduate early. But seeing the appearance of Kongwo's face not flushing or breathing after using the triple-sized water-style water dragon bomb technique, all the ninjas fell silent. At this moment, many ninjas finally remembered the fear of being dominated by geniuses and the humiliation of being beaten by children. Master Kongwo, hello. Master Kongwo. Kongwo's powerful strength, coupled with the identity bonus of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, gave him a high prestige among the Konoha village ninjas, and Kongwo finally realized the feeling of power at this moment. Chonkoku nodded to the ninja who greeted him, expressing his kindness and maintaining the arrogance of his genius. The ordinary ninjas who received Chonkoku's response were very excited. After Chonkoku entered the box, and heated discussions focused on how approachable the country is. Lady boss, can you please tell the ninja outside? I will take this meal, and then ask the lady boss to stop receiving other people after sending off the people who are eating. I will pack the barbecue queue today. The wooden compartment of the barbecue queue is not soundproof, so Shigekuni's words were immediately heard by the nearby ninjas. Master Kongwo, are you unwilling to eat with us ordinary ninjas? A hot-tempered ninja rushed in from the door and shouted angrily at Kongwo. With this roar, the barbecue queue immediately calmed down. Shigekuni waved his hand to stop Uchiha Chieri, and looked at the angry ninja opposite, who was almost 17 or 18 years old. Looking at the plump figure, he knew that this ninja was a ninja of the Akamichi clan. Akamichi Suki knew that Shigekuni had a good relationship with his young master Akimichichi, and even taught Akimichichi a precious A-level ninjutsu, but he was born with a bad temper, and he happened to drink a little alcohol, and then he was hit by the country. Irritated. You are Akamichi Shaoxi, I once saw you say hello to Chichi. Akamichi Suki is a member of the Akamichi clan, and he maintains respect for Shijukoku even when he is angry. So Shijukoku is not angry, but speaks very grandiosely. Hearing that Kongwo actually remembered his name, Akamichi Shaoxi was flattered and felt a little guilt in his heart. How could he think that a kind person like Kongwo would dislike ordinary ninjas like them? I told the proprietress to stop receiving customers, not because I don't like to eat with everyone, but because I newly developed a ninjutsu, which requires a lot of food to supplement the body's consumption. Misunderstood. Hearing Shigekuni's sincere apology, Akamichi bowed his head in shame. I'm extremely sorry, Lord Kongwo, our team just lost a close friend in a mission. Shaoxi's heart is uncomfortable until he misunderstands Mr. Kongwo's meaning. I'm extremely sorry. A ninja of civilian origin next to Akamichi Suki bowed and apologized to Shigekuni with a sad expression on his face. Oh, this damn war. Shigioku sighed helplessly. In his previous life, he was far away from the war, but here, he himself was a member of the war. So it was easy to feel Akamichi Suki and the ninja beside him. Of grief. The dead are dead, and the living are like this. Don't be too sad, and stay strong and live until the day I end the war and bring peace. Kongwo said to everyone in barbecue queue with a solemn expression. It was not that he was arguing, but that he really thought so. People in the ninja world, while holding the ideal of peace, you kill me and I kill you, but whenever the war progresses to change the world, the master's shadow of force repents, and then ends the war in the name of peace. This is too naive in the view of Zongguo. He has completely imposed his own ideas on the world. There is no peace where there is no unity. If this is the case, let Zongguo bring a real unity to the ninja world and lead the ninja world. Go to peace. Chapter 35. Creak. The door of Barbecue Q opened again, and an Anbu wearing a mask pushed in. After scanning the crowd indifferently, he walked calmly to the side of Kongwo. Master Hokage has passed your early graduation application. The assessment time and location will be notified separately. You must be prepared in the near future. After that, Anbu took out a palm-sized scroll from his ninja bag. Shigekuni was about to reach out to pick it up, but Uchiha Chieri took it first. After Anbu's interruption, Akamichi Suki and others also cleared up their emotions. After Anbu left, they also left Barbecue Q after saying goodbye to the country. After everyone left, the proprietress of Yakiniku Q hung up the sign that was temporarily closed, and Uchiha Chieri also put the scroll in Shigekuni's hands. The Anbu just now is called Hotaki Kakashi, and he is a very dangerous ninja. Hearing Uchiha Chieri's explanation, Shigekuni recalled that the Anbu did have silver gray hair just now. Shigekoku felt a little familiar at first, but he didn't think about Hotaki Kakashi's direction. Oh, that's the 5-year-old Jnin who graduated, 6-year-old Jnin, and 12-year-old Jainin Hotaki Kakashi. Since I released the water-style water dragon bomb technique at school, many people have compared me to him. While taking over the menu from the proprietress, Shigekuni chatted casually with Uchiha Chieri. It was indeed a genius before, but it is far worse than Zongguo. Hearing that Shigekuni seemed to agree with Hotaki Kakashi, Uchiha Chieri pouted and said disdainfully, "This is the conventional attitude of the Uchiha clan towards Hotaki Kakashi. In their view, Hotaki Kakashi is nothing more than a thief who stole Sharingan." However, Kongwo, who has read the original book, would not think so. Hotaki is not a joke. It doesn't matter whether you are a peach ground or not, or pen 6 paths, or even Tsutsuki Kagaya, there is no one that can't do 2 tricks. Moreover, Kongwo's talents all rely on this pair of insights, so he respects people like Hotaki Kakashi and Might Guy who grow by their own abilities. However, Shigekuni did not correct Uchiha Chieri's statement. Instead, he asked with some confusion, "Chieri, were you in the same class with Hotaki Kakashi when you were in Anbu?" "No, Hotaki Kakashi is the captain of Class 6 and I belong to Class 7. The leader is a Jainin from the Hyuga clan." Saying this, Uchiha Chieri reached out and hugged Momoko from Shigekuni's arms, and slapped the cat. Then he said, "However, Hotaki Kakashi's bad name is well known in Anbu." Kongwo nodded. Hotaki Kakashi walked alone in the dark before he did not accept Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Indifference and cruelty have become his pronouns. This period of time can be said to be the pinnacle of Hotaki Kakashi. After all, after retiring from Anbu, Hotaki became 50-50. But Uzumaki Naruto, whose personality has changed, Uchiha Sasuke, who has not experienced the extermination of his brother, and Haruno Sakura, who is a little embarrassed, can still pull Hotaki Kakashi out of the darkness? This point is unknown to Kongwo. After the beef was served plate by plate, Kongwo put aside all the messy thoughts in his mind. The sky and the earth are big and the food is the largest. Today, Shigioka will let Uchiha Chieri see the correct way to return life. Because Kongwo packaged the barbecue queue. Both the waiter and the proprietress were helping Kongwo barbecue. Before a moment, a mountain of meat was piled up in front of Kongwo, and the hot barbecue was still constantly being eaten. Sent to the front of the heavy country. The proprietress of Barbecue Q has a great interest in the ninjutsu of the heavy country. This kid can bring her a novel change every time. And this kind of ninjutsu, which requires eating a lot of food, made the proprietress who drove the Barbecue Q very curious. After making preparations, Kongwo used his hand speed to ultimate. The barbecue piled up into hills disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Kongwo's body began to gain weight quickly, but Kongwo did not stop. Instead, he kept urging Uchiha Chieri to bring the meat up quickly. Kongwo ate from noon until late at night, and the beef of the barbecue queue was eaten in the afternoon, and then Uchiha Chieri began to send people to the Uchiha clan's residence to carry the frozen summoning beast meat. Subsequently, the person who grilled meat changed from the staff of the barbecue queue to the shadow clone of the heavy country. As the plate after plate of barbecue was swallowed by the heavy country, his body shape continued to swell. At the beginning, Jungkook's height was only 1.5 meters, and his weight was only 35 kilograms, but when he signaled that Uchiha Chieri could stop, his height had exceeded 3 meters, and his weight was probably a full ton. Uchiha Chieri looked at the heavy country like Roshan in horror. The powerful power contained in this body made her feel terrified from the bottom of her heart. Just now, with a light touch on Chungoko's arm, she touched the side of the barbecue queue. The wall was torn down. Seeing this scene, the proprietress of barbecue queue fainted with a whimper, while the others watched in horror as they became the power of Roshan. In the world of ninjas, they have heard a lot about weird ninjutsu. In Konoha, there are akamichis who can use ninjutsu to make their bodies bigger, but they can turn a child into a mountain of meat through endless meat eating. Ninjutsu, they have never heard of it. Kongwo, are you okay? Uchiha Chieri looked at Shigeoko with a worried look, and the emotion in his eyes made Shigioko's heart tremble. Don't worry, I've never been so good before. Kongwo moved her cervical spine slightly, and the sound of chuckles awakened the sleeping Peach from his sleep. After seeing Kongwo, who was 3 meters tall and weighed 1 ton, she looked like a Roshan, and Daisy's beautiful gold and silver pupils. After a while, he was so scared that he fainted. Seeing Momoko turned Byakugan and fainted, Shigekuni laughed twice, and then motioned to Uchiha Chieri to take Momoko away. Kaika Suijutsu of Kongwo has 3 abilities. One is to dominate the 5 senses, allowing the practitioner to fully believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a particular object as what he wants. The second is to create a form in the invisible and inject life into the form, which is similar to the ability of the ninja world to escape from yin and yang. The third is to make the illusion that acts on the spirit change from illusion to reality. When Shigekuni applied Kaika Suijutsu's abilities from nothing to himself, coupled with the return of life to complete control of the physical body, Shigekuni created a special ninjutsu. Kaika Suijutsu Life Return True Soul Martial Body. The soul of Kongwo is the soul of an adult, but the body is indeed the body of a 6-year-old child, so even if this body has become a sage body, the disadvantages brought about by age still exist. Knowing that he had the ability to return life to his body, and then fully control the body, he came up with the idea of using the ability of returning life and Kaika Suijutsu to reshape the body. And this idea also became a reality with the help of Kaika Suijutsu's ability to escape from nothing. The white steam began to rise when Kongwo finished the last word. In a moment, the barbecue queue was filled with white steam, and the scorching temperature forced everyone to retreat to the street and watch. Although it was late at night, there were a lot of ninjas standing on the street outside the barbecue queue. It is true that the movement made by Kongwo today is a bit too big. The Uchiha clan pulled the meat of the summoning beast in carts and carts, and the heavy country was like a bottomless pit, eating all the meat into the stomach. This kind of picture was so impactful that many people wanted to see it. Value the effects of the special ninjutsu of the country. Chapter 36, Confrontation. Master 3rd Hokage, I'm Yamanaka Kiichi from the Ministry of Intelligence. Just now, the enchantment department sensed that a huge chakra source appeared in the village, and it was growing at an incredible rate. Before I came to Hokage's office, the amount of chakra contained in the huge chakra aggregate has reached the level of the tail beast. Yamanaka walked into Hokage's office with a serious face, completely ignoring the gloomy gazes of Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, and said to 3rd Hokage Uenfei Hiruzen very anxiously. What, did someone release the ninja beast in the village? Hi, immediately notify the sealing team and start preparing to seal the tail beast. Kakashi, lead Anbu immediately, remember that evacuation of the villagers is the top priority. Homura, Koharu, you go and inform Danzo, let him take the routes and the Konoha garrison together to protect the villagers in the rear. With the experience of Nine Tails attacking the village 6 years ago, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen methodically directed the work between the different departments of the wood industry village. After Yamanaka Kiichi, Mito Kato Homura, and Yudatan Koharu all acted, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also took off his Hokage robe, revealing a capable ninja suit under the Hokage robe. The first to be in place was Anbu led by Hotaki Kakashi, and Tenzo, the wood-style natural restrained tail beast of the Tenzo master came together. If it is really an enemy ninja who releases the tail beast in the village, Tenzo will also can delay some time for the sealing team. Under the leadership of Hotaki Kakashi, dozens of masked Anbu dispelled the onlookers indifferently. They proudly did not ask them what they were waiting for. Noting that Uchiha Chieri, dressed in a black kimono, did not leave, Tenzo wanted to persuade him to leave, but was stopped by Hotaki Kakashi. Also Anbu, Hotaki Kakashi met Uchiha Chieri once when she first became Anbu. At that time, Sarutobi Asuma was ordered to go to the borderline to buy information from the ninjas in the ninja village. Hotaki Kakashi's Squad 6 was tasked with destroying the ninjas in the ninja village after the transaction was completed, while the 7th Squad where Uchiha Chieri was tasked was to destroy all ninjas. A member of Anbu in the country of soil that Kushinohira secretly informed. After Hotaki Kakashi led the 6th Squad to destroy the ninjas in Kushinon village, I wanted to support Uchiha Chieri's 7th Squad, but when they arrived on the battlefield, the battle was over. With a ninja sword, Uchiha Chieri killed 3 Jonin from Rock Shinobi village Anbu in Tunokuni alone, and the rest of the 7th class ended the rest of Anbu very easily. Thinking of the possibility of facing the tail beast for a while, Hotaki Kakashi left Uchiha Chieri. Uchiha Chieri's strength can help the battle. After Anbu, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri Hong, Mitarashi Ankobeo, Might Guy, and other Jonin also rushed outside the barbecue queue, and then Yamanaka Heike of the intelligence department led Marino Ibiki and others in place, and the enchantment class used barbecue queue as the enchantment is built in the center, and the seal squad in the enchantment has unfolded multiple seal scrolls, and the pre-written seal technique is already in a semi-activated state, and the seal can be unfolded only after limiting the actions of the tail beast. Finally, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a black ninja suit, arrived. At this time, the huge chakra in the barbecue queue is still getting stronger. Such a huge chakra has caused ripples in the surrounding space. Hi ye, what is going on? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemnly at the grilled meat queue that was enveloped in white steam, and the rising chakra among them made him feel frightened. Ibizai is currently torturing and investigating. The sealing team and the enchantment team have just been in place. The time is too short to evacuate the surrounding villagers. They have not entered the steam to investigate. Yamanaka answered with a weird expression. As for why the expression was weird, it was because after he came here, he discovered that the chakra in the steam is very different from the chakra in the tail beast riot. And as the ninja of the intelligence department continues to investigate and collect evidence, there is already a bad idea in Yamanaka Ishin. Master 3rd Hokage, the person in the steam is not the steam ninja man of Rock Shinobi village, but your 4th disciple, Yamamoto Genrisai. If you have a name, you can call it this name. This is the name he gave himself. Uchiha Chieri walked in front of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently, and spoke in a tactful voice across the alert Hotaki Kakashi. Yamamoto Genrisai. Haha. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Uchiha Chieri a cold look. In fact, after he came here, he already knew that the person who released such a huge chakra was not Jinkraki, but he did not have the slightest trust in Uchiha Chieri's rhetoric. The Uchiha clan are inherently evil and untrustworthy people. This is what Senja Tobirama, the teacher of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, taught them, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Dan's, Mito Kado Homura, and Yudatan Koharu. At this time, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking more about how to use this time to continue to intensify the conflicts between the Uchiha group and the village. More than 10 years of planning has almost reached the time to receive the results. Thinking of the resources of the Uchiha clan, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly hot in his heart. Master 3rd Hokage, intelligence has confirmed that it is indeed your 4th disciple Yamamoto Genrisai in the steam. This result is because he developed a special ninjutsu. Yamanaka Kiichi took a dark red scroll from Marino Ibiki. After reading it, he quickly told 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen the information recorded in the scroll. Hearing that the person inside was really his own disciple, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that Shigekage privately handed over Rei's Nan to the heirs of various ninja families, but the influence of the various ninja families can only be left alone. And after the actual combat training of Kongwo ended, he found that Kongwo seemed to have some signs of getting out of his control. At this time, he felt the huge chakra comparable to the tail beast in the steam, and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion was very ugly. It feels like Namikaze Minato stood out in the war and forced him to abdicate with great prestige. At that time, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the Flying Thunder God technique to Namikaze, who had a lightning-like reaction, for the victory of the war. Minato. But Namikaze Minato relied on Flying Thunder God technique to become Konoha's Golden Glitter. A war made a golden flash, and when the war ended, even the 3rd Hokage, who was called Shinobi, had to abdicate and let the virtuous. At this moment, feeling the huge chakra in the steam, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the accident had come again, and the heavy country had exceeded his expectations. Those eyes with silver gouged jade are definitely not the product of Sharingan's degradation, nor is the ability to enhance memory and disturb the sight of others through fog and water. This is all to blame for this damn Uchiha woman. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Chihiro stubbornly, with a hint of murder in his muddy eyes, but Uchiha Chihiro smiled calmly at 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his black eyes had instantly turned into the Sharingan of 3 hooks. Hey! Anbu, headed by Hatake Kakashi, drew a ninja sword against Uchiha Chihiro, and Tenzo has also stood by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan to protect 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with wood style. The white steam continued to roll, but the ninja gathered outside the steam fell into a strange silence. Suddenly, there were heavy footsteps behind 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Chihiro. The neat and heavy footsteps announced the arrival of 2 groups of people. Shimura Dan's, with 2 ninja swords crossed on his back, led the ninja at the route to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Uchiha Fugaku, dressed in clothes with the Yu Chiba clan emblem, also brought ninjas from the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Chihiri's. By his side, there are 2 genius ninjas, Yu Tomomi Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 37. After seeing Kongwo's stunning appearance, the big guys in the field avoided Kongwo's gaze, and the members of the Seal and Enchantment Squad standing on the periphery suddenly started talking. It is not the first time they have heard the name Kongwo, but in their thinking, Kongwo is just a 6-year-old child, but looking at the 1.9 meter tall who has a perfect ratio of 8-pack ABS. Many ninjas fell into a strange silence. Kongwo, how did you become like this? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands behind him and clenched his fists forcefully. This kind of person who was out of his control again appeared again. The last time was Namikaze Minato, this time it was Yamamoto Genrisai. Hearing the question of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kongwo smiled very happily. It was not him who said. As long as he wants to leave, none of the people present can stop him. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't, Shimura Dan's can't, Hatake Kakashi can't. Might Guy can't do the same. Under the influence of Kaika Suijutsu, Life Return, True Soul Martial Body, Kongwo's body was reshaped by Kaika Suijutsu's power, relying on life return to control the body, using the food eaten as energy to reshape the body. This body originally belonged to the heavy country of the Hokage world. It was a 6-year-old child's body, but the soul of the heavy country was the soul of an adult. The so-called true soul martial art was the ability to use Kaika Suijutsu and life to return. Shaped a body that fits the soul of the country. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body energy absorbed from the body's 130 trillion cells and the spiritual energy that has undergone many practices and accumulated experience. Therefore, the moment when Zongguo's true soul martial body is completed, it means that his body has reached the level of an adult, and Zongguo's sage body has also grown into an adult while reshaping the true soul martial body. Degree. The huge vitality contained in the adult sage body and the chakra, which is comparable to the tail beast, allows the heavy country to use the world of pupil surgery in the right eye without any worries. The world is an ability that can pause time. When the eyes of the ancient kingdom of Kongguo are just opened, the world can only pause for 0.5 seconds, and it consumes an extremely huge chakra and even draws the vitality of Kongguo itself. Replenish consumption. But after Zongguo reshaped the true soul martial body, relying on the huge amount of chakra of sage body was enough to support him in using the world, and because of the absorption of the Uzumaki clan physique, the eye of seeing the ancients has once again evolved, so the heavy countries the world can pause for 1 second. 1 second is enough time for the heavy country to squeeze the neck of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but when time starts to flow again, the heavy country will fall into the siege of all the ninjas in Konoha village. Faced with the siege of powerful ninjas such as Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Tenzo, Shimura Dans, etc., not to mention the heavy country, even the tail beast is bound to die. But if Zongguo wants to leave, 1 second is enough time for him to break through the barrier, and no one can catch Zongguo with the first opportunity. It is also like this. With the protection of life, there is no fear in Zongguo's heart. Since there is no fear, it is not the end. The young body is too much a drag on my strength, so I developed a ninjutsu. I am almost 16 years old now. Shigekuni took a pat on Uchiha Chieri's wrist and raised a small mirror to see what he looked like at this time. Although his body has grown to about 24 years old, his small face is still very white and tender, about 16 or 7 years old. Look like Hiruzen, Bayunyi Mountain has not awakened so far. We have no way of knowing what happened in the Konoha forest. I suspect that the real heavy country has died in Konoha forest, and he is just someone from other Shinin villages who passed a special transformation technique. Changed. Shimura Dan's eyes lit up when he heard Kongguo's words. Before 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could express his opinion, Shimura Dans was sentenced to death. Hiruzen, trust me, give him to me, I will dig out everything he knows. Although he said that Sarutobi Hiruzen believed him, it seemed to have the meaning of asking 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shimura Dans had secretly ordered the members of the Roots to start encircling the heavy country, and several sturdy Anbu also stepped forward to stop him. In front of Shimura Dans. Haha, Danzo, your ambitions have swelled to such a point. Not only did you secretly intensify the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village, you also want to trap 3rd Hokage's disciples. Don't use the methods you used on Hitaki Shimao. In my body, today I will give the teacher a face. If you immediately roll me back to your dirty lair, I will spare your life for the time being. Danzo may have good strength when he was young. The wind style and silent spells are very troublesome, but at this moment, he has been in love for Sharingan. How much strength does he still have? Moreover, with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is impossible for Shimura Dans to fight with Shimura Dans, so Shimura Dans can be arrogant. However, even if it is really picked up, the heavy country is not afraid. If Shimura Dans thinks that the heavy country has a huge amount of chakra at this time, but it does not have the ability to transform it into combat power, then it would be a big mistake. The 27 ninjutsu that Kongguo learned from that scroll has reached the theoretical peak. With chakra, which is comparable to the tail beast, in real battle, it will never be weaker than Shimura Dan's. Moreover, as long as Chonkoku and Shimura Dan's start to work, Uchiha Medicinal Taste and others, who are already eager to try, will certainly not stand idly by. As the elite of the younger generation of Uchiha, they hate Shimura Dan's even more than Chonkoku. However, this battle was destined to be unable to fight when Shigekage said the name Hotaki Sakumo. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's method of playing Hotaki Sakumo's suicide was too low level. He must do his best to eliminate the negative impact of this incident. Enough, Danzo, I'm not old enough to tell who my disciple is, just give me enough, I'm Hokage. After scolding Shimura Dan's, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to face Kongwo. Although he still did not have the same eyes with Kongwo, his face showed a trace of relief. Kongwo, I really deserve to be my disciple to develop such a powerful ninjutsu at this age, but you must remember that the people in the village are family members. Don't try to solve problems through violence at every turn. Remember for me. How can you manage Konoha village well after I abdicate? As soon as he said this, Shimura Dan's face was distorted into a ball, and his loyal root members quickly surrounded Shimura Dan's, but Shimura Dan's bitter gaze still did not escape the attention of everyone present. Hotaki Kakashi, who fell into contemplation because Shigekage mentioned Hotaki Sakumo, was surprised and temporarily awakened by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Even Shimura Dan's, who was in power, was shocked to show his true emotions, not to mention the ninjas of the sealing class and the enchantment class. Although they are much more homeless than other ninjas, they also understand third Hokage. The meaning in the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This means to pass the position of Hokage to the heavy country. However, among the people present, the happiest clan turned out to be the Uchiha clan. The relationship between Yunkoku and Uchiha Chieri is no longer a secret. Now Jungkook has become the default fifth Hokage, not to mention Uchiha Fugaku. Even the radical Uchiha the smell of medicine has a slight hesitation about whether to carry out a coup d'état. Chapter 38 Seeds. These words of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously meant to retreat, but from the perspective of Kongwo, this was nothing more than a means by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to retreat. His actions in the suicide of Hotaki Sakumo were too blatant. If it is really provoked by the heavy country, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will be very difficult to calm down, so he chooses to stand up to protect the heavy country at this time, and it will be between the lines. Treat the heavy country as the next Hokage. People are good at forgetting. Compared to a deceased Konoha's White Fang, the new country is like a rising star, enough to make them forget the doubt of Hotaki Shimao's death. However, even if everyone forgets Hotaki Sakumo, there is one person in Konoha village who will not forget, that is, Hotaki Kakashi, the son of Hotaki Sakumo, Konoha's White Fanja. Kakashi, being Anbu for so long, what kind of people do you think ninjas are? Jungkook turned his back to Hotaki Kakashi, and looked at Uchiha Chieri who was discussing compensation with the owner of the barbecue queue, and smiled. Anbu has already withdrawn. Only Hotaki Kakashi, who was in doubt, and Tenzo, who admired him so much, remained. Hearing Shijuku's inquiry, Hotaki Kakashi fell into deep thought. If you want to become a ninja, you must face your own heart and identify your own beliefs. A powerful ninja who has experienced war like Hotaki will never regret his choice, and the gossip in the village is even more for him. Superficial. However, no matter how powerful he is, Hotaki Sakumo has a fatal weakness, especially when it is targeted by the powerful Shimura Dan's. This weakness has exposed Hotaki Sakumo. Being in Anbu for so many years, I believe you should have discovered the relationship between Shimura Dan's and the teacher, and you should also have an understanding of Shimura Dan's character. If he finds out the flaws in Hotaki Sakumo, what will he do? I think in your heart there should be a count. Kongwo turned and stared at Hotaki Kakashi, and then ruthlessly exposed what Hotaki Kakashi couldn't believe in. You are not wrong. Hatake Shimo's weakness is you. Shimura Dance wants to fight Hatake Shimo. Shimura Dance's means can't affect him at all with Hatake's prestige, but when Shimura Dance stretched his hand to you, Hatake shook him. When he asked for help without results, he chose committed suicide, just to protect you. As Chonkoku said, the ninjas are a group of determined people. Hatake Kakashi did not collapse after hearing Konkoku's words, but took a deep breath and asked him, "Why did Shimura Dance shoot my father? Why Lord Third Hokage didn't help my father? Stupid, is Hokage's seat so unattractive? Think about 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Hatake Sakumo's prestige back then is no less than that of Namikaze Minato, especially the ninjas who have experienced wars." Shigeru was very convinced. So, isn't Hatake going to be pushed to the position of Hokage like Namikaze Minato? There can only be one Hokage in Konoha village. If someone goes up, someone has to come down. If you don't want to come down, what should you do? Haven't you figured it out yet? Hatake Kakashi feels that the heavy country at this moment is like a devil, and the words of the heavy country are like the whispers of the devil. He tore a bloody hole in his deadly heart. And Tianzang on the side is already stunned and dare not. Looking at the back of Kongwo with confidence. "Kakashi-senpai, Shigakuni-kun said that is true? I left my roots in order to protect my fellow Konoha village, but why would 3rd Hokage-sama do such a thing?" Belief in the collapsed Tenzo, the breath of the whole person wilted in an instant. So what is the difference between 3rd Hokage and Shimura Dance and Orochimaru? Chakra is the product of the perfect fusion of physical mass and spiritual energy. When a person's spirit changes drastically, this change will also be fed back to chakra. Tenzo is the experimental subject of Orochimaru, and the master writes wood style by 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Although it can only play 20% of 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama wood style's strength, when wood style began to run wild, it was still very scary. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi is the disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. He has learned some sealing techniques from Namikaze Minato, which is enough to deal with the rampage of Tenzo wood-style chakra. Shigakuni, who has left, didn't know. Because of his words, Tianzang's wood style went violently. It is also unclear what changes his words will bring to Hatake Kakashi. However, whether it is for its own interests or to comply with its own heart, Zangwo wants to tell the parties these things. With these distorted relationships in the Hokage world, Kongwo felt very awkward in his previous life. After giving Hatake Kakashi a reasonable analysis at this time, Kongwo felt really comfortable. He secretly killed Hatake Kakashi's father, and then made Hatake Kakashi a loyal dog in Konoha village. Saying this, even if I hear the news that Hatake Kakashi has become a rebellion in Konoha village tomorrow, Kongwo will not regret it. In his opinion, this is what a normal person should have. Moreover, the remarks of Kongwo can be regarded as planting a seed in Hatake Kakashi's heart. At present, among 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu, Hatake Kakashi is probably the most loyal one, but this is already the old calendar is old. Starting today, Anbu, the most loyal 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, will begin to have his own careful thinking. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen played with the heavy country by retreating as a means to move forward. On the one hand, it transferred the topic of Hatake Shimao raised by the heavy country, and on the other hand, it also pushed the heavy country to the center of the confrontation between the various forces in Konoha village. There can only be one Hokage in Konoha village, but this seat has many people coveting it. Needless to say, Shimura Dance has been thinking about being Hokage for decades, and other ninja families will not have any thoughts. Ns. This is not necessarily true, so when 3rd Hokage had Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered those words, Kongwo became a thorn in the eyes of some people. However, Kongwo has an insight into the past. He is not afraid of challenges. Any enemy who can't kill him will become a stepping stone for him to become stronger. Kongwo banned the uprights Kaika Suijutsu life return true soul martial body was out of the control of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcing him to make concessions, but 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not realize that concessions would become a habit of. In addition, in order to stabilize the heavy country, 3rd Hokage also offered the advantage of letting the heavy country lead an Anbu squad. Naturally, the heavy country will not refuse. The full name of Anbu is the Assassination Tactical Special Unit, and all members are Konoha. The elite ninja of the village, Shimura Dans, can assassinate 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen several times without being imprisoned. Isn't it because he controls the roots? The master holds the Shimura Dans at the root, which is no longer the existence that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can control. Even if he cancels the establishment of the root is still firmly controlled by Shimura Dans. Once 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen kills Shimura Dans, then the ninja at the root will attack Anbu without hesitation. So, Anbu is a good place. Even if 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't say anything, Konkuk will apply to join Anbu, but unexpectedly, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually proposed to add an Anbu class to lead him. Chapter 39, Assassination. When she was about to arrive at the apartment in Kongwo, Daisy recovered from the fainting state of turning Byakugan, and suddenly realized that she was being held in her arms by a tall and muscular man, and she meowed. Hoxwin did not faint again. Peach, don't be afraid, he is a heavy country, the heavy country that bought you a lot of dried fish. Just like Uchiha Chieri, Tao Zi is not a qualified nincat, because compared to a qualified nincat, Tao Zi is too greedy and too timid. Shigakuni once asked Uchiha Chieri what his attitude towards ninjas, and Uchiha Chieri's answer was that Shigakuni was very surprised. The so-called ninjas are a group of people who do not produce and need to get paid for completing tasks, nothing more. This kind of truthful statement made Kongwo truly realize the status of Chunin in the ninja world, instead of seeing everything from the animation in his previous life. And when Shigakuni talked to Uchiha Chieri about the country of fire, he could obviously hear her fear of the country of fire from Uchiha Chieri's words. This discovery made Kongwo very shocked, because in his mind, the country of fire is nothing more than the back garden of Konoha village, and the so-called name of the country of fire is just a puppet, and he has no power at all. Ninja forces contend. Hearing the thought of Yunkoku, Uchiha Chieri became more serious than ever before, holding Jungkook's hand and warned him very solemnly not to underestimate the army of the Fire Country Daimyo. Before the emergence of ninjas, wars between different countries were based on warriors leading soldiers to fight. In that era, the samurai under the command of the daimyo possessed a technique that could use the special energy that exists in nature, and powerful samurai could show the strength no less than the ninja. With the establishment of ninja sage by sage of 6 paths, the ninja began to gradually replace the role of the samurai in the war, but the samurai did not disappear, but withdrew from the battlefield and became a daimyo. Personal guard. To be honest, when he heard the news, Kongwo was not too surprised, because he was used to thinking from the worst aspect. The chakra in the ninja world is derived from the sacred tree planted by Kagaya-hime. If infinite Tsukuyomi is activated to extract all the chakra in the ninja world, then this energy of chakra will disappear completely. Natural energy is a kind of energy that originally existed in this world. Before the ninja appeared, it was controlled by the samurai under the command of the daimyo. In the era of ninja, the samurai master with the natural energy was hidden by the daimyo, but for the ninja, natural energy has become a kind of chakra that is extremely difficult to master. In this way, it also explains why the ninja village who is the master of the ninja power should obey the daimyo. Although the ninja is strong, the special samurai who faces the master of the natural energy will not take much advantage, and it is compared to the ninja village. The size of the army under the daimyo is much larger, and the samurai who masters natural energy are even more unaware. That's why Shinmura takes orders from the daimyo. At this time, after hearing Uchiha Chieri's explanation, Momoko began to keep peeking at Shigoku, looking at her cautious appearance, just like a thief stealing dried fish. Ninama's sense of smell is very developed. After a few sniffs, he finally found a familiar feeling from the body of Kongwo, and Dizzy's small heart was finally released. What? It turned out to be Kongwo. It really scared me. I thought that Kyuna Lee dumped Kongwo and found a handsome guy again. I found that this man who became an adult was really a heavy country. Tao Zi let go. With a flick of her calf, she jumped directly onto the shoulder of heavy country. The soft paws stepped on the shoulders of heavy country, and her mouth he also said something that made Kongwo very upset. But after saying these words, Dizzy quieted down strangely, not only Dizzy, but also Kongwo and Uchiha Chieri. It's just different from the dignity of Dizzy and Uchiha Chieri. Shichikoku's mouth is with a hint of mockery, and the silver jade in his eyes is shining with an incomparably magical light, which looks extraordinarily weird in the dark night. 1 little mouse, 2 little mice, 3 little mice, tut, there are 8 little mice in total, are you courageous? It seems that Chakra, who is comparable to the tail beast, can no longer stun some people with ulterior motives in the village. Zongguo believes that he needs to show his strength well. After all, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is no longer popular. Frontal rolling is the kingly way. Kongwo's words did not deliberately lower his voice, so the two groups of people clearly heard the 8 little mice in Kongwo's mouth, but the two groups looked at the 3 men next to them, and they knew that there were still others. Another group of people also carried out an assassination of Kongwo. These 2 groups of assassins were all wearing white patterned masks and black cloaks. Although Kongwo's eyes of the ancients could see through, he discovered that he had never seen these 8 people, and they were completely unfamiliar. 8 people. And Shigakuni also asked about the very strong bloody aura from them. Such a ninja Shigakuni had never seen him before, because even Hotaki Kakashi did not have the strong bloody aura of theirs. It seems that in this Konoha village, there are still many secrets that the country does not know. Attack. Before launching the attack, the assassin in front of the heavy country made a special voice to remind the assassin on the opposite side. Knowing that there is no point in hiding themselves, in order to complete the assassination of the heavy country, the 2 groups of assassins decided to unite. Idiot! Kongwo glanced contemptuously at the 8 people who surrounded him. Strong strength is the best deterrent, and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen just pushed Kongwo to the center of the power struggle in order to divert Hotaki's topic. The arrival of these assassins will not affect the heavy country, but will increase his prestige by leaps and bounds. Of course, the premise of all this is that Kongwo can defeat these assassins. If he is killed by these assassins, he will only become a joke. The assassin looked at the contemptuous heavy country. His emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest, just like a robot without emotion, only the determination to assassinate the heavy country was in his heart. The 8 assassins all have rich combat experience, and they have a tacit understanding when they look at each other. The 8 people dispersed in an instant, throwing shurikens from all directions toward the position of the heavy country. The rotating shuriken made a harsh sound, and the shuriken was also pulled by a non-reflective metal wire, if it were not from the heavy country. Seeing that the eye of Jigu is strong enough, these non-reflective metal wires cannot be found at all. The revolving shuriken not only attacked the heavy country, but even Uchiha Chieri was also within the coverage area, which made Shigeo Kuni's expression gloomy. Earth-style Earth-shore return. Kongwo didn't have the seal at all, and when the palm of his hand was slapped on the ground, the thick earthen walls on all sides turned up from the ground. Bang bang bang! The rapidly spinning shurikens were all blocked by the earth wall. Shigakuni picked up Uchiha Chieri with one hand, and jumped out of the earth wall formed by Earth-style Earth-shore return with a kick of his legs. After putting Uchiha Chieri down, Shigakuni waved his hand, and a chakra thread shot out from Shigakuni's fingertips, and brought a shuriken nailed to the earth wall into Shigakuni's hands. Kongwo raised his shuriken to the 8 assassins, and then said indifferently, "In 1 second, I will use it to kill you all in 1 second." Chapter 40 The World. The 8 assassins were all true ninjas, with the completion of the mission as their primary goal. In order to complete the mission, they had already given up redundant emotions and trained themselves as killing machines that obeyed orders. Therefore, in the face of the arrogant declaration of killing by the heavy country, the eyes under the masks of the 8 assassins did not change the slightest. The leading assassin used his fingers behind his back and made the preset gestures in the team to command. The subordinates launched an attack on the heavy country. World. When Zhongguo said these two subs, the whole world fell into a pause under the control of Zhongguo. What can be done in 1 second? In 1 second, a cheetah can fly 28 meters on the grassland. In 1 second, a hummingbird can shake its wings 55 times. 1 second is enough for the birth of a universe and the destruction of a universe. The assassin had already put his palms deep into the ninja bag, where there were flash bombs specially designed for the heavy country, but after the time was suspended, everything was in vain. The heavy country gathered a large number of chakras on the soles of its feet, and at the moment when time was suspended, a shocking speed erupted. The eye of seeing the ancients continued to move up and down, left and right, maintaining the visual ability of the heavy country in the state of high-speed movement. Kongguo passed by the first assassin. The blood in the assassin's throat cut by the shuriken still remained stagnant. When Kongguo moved from the front of the assassin to the back of the last person, it was just a second. Finish. The assassins were holding their slit throats painfully, and the blood donation rushed out to block their throats. Accompanied by a strong sense of suffocation, the assassins fell to the ground one by one. Hey! The shuriken dripping blood in Kongguo's hand was nailed to the back of an assassin. Kongguo stared at Hokage's office in the distance. Looking at the silver light-emitting eyes in the crystal ball, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen covered the crystal ball with solemn expression. Chieri, notify the Konoha security department to collect the corpse. In the dark, the silver glue of the eye of the ancient journey was exceptionally fascinating, and it seemed to have infinite charm, which made Uchiha Chieri dazzled. Woo-woo, Master Kongguo is so strong, stronger than ever. Dazi's beautiful gold and silver pupils turned the light of worship, and dexterously jumped from the assassin to the shoulders of Kongguo, rubbing his little head against Kongguo's neck. You guy! Kongguo smiled and talked about Dazi. Dazi really met the windshield. After seeing the strength of Kongguo, he did not have a bottom line to please Kongguo for the little dried fish. Meow. The golden thighs appeared. Dazi completely discarded the morals. The sky is big and the earth is big, and the thighs are the biggest. Being interrupted by Momoko, Uchiha Chieri also wakes up, but her cheeks are still hot like a fever. Pressing her palms on her chest, feeling the violently beating heart, Uchiha Chieri smiles at Shijukoku with an extremely gentle smile. In fact, it is no longer necessary for Uchiha Chieri to inform the Konoha security department. When Shigekage was fighting the assassin, it was not only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was watching him. Moreover, in the 1 kilometer radius of Kongguo's eyes of the ancients, the group of Uchiha people standing on the telephone poles are too conspicuous. After a while, Uchiha Shisui brought 3 ninjas from the Uchiha clan to Hungkook. Hungkook had already noticed Uchiha Shisui's eye-open Sharingan, but he did not look at Uchiha Shisui. The ability of distinguished heavenly gods is too strong. At this time, Zhongguo has no way to organize Uchiha Shisui to use distinguished heavenly gods on himself. He thought that he might be transformed into a puppet of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen because of the power of distinguished heavenly gods. There is an urge to kill Uchiha Shisui. However, Kongguo quickly gave up this idea. The world could only pause for 1 second. However, Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique was able to separate dozens or hundreds of clones. These clones were entities but incorporeal. It is simply a matter of day overwhelming the country. Both Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods and Kaika Suijutsu from Kongguo both need to look at each other, but Kongwo is not sure whether he is the first hypnosis Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Shisui to modify his will with distinguished heavenly gods. As for why the Kongwo thinks Uchiha Shisui might do it on himself, this is all the result of Kongwo's inference from the plot of the previous life. Compared to Uchiha Itachi in the late Brokkon period, Uchiha Shisui, who admired 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is essentially a 2/5 boy. If 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asks him to modify the will of Kongwo, Kongwo believes that he will never refuse. Coupled with Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique, he is very resistant to Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique, so he is very repulsive to Uchiha Shisui, and his idea of killing Uchiha Shisui is not falsified. This kind of enemy's foolish subordinates, especially Master has distinguished heavenly gods like Bug, it is better to kill as soon as possible. The three behind Uchiha Shisui are Uchiha Itachi in the late Brokkon period, Uchiha Ineu, the elite of the clan, and Uchiha Hideyoshi, the brother-in-law of Yamamoto Genrisai. Elder sister. This is the first time Jungkook has seen Uchiha Hideyoshi. This is a beautiful, delicate-faced boy who is eighth similar to Uchiha Chieri. He has long hair with a shawl and 2 cute ones in his hair. Bunny hairpin. Hideyoshi, why are you running here? Uchiha Kili reprimanded Uchiha Hideyoshi with full authority. Uchiha Hideyoshi, who was reprimanded by her sister, stopped at once, and even sobbed in front of Shijokuni. Because people miss my sister? Since my sister joined Anbu, I haven't seen my sister for a long time. It's been a long time since my sister had a chance to meet my sister. It's impossible for my sister to have a boyfriend. Don't you recognize me as a younger brother? Listening to Uchiha Hideyoshi's grievance, Shigeoka shivered suddenly. Not only that, even Uchiha Shisui and others were not much better. Moreover, Kongwo found that Uchiha Itachi looked at him with some sympathy, and seemed to sympathize with Kongwo for having such a brother-in-law. Hey, isn't this a little weasel? Come and let your brother Kongwo see if you have grown taller. Hagoku, who is much taller than Uchiha Shisui, smiled and patted Uchiha on the shoulder. Hearing Kongwo's name, Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched twice. He looked at Kongwo's tall and strong body, and then looked at his unexpanded small body. His envy was beyond words. Okay, don't cry Hideyoshi, come here obediently. Finally, Uchiha Chie gave some comfort, so that Uchiha Hideyoshi stopped babbling. After wiping his cheeks with a handkerchief, Uchiha Hideyoshi snorted at Shigekuni, and then said to Momoko in a friendly manner, Peach, it's coming to me. Come here and see the dried fish I bought for you. Seeing the dried fish with a pink bow tied on its tail, Shigekuni couldn't help but step back, and as he had already made Shigekuni picky and couldn't appreciate this bargain anymore, so he ignored Uchiha Hideyoshi at all, just quietly lying on the shoulders of Kongwo served as decorations. Hey, men are all big pig hooves. Uchiha Hideyoshi angrily threw the dried fish on Shigekuni, and then ran to Uchiha Chieriko. Chapter 41 Uchiha Shisui. Kongwo-kun, thank you for helping us speak today, this friendship is remembered by the Uchiha. Uchiha Inewo said very solemnly to the country that this is a Uchiha whose mission is to revitalize the Uchiha clan. Although he has the pride of the Uchiha clan, he has extraordinary strength in the face and is inextricably linked to the Uchiha clan. In the heavy country, Uchiha Daohuo put away his arrogance. Jungkook nodded at Uchiha Inewo, glanced at Uchiha Chieri who was comforting Uchiha Hideyoshi, and said kindly, don't be so polite with me. With my relationship with Chieri, I won't watch you get caught. Innocent. Kongwo-kun, although you have helped us Uchiha clan, I hope you can maintain your due respect to Lord Danzo and don't let your teacher be ashamed. Kongwo raised his eyebrows, ignored Uchiha Shisui at all, and walked aside Uchiha Itachi with his arms around Uchiha Itachi very familiarly. Uchiha Shisui stared at the back of Kongwo without words. He knew that he would cause discomfort when he said so. But Kongwo is a disciple of Master 3rd Hokage. His words and deeds represent Master 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Shisui cannot tolerate the country. Rude behavior. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui did not believe that the conflict between the Uchiha family and the village was due to Shimura-den's problems. He saw from Uchiha the arrogance that shouldn't be there. This was the culprit that caused the Uchiha family to separate from the village. At this time, Uchiha clan already had some rebellious voices, which Uchiha Shisui could not tolerate. He was trying to persuade the clan to give up those unrealistic ideas and protect everyone's common Konoha village together. However, the emergence of Kongwo gave confidence to the radicals in the Uchiha clan, especially after Kongwo showed strong strength. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui's gaze towards Kongwo has a hint of killing intent. In order to protect Konoha village, he doesn't mind being a rebel who killed the disciple of Lord Third Hokage. If he could protect Konoha village in that way, he would never. There was a slight hesitation. It's a pity that after using distinguished heavenly gods once, it will take decades to use it again. Compared to Zongguo, it is more important to use these eyes to change the minds of the people. The existence of the heavy country has strengthened the confidence of the radicals in the Uchiha clan. It is for this reason that he became the target of Uchiha Shisui. Once the heavy country is found to help the Uchiha clan's coup, Uchiha Shisui will attack the heavy country. Because he kept watching, in the sight of no blind spot within a 1-kilometer radius of the ancient Eye of Jianji, the insignificant killing intent in Uchiha Shisui's eyes did not escape the attention of the heavy country. Pity. Kongwo sighed in his heart. Uchiha Shisui's ideas were too idealistic and naive. He wanted to use distinguished heavenly gods to stop the Uchiha clan's coup, but did not see clearly that this coup was the purpose of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order to achieve its own goals, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't care about the interests of the village at all. Think about how powerful the Konoha village left to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen after the death of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and look at the current Konoha village. Apart from the 3 Manjiki of the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki Naruto who is Jinchuriki, what else can you do? Moreover, Kongwo actually looked down on Uchiha Shisui very much. Think about him naively choosing to commit suicide after Shimura-dans took an eye. This naive behavior made Kongwo not want to complain. Uchiha Shisui's suicide note wrote, "I am tired of the task. If this goes on, the Uchiha clan has no future, so I don't want to go on like this." After being snatched one eye by Shimura-dans, Uchiha Shisui chose to escape and escaped from this world that made him feel desperate. In the name of protecting Konoha, he left his other eye to Uchiha Itachi, but he forgot the other eye is still in Shimura-dan's hand. If Shiken Danzo is a normal person, and use this Sharingan to cast distinguished heavenly gods on Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am afraid that he would have become Hokage a long time ago, and there would be nothing wrong with Naruto. However, Shimura-dans did not do this. Instead, he transplanted an arm of Sharingan to use as an agi. Isn't this a mentally retarded one? Kongwo is no longer able to complain about these corners in Konoha village. Kongwo is not talking about it. If you change to a village party secretary from the original world of the country, Konoha village can be emptied. Regardless of the right to raise Konoha village, Shimura-dans and Sarutobi Hiruzen have to shout 666 on the side. What Kongwo said is a pity, not because Uchiha Shisui is a pity, but a pity for his Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods. It is destined that Kongwo cannot look at each other with these Sharingan, so naturally he can't get distinguished. Heavenly gods has this ability. Hey! Distinguished heavenly gods is good. If you can get distinguished heavenly gods, just take a look at the big Paulownia Kagayagi, and you can turn her into a little wife. That's not a good thing. However, compared to turning Daetong Myo Kagayagi into a little wife, Kongwo still didn't want to be modified by distinguished heavenly gods and became another person silently. Moreover, Kongwo believes that after knowing the ability of distinguished heavenly gods, no one will allow these eyes to exist. This kind of bug-like ability, it is better to not exist. Heavy the country, Don't be angry with Shisui, Master Third Hokage is the person he admires most, and you are the disciple of Master Third Hokage, so he will ask you not to fall into the prestige of Master Third Hokage. Hearing Uchiha attack his words, Kongwo curled his lips in disdain. How Fei Hiruzen has a reputation as a fart, is it the weakest Hokage is also an honor? Okay, let's not talk about this. How did Rei's Nan of Suzuki learn? Hearing that Jungkook mentioned Uchiha Suzuki, Uchiha Itachi in the late Brokkon period suddenly came to mind, and the third Hokage and Uchiha Shisui were all thrown aside. Kongwo, thank you so much. Rei's Nan is a very strong ninjutsu. Suzuki has been practicing sleepless nights and foods for some time recently. Now he can turn the water balloon into a burst. Uchiha Itachi scratched his head in embarrassment, as if he didn't know what to say, and then stretched his palm in front of Kongwo. The next moment a blue chakra ball appeared in Uchiha Itachi's palm. Because Suzuki has been practicing, I also tried it a few times. I didn't expect to learn it this way. I'm extremely sorry. I learned your ninjutsu without your permission. Looking at Uchiha Itachi with a face of shame, Kongwo patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and comforted him. You don't need to be so polite with me. I have taught Suzuki Rei's Nan. You are his brother. You have learned his brother masters. Isn't ninjutsu a matter of course? Then Zongwo looked at Uchiha Inewo, who looked at Rei's Nan in surprise. Inewo, can I call you that way? If you want to learn Rei's Nan, you can also ask Uchiha Itachi for advice. But, yes, can I really learn this ninjutsu? Uchiha Inewo looked at the heavy country with a look of disbelief. After all, this is a precious A-level Muji. Even the Konoha clan and Uchiha clan are not embarrassed to this point. Of course, if you want to learn, just learn from Uchiha Itachi, he has become a master Rei's Nan. Kongwo waved his hand and said very casually. Uchiha Inewo was very moved by this bold attitude. If there is no one around, he would have to hold Kongwo's thigh and shout, "Train, let's be friends." Chapter 42. While Chong Kuni was chatting with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Inafire, a group of root ninjas wearing colorful masks walked out of the darkness. The leader was a very strong ninja with a huge body like a hill, but his footsteps are very light, giving Kongwo the same feeling as walking on the waves. Uchiha Shisui, Lord Danzo orders you to take the Uchiha clan and leave here. The assassins who invaded Konoha village will be dealt with by the roots. The root leader wearing a blue patterned mask seemed to know Uchiha Shisui, but he didn't put Uchiha Shisui, who was called Shine Shisui or Uchiha Strongest, into his eyes. Hai Zhang, these assassins should be handled by Third Hokage-sama's Anbu, don't overdo it. As soon as Uchiha Shisui said this, Uchiha Inewo, who was next to Kongwo, cut in disdain, apparently disagreeing with Uchiha Shisui's way of completely abandoning the interests of the Uchiha clan. If these assassins are handed over to the Konoha Security Department under the control of the Uchiha clan, whether it is able to find out who is behind the scenes, it can enhance some of the Uchiha clan's extremely bad reputation. However, Uchiha Shisui only criticizes Third Hokage Sarutobi. Hiruzen is loyal, or rather loyal to Konoha village. Such a person, if viewed from the perspective of a bystander, should be a very good person, but when you are a family with him, you can almost be pd off by such people who eat inside and out. At this time, Uchiha Rei's fire is in this way, he can know his anger at this time from his increasingly heavy breathing. Moreover, Uchiha Inewo is a stunned green who dared to question Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen face to face. An Anbu with a root will not make him scrupulous, so Uchiha Inewo stepped forward again. I don't care if you are Jizo or Kaizo, go back and tell Shimura Dans, these assassins are taken over by the Konoha Police Department. What an arrogant expression on Uchiha Inewo's face at this time, it completely inherited the look of his ancestor Uchiha Madara. Very well, it seems that you Uchiha clan don't take Master Danzo to heart, so let me see what you have, dare to despise Master Danzo. Hai Zhang stepped out, raising the solace of his feet high and falling heavily, but there was no sound, and as soon as the solace of Hai Zhang's feet touched the ground, the soil under Zhongguo's feet rolled like water waves. Water-style water sacrifice. The grey-brown ground at the foot of Kongguo was like a vast ocean. When Hai Zhang chanted water-style water sacrifice, hundreds of sharp water guns pierced from the ground. World. The time of the whole world stagnated again. The water gun closest to the country was already less than half a meter away, but under the power of the ancient eye, it stopped in mid-air, and the water swirling on the tip of the gun was not spinning. Secret technique water sacrifice. When time began to flow again, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Inoue, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Chieri, Uchiha Hideyoshi, Momoko, Kaizo, and Anbu at the root all heard the voice of the country. Just as time flows backwards, the water gun quickly retreats to the ground, and the turbulent water flow turns into turbulent waves under the soil. How can it be? Kaizo looked at the opposite Shigakuni in horror. His ninjutsu is a secret technique that uses water and soil together. Even Hotaki Kakashi, known as the copy ninja, can't replicate it. Why is Shigeo Kuni able to will you learn this ninjutsu completely after seeing it once? Although he was shocked by the method of Kongguo that can be learned and used in an instant that requires a special method to release the secret technique, but in the face of the secret technique and water ritual released by the Kongguo, Hai Zhang did not take it in his heart. He believed in this world. No one knows this ninjutsu better than him, because this is a special ability that he only exchanged with his life. Thinking of the pain of receiving Shimura-dan's medical ninja transformation, thinking of the painful roars of other people who have undergone transformation under first Hokage Senju Hashirama's cell erosion, Kaizo never believes that anyone can easily use his ability to return with life. Secret technique mud water film. Kai Zhang quickly made the seal. When the seal was completed, a grey film rose from the ground to completely envelop him. Afterwards, Kai Zhang's body seemed to have melted, completely blending into the tumbling soil under his feet. In the waves. Haha, Qian Eli, you back a little bit, the people at the root are used to domineering, it seems that I have to teach them a lesson today. Hearing Shigakuni's words, Uchiha Chieri didn't hesitate at all, and directly pulled Uchiha Hideyoshi to the outside of the battlefield. Sister, why are we leaving so far? Uchiha Hideyoshi looked at Uchiha Chieri with a bewildered look and took him back to a distance of 100 meters behind Shigakuni. In his opinion, this was too far back. Watch it carefully, Zongguo is countless times stronger than you want. Uchiha Chieri's perception ability is not comparable to that of Uchiha Hideyoshi, a half-hearted ninja. When a person has chakra that can rival the ninjutsu, and controls a large number of difficult ninjutsu, such a person is undoubtedly very scary. Moreover, Uchiha Chieri, who has already turned on Manjiki Sharingan, felt a powerful pressure from Kongguo's eyes with silver hook jade and silver coils. After truly understanding the power of Manjiki Sharingan, knowing how powerful this power is, then how powerful should it be to suppress Sharingan's quizzical eyes? Then Uchiha Ineu also pulled Uchiha Itachi back to Uchiha Hideyoshi's side, while Uchiha Shisui stood by Uchiha Itachi's side. As a disciple of Master Third Hokage, how can you fight against the roots of Master Denzo, and it's still in the village? I must stop them. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly. That won't work, but Zongguo is looking forward to this battle very much. It's rare to find an opponent who can resist. You'd better not take action. Uchiha Chieri said to Uchiha Shisui in a cold voice. Uchiha Chieri remembered Shigakuni's reminder to her, and must not look at Uchiha Shisui, but don't forget that Uchiha Shisui has Manjiki Sharingan, and Uchiha Chieri also turned on Manjiki Sharingan. Only Sharingan can defeat Sharingan, and Uchiha Chieri Sharingan's attached pupil technique makes her not afraid of Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods at all, so she dared to stare at Uchiha Shisui without flinching. Shisui, don't worry, Kongguo is not the one who will mess up. Uchiha Itachi in the late Brokkon had good senses for Shigioku, especially since he took good care of Uchiha Sasuke, so after seeing Uchiha Shisui confront Uchiha Chihiro, he also persuaded him. Humph! Uchiha Inari was just a cold snort. Although he didn't speak, he was always on the side of Uchiha Hideyoshi, and Uchiha Hideyoshi, forget it, let's ignore him. Hideyoshi Uchiha, who is attracting Momoko's attention with dried fish, meow. Chapter 43 Combination Ninjutsu. Kongwo's feet stepped on the ground hardened by the flames and looked at the somewhat embarrassed sea hideaway. Such a huge fire-style ninjutsu completely cuts off the sea hideaway space. If you don't follow the secret technique and water sacrifice, leaving the special muddy water formed by the ceremony, he will be like this blackened ground. But after leaving the muddy water, he had to face the fire-style fire dragon fire bullet of the important country head-on. The fire style with such a huge scope could not escape at all. Facing such a dilemma, Hai Zhang chose a very gentle route. That is, after rushing out of the ground, the fire-style fire dragon flame bomb that used the water style to harden the country, I have to say that this is a very mentally retarded choice. Apart from being forced, no one will compete with the tail beast chakra. Fortunately, Kongwo didn't want to end the game like this. For example, the chakra of the arm ambassador allows Kongwo to fully control the ninjutsu he released. This feeling is very novel, and Kongwo wants to play for a while. It's sad. You think you are the ability of the secret technique, but you use water style and earth style together. Although there are some traces of the blood inheritance boundary, it is still not enough compared to the real blood inheritance boundary. But the real sadness of you really didn't discover the essence of the ninja world at all. This is a world of fighting blood. After seeing the ancient eyes of Jiji analyzed the secret technique, water ritual, and secret technique, mud water film, Kongwo has a very good understanding of the ninjutsu of the sea. The principle is the result of the release of the water style and the earth style. There are only two types. The chakra attribute has such a subtle fusion that makes Kaizo's ninjutsu look a little special. Hey, you should have accepted Shimura Dan's body modification. Fortunately, you can survive from him. I feel a little bit of life in your chakra. I think you should be able to use wood style. Come, let me take a look at the power of the legendary wood style. Hai Zhang's eyes were round, and he asked with a horrified face, "You? How did you know?" But then Hai Zhang calmed down again, looking at Kongwo's slightly frivolous smile, and said very viciously, "Since you know about Master Danzo's experiment, you can't keep you anymore, die." Secret technique clay bomb. Hai Zhang quickly approached Kongwo, his hands began to seal at the same time. When he was 30 meters away from Kongwo, he took a sharp breath, and then spit out a grey-brown clay ball. Earth-style earth-shore return. Kongwo's one-handed seal stepped on the ground. An earthen wall was turned up from the ground to block Kongwo's front. If someone else uses earth-style earth-shore return, they will temporarily lose their opponent's vision, but for Kongwo, there is no such problem, so he saw Hai Zhang behind the earth wall with a smile of conspiracy. Behind the earth wall, Hai Zhang began to quickly seal. The complexity of this ninjutsu is unexpectedly more than that of water-style water dragon bomb technique. However, because of the obstacle of the earth wall, Kongwo relied on the ability of seeing the ancients to see this ninjutsu, so it can't meet the judgment conditions of the ancient eye of Jiji. Naturally, it is impossible to analyze and copy this ninjutsu. However, Kongwo doesn't really care about Kaizo's ninjutsu. For ninjutsu, some master is enough. The really powerful ones are blood succession limits, blood succession elimination, and blood succession snare. Compared with these, many ninjutsu the techniques are all scum. And the most important thing is that Hai Zhang's ninjutsu face value is too low. The secret technique mud water film covers his body with a grey-brown film, while the secret technique clay burst order is from the mouth. He spit a clay ball. To be honest, Kongwo was extremely disgusted with mud from his mouth, and even he had already removed the earth-style Dilyabai from his skill bar. Secret technique: snake belly clay. With close to 70 seals, if it weren't for the opportunity given to him by the heavy country, with Kai Zhang's speed of 4 seals per second, there would be no chance to complete this ninjutsu. As Hai Zhang drank a little excitedly, the clay on the earth-covered wall burst apart. Only then did Zhongguo remember that at the beginning, the ninjutsu was actually called Secret Art Clay Bomb. The sound of the explosion was very loud, but its power was only as powerful as the detonation talisman. Under the control of the national government, it barely broke the earth wall, and then the country saw the flying brown clay and began to swallow the broken clods. After a moment of effort, it swelled into a huge clay ball. You will regret it, regret letting me complete this ninjutsu. The indifferentness of Kongwo deeply pierced Hai Zhang's sensitive heart. The so-called genius, in the eyes of Hai Zhang, is a group of people who get nothing for nothing. Only people like him who have experienced the trials of life and death can master the strength. Is the most powerful. Zhongguo completely ignored the sea-hidden guns. At this time, the clay ball floating in the air began to expand continuously, and it expanded to a diameter of 10 meters almost instantly, and the chakra contained in it was also very terrifying. Ah! Hai Zhang yelled and activated ninjutsu. The clay ball burst in response, and countless small brown snakes fell from the sky, completely covering the area where the heavy country was located. Kongwo noticed that the eyes of these clay snakes began to turn red when they were in contact with the air. When the eyes of the first clay snake became red like blood, the clay snake exploded next to Kongwo. Opened. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of clay snakes exploded at the same time, forming a huge death zone, and the heavy country was in this death zone. Ha 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 ha, what about genius, dare to despise my ninjutsu, go to death. It seems that the ninja born in the roots has a very strange personality, but it is the first time that Zhongguo has discovered such a talkative as Kaizo. However, thinking that he may be Shimura Dan's private human experiment subject, Zhongguo is relieved. N.S. Compared with Orochimaru of Master's Core Technology, Shimura Dan's subordinates are just a group of biologists who modify the body of Kaizo, and you can imagine how tortured Kaizo. Hey, the villain died of talking too much. Let me give you one more chance. I've been here again. Don't talk too much this time. Kongwo patted Hai Zhang on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly behind him. Hai Zhang looked back stupidly as if he had crashed, and just saw Kongwo's eyes that care for the mentally retarded. Hai Zhang swallowed and spit. And then quickly backed away until he reached the safe distance he believed to be a safe distance. Wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. His eyes swept across the area covered by the secret skill snake belly clay, and I saw that a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters had been exploded on the ground. The charred soil was steaming. There was no problem with ninjutsu, but why did the heavy country unscathed? Suddenly, Kai Zhang thought of Kongwo's ninjutsu, which instantly killed 8 assassins, and Jnin couldn't help but muttered, "Is it time-space ninjutsu?" At this moment, those Anbu who followed Hai Zhang suddenly emerged from the ground under the foot of the heavy country, holding a black chain, flashing words belonging to the seal technique, but wanted to sneak attack on those who had the eyes of the ancients. Kongwo, they are still too naive. Earth-style earth flow great river. When Zhongguo observed the existence of the sneak attackers, he was already vigilant. The seal was completed at the moment the attackers broke the ground. The soil under the feet of the 3 attackers turned into liquid in an instant, like a flowing river. Forcibly washed away the 3 attackers. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. The 3 seals of Wei, Wu, and Chen were completed in one go. A huge dragon head formed around the country, and mud bombs began to spray from the open mouth towards the 3 sneak attackers. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. The flaming mud bomb swallowed the 3 root attackers, and the screams and the disgusting smell of burnt flesh and flesh came from his ears. After today, Kongwo will no longer be the one who lives in a peaceful world. In a short moment, Kongwo had 11 lives in his hands. However, in the face of the passing of his life, Kongwo's heart did not fluctuate at all, and the back of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was peeping through ninjutsu, was calmly chilled. Chapter 44 Wood Style. Seeing the analysis and copying of ninjutsu by the eye of Jigu, there is no secret for the heavy country, but the heavy country itself has never used it, and it is inevitable that there is a sense of spiritual separation. So Kongwo said that this is a game, and there are not too many problems, because he can directly solve the roots of the 3 sneak attacks, Anbu, but he used the combined ninjutsu that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used when fighting Orochimaru. Although Kongwo replaced the fire-style Fire Dragon Ball which he would not use with fire-style Phoenix Fire technique, he did not make this combination of ninjutsu lose its original effect. Moreover, Kongwo actually liked this kind of wanton release of ninjutsu, especially when chakra was almost inexhaustible. Kongwo was almost lost under this powerful force. Secret technique Ying Insect. However, as Zongguo's heart was inflated, Hai Zhang's hands quickly formed seals, and the 3 root ninjas who were burned by the flames suddenly turned into black smoke with a bang, but there seemed to be some green fluorescent light flashes in the smoke. Wood style 4 Tibetan seals. Hai Zhang banged the black smoke and dust, and then the chakra in his body began to run away. The water and earth chakra began to merge at the cost of life. The green fluorescence gathered in the air and turned into a green with 4 heads. Silhouette. The so-called root people have no name, no feelings, no past, no future. They are a group of simple ninjas with only tasks in their hearts. The one that supports Konoha, deep into the earth, is my will to wait for the roots. Kongwo, you have an incomparably terrifying power as a master, and your talents can't even match one of Sunin's cold Kun Orochimaru. You have a powerful blood that has never appeared before. There is no awe in the village, Lord 3rd Hokage, or Lord Danzo. Before accepting this task, I investigated your information. The more I know about you, the more I am afraid of you. A person who has no respect for the whole world, why did he choose to hibernate? That's right. I chose the word dormant, because in my opinion, you are not mature like a child. Even if you change to Master Danzo, you will not do better than you. Cut, stop preaching to me, you Danzo's running dog. Although I don't admit it, this sea treasure, which has only one side, really looks at the country very thoroughly. From the day Kongwo woke up, he wore a mask. Before he lost his strength, Kongwo tried his best to behave a little bit more ostentatiously. This way, although he was slightly more scheming, his behavior was at the level that a child should have. But as Kongwo gradually gained a great power, he was no longer satisfied with pretending that he was a child, pretending that he did not know 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculations for himself. There is only one life creed in Kongwo, that is, the grace of dripping drips, and the hatred of Jugjuan will be paid back thousands of times. At this time, Kongwo's eyes of the ancients had absorbed the physique of the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Uzumaki clan, and the blood of the Pommel Horse clan. This not only gave Kongwo the abilities of Kaika Suijutsu and the world, but also gave him the sage body. With this body of the kingdom at this time, it was enough to make him walk sideways in the ninja world. So he began to lift the mask on his face little by little. In the ninja world, the weak eats the strong, the master has the powerful power, so you can enjoy more. What's wrong with this? It's just that Kongwo didn't expect that the first person to see him clearly turned out to be a ninja at the root. Don't pretend anymore. You are indifferent to life and everything. I have seen a lot of people like you on the battlefield, so don't pretend to be harmless in front of me. Seeing what kind of harmless human and animal expression on Kongwo's face, and the slightest killing intent in his eyes, Hai Zhang couldn't help snarling. Hee, it's amazing. I didn't expect it to be seen through by you, so what are you going to do? Kill me? Kongwo put away all the emotions on his face. When he was completely expressionless, a deep coldness pierced the void, almost freezing Hai Zhang's final consciousness. The one who supported the big tree Konoha behind and plunged into the earth, my will to wait for the roots, in order to support the big tree Konoha, bloom, the fire of my life. Wood-style Yuzan formation. When the last seal of Hai Zhang was completed, the 4 green figures disintegrated silently. Bang 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 bang. The earth cracked, and the dead tree with dark green barbed thorns broke out of the soil. Zhongguo wanted to avoid it, but the endless dry roots in all directions completely sealed all the way out of Zhongguo. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Kongguo didn't have the slightest panic. After the hands were sealed, he took a breath, and exhaled flames that danced like a fire dragon. The burning flames almost illuminated half of the sky. However, in the face of the fire style of the heavy country, the wood-style Yuzan array is even crazier. Numerous dry roots rise from the ground, sealing the heavy country together with his fire style. Layers of withered tree roots kept pushing the flames back, and the heavy country could only stop the fire-style fire dragon flare. Water-style water-severing wave. Kongguo spouted extremely fine ultra-high-pressure water jets from his mouth, but the water-style water-severing wave hit the sea in the wood-style Yezhuian Yuzan, but the effect was not ideal. It was not as good as Kongguo imagined. So, like a dust escape, cut a hole for him to pass through. Hai Zhang is obviously the wood style that burned his own life fire, but his wood style didn't have the slightest vitality. Instead, it was all withered and dead branches. And these dead branches are covered with dark green barbs, hideous and terrifying, without the appearance of orthodox wood style at all. It seems to be the result of Shimura Dan's body transformation. However, at this moment, Kongguo didn't have the mind to pay attention to how Shimura Dan's transformed Kaizo. He suddenly discovered that he didn't seem to be able to break through this wood-style Yuzan array. Kai Zhang, is this your determination? Although you let me know that Shimura Dan's running dog is not the only route, but I don't want to die here because of your determination. Wind-style Super Big Ball Raise Nan. Kongguo pressed a wind-style Super Big Ball Raise Nan toward the wood-style beneath him, and the high-speed rotating wind attribute chakra cut open a channel that was heavy enough to reach the ground along the way. World. For 1 second when the world was paused, the heavy country used 2 ninjutsu. The secret technique, the ritual of water, and the secret technique mud-water film. When the time began to flow again, the heavy country had sunk into the muddy water. Don't come close, this ninjutsu is highly poisonous. After receiving the notice, the old drivers of the Seal class and the Enchantment class bid farewell to the Izakaya Mother-san and the sexy big sisters in tears. When they came here, they just saw Uchiha Chieri going to the distance. Among the tumbling wood style. However, since Uchiha Chieri is so dreamy that the country is still there, how could he follow their advice? Chieri, I'm fine. Shigekuni crawled out of the ground in embarrassment, and quickly said to Uchiha Chieri. Afterwards, Kongguo dissipated the brown muddy water film on his body, and looked at the wood-style Yejuyan Yuzan formation, which was constantly rolling in the distance, with a strange expression. Wood style is really an extremely powerful blood inheritance boundary. It's just a pity that Kaizo burns his own life fire before using wood style. It does not have the ability of wood style himself, so the Eye of the Ancients has not resolved it. Arrive. Chapter 45. Uchiha Chieri hurriedly supported Shigekuni. Although there is a muddy water film, the feeling of walking through muddy water is still uncomfortable. Thinking of the appearance of Kai Zhang unaffected, Shigekuni couldn't help sighing in his heart. Is this what you call the will of fire? You really don't know what it is. Then when Yongkook was about to leave, Uchiha Shisui stopped in front of him. Kongguo, you can't leave, you must follow me to Master Third Hokage, tell what happened here carefully, and then listen to Master Third Hokage's message. Roll. Kongguo wiped a handful of wet, muddy hair, and said very impatiently. This is the first time that Kongguo has come into contact with people who sacrificed himself for his own beliefs. It has to be said that the death of Hai Zhang has brought some influences to him, but Kongwo is very repulsive of these influences. He does not want to become more like him. Hai Zhang, Uchiha Shisui, and others are the same. Uchiha Shisui's sword-drawn hand was held by Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's firm gaze, Uchiha Shisui's heart softened. He was also in the late Brokkon period and couldn't refuse Uchiha Itachi, who was treated like his younger brother. Itachi, thank you. After I go back, I have a good chat with Uchiha Shisui, he is too rigid. Jungkook waved at Uchiha Itachi and left here. After closing the eyes of the old man, Jungkook did not find the little tail behind him and Uchiha Chieri. Uchiha Hideyoshi didn't want to go back to Uchiha's residence. Although Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Inewo, and others took good care of him, his relatives were only Yu Chiba Chieri. Now Uchiha Chieri has been taken by the big villain of Shichikoku. Go, he can't regain his sister, then move to her sister's place to live. Zongguo was in a very embarrassed state at this time. Originally, there was only a pair of curtains wrapped around his body. After the baptism of mud and water, the curtains could no longer be seen. After Shigekuni returned home, he was directly pushed into the bathroom by Uchiha Chieri. Shigekuni wanted to turn around and pulled Uchiha Chieri in with him, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Uchiha Hideyoshi walking in through the door with his feet on his feet. Hideyoshi, why did you come to my house? Kongwo said helplessly that his apartment was only about 20 square meters, and it was already a bit crowded with 2 people and a cat. Now that there is one more, Kongwo has almost no privacy at all. Hey, I want to live with my sister, the house is too deserted. Regarding this, Uchiha Chieri did not make the decision on behalf of Shigekuni, but took Uchiha Hideyoshi's look and looked at Shigekuni with expectation. Of course, he agreed to what Shigekuni could do. Okay, you can live here first. Tomorrow we will buy a house, and then you will live with us. After thinking about it for a while, Kongwo said that Kongwo, who just walked into the bathroom, had some strange thoughts. It seems that the strong people of the Uchiha clan have a younger brother. Uchiha Madara Yu Chiba Izuna, Uchiha Shisui Yu Chiba Itachi, Uchiha Itachi Yu Chiba Suzuki. Now Uchiha Chieri also has a younger brother. Does he also have the ability to start Manjiki? But the next moment, when Shichikoku's mind suddenly appeared in the charming picture of Uchiha Hideyoshi, he quickly threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Ha ha ha! What are you kidding? That's Hideyoshi, how can he be considered a younger brother, ha ha ha! When Shigekuni took a bath, Uchiha Chieri found a pair of clean sheets, folded his hands to Uchiha Hideyoshi, and said, Hideyoshi, Shigekuni's body has been reshaped because of ninjutsu, so all his previous clothes are I can't wear it anymore. Please help my sister make him a set of pajamas. When the shop opens tomorrow, we will go and buy some clothes. Uchiha Hideyoshi rolled up his sleeves, revealing white and tender arms, and said firmly to Uchiha Chieri, Don't worry, sister, I'm professional in making clothes. The black kimono worn by Uchiha Chieri at this time was made by Uchiha Hideyoshi, so he was very confident in Uchiha Hideyoshi's craftsmanship. After asking Uchiha Hideyoshi, he walked into the kitchen. Kongwo-kun must be hungry for the repeated battles tonight, so let's cook Shaoxi hot pot today. Uchiha Chieri hummed a light tune and prepared Shaoxi hot pot for Chunguk with a happy face. For her, it is already this to be able to live with the person she loves most and the only remaining relatives. The happiest thing in the world. The hot water rushed down from the top of Kongwo's head, making Kongwo's skin a little red, but Kongwo's thoughts were still immersed in the picture of Hai Zhang's generous death. The spirit is worthy of recognition, but if it is too weak, the weak need to sacrifice themselves, and the strong can subdue everything. Gradually, Kongwo finally walked out of the impact that Hai Zhang's death had on him, but this time the incident replanted the tree in Kongwo's heart. Humans, I still have to be a little forced to count, it's too bloated, and I will definitely die. Jungkuni, Are you finished? Hideyoshi made a set of pajamas for you, so let's wear it first. Uchiha Chieri's voice was a little weird, as if he was holding back a smile. Shigekuni didn't care at first, but when he saw Momoko's pajamas sent to the bathroom, his face suddenly became confused. The clothes are decent clothes. Kakuzu stitched them very carefully, and the size is also very suitable, but what does the cat pattern embroidery on this mean? Uchiha Hideyoshi, are you free? Make a good set of clothes, and you have to embroider something. You can embroider it. Why do you embroider a pink cat? What does it matter? With a tiger in his heart, sniffing the rose, a real man will not reflect his masculinity on foreign objects. Haha, Shigekuni admits that what Uchiha Hideyoshi said is very reasonable, he can't refute it at all, but why does Shigekoku want to beat him so much? Creak. Uchiha Chieri pushed open the bathroom door, and saw Shigekuni wearing clothes made by Uchiha Hideyoshi, and couldn't help laughing. Haha. After being laughed, Kongwo looked away instead. If you feel angry, you will feel angry. It is nothing more than blue clothes. Two cats with different eyes of gold and silver embroidered on the left and right of the chest are nothing more than these two. The cats are still blinking and selling cute, it's just that these two cats are pink and tied with bows. What's the matter? To be honest, such clothes are really not suitable for Kongwo, but this is a world that looks at the face after all. Handsome people wearing such clothes are innocent, but ugly people are ugly. And Shigeoku is undoubtedly the handsome one, with a cold face, indifferent eyes. And the manliness that inadvertently exudes from walking between sitting and sleeping rooms, making Uchiha Chieri's infatuation almost overflowing. Shigekuni put his arms around Uchiha Chieri who was limp in his arms, glanced helplessly at Uchiha Hideyoshi who had no light bulb consciousness, and decided in his heart that he must buy a big house tomorrow. Chapter 46 Anbu. On the day Kongwo bought the original Uzumaki family mansion, Uchiha Itachi, led by Uchiha Shisui, went to the Anbu base, where he accepted the final assessment to join Anbu. Uchiha Itachi was expressionless and cut open the throats of the three Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi with the shinobi sword in his hand. Before the hot blood had fallen to the ground, Uchiha Itachi had already retreated back to Uchiha Shisui with a calm expression. The result is obvious. Uchiha Itachi has the qualifications to join Anbu, and then was assigned to the Assassination Tactics Special Unit 6th Division led by Hotaki Kakashi. Because of the constant testing of the border between the country of the earth and the country of the wind, the pressure on Anbu has been increasing, and Hotaki Kakashi has officially become the captain of the 6th Division a month ago. After showing his strength in front of his companions, Uchiha Itachi's age weakness no longer exists. For Anbu Ninja, the strength of his companions is the most important. Dragged his feet. In the evening, Uchiha Itachi received the first assignment from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and conveyed the matter of joining Anbu's assessment to Shigeoku. When Uchiha Itachi heard the content of the assessment from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, Uchiha Itachi was also shocked. On October 1st, I went to the Hokage office to gather, and then set off to the Konoha Felon-Specific Interrogation Center, together with 30 Yato no Kuni Uegakuer ninjas, Wind no Kuni Sunagakuer ninjas, Kus no Kuni Kusakura village ninjas, and Wandering Samurai, a group of criminals formed by rebels to fight. After you accept this assessment, you have no second choice other than killing them or being killed by them. If you can survive, Lord 3rd Hokage will allow you to reform Hotaki Sakumo after his death. Then set up a special unit of assassination tactics. Kongwo was not dissatisfied with this assessment, and even Uchiha Itachi saw a trace of happiness in Kongwo's eyes. This is really strange. What is there to be happy about this kind of assessment with almost no possibility of success? Itachi, trouble you, I agree. Kongwo smiled and took the scroll with 3rd Hokage wax print from Uchiha Itachi, then threw it to the curious Uchiha Hideyoshi, and then pulled Uchiha Itachi into his apartment. Okay, you should have already joined Anbu like this. It's a pity. I originally wanted you to join my team, but I didn't expect Hokage to get the first 5 to win. The Uzumaki family's mansion has been abandoned for decades. Even though Konoha Real Estate Company takes care of it every year, after so many years, it cannot live without a thorough renovation. After buying the house in full, Shigekuni handed over the renovations to Chieri Uchiha, and then Shigekuni took Uchiha Hideyoshi back to his apartment first. Kongwo, don't you worry about this assessment? And what does Hokage 50 to 50 mean? Uchiha Itachi was brought to the table by the heavy country. The roasting pan on the table was making a sizzling sound. The snowflake-like beef was roasted golden, and the attractive fragrance continued to flow into Uchiha Itachi's nose. Don't worry, these are all trivial things. As for Hokage, you will know about this in the future. Don't talk about these boring things. Hurry up and eat. You are definitely hungry. Kongwo laughed and took a pair of tableware for Uchiha Itachi. Thank you, Chien-eri, where did sister go? Uchiha Itachi felt that Shigekuni at this time looked like a elder brother. He couldn't help but relax a little. Suddenly he saw a pair of chopsticks beside Shigekuni. He thought that he hadn't seen Uchiha Chieri since entering. He asked. Little Itachi, my brother-in-law bought the old house of the Uzumaki family in the upper reaches of the Procyon River today. My sister is contacting the workers to renovate the house, and it's almost time to return. Uchiha Hideyoshi's small face was oily, with a pair of big eyes. Uchiha Itachi took a look and immediately moved his eyes away. He had a hunch that if he stayed with Uchiha Hideyoshi for a long time, he might embark on a path of no return. Have you actually bought the house that occupies the entire mountain? It's really a big deal. Outsiders always think that the Uchiha clan is very rich, but their family knows their own affairs. The Uchiha clan is a fighting clan. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is not what they claim. The existing ninja clan in the ninja world are all younger brothers. However, in terms of financial resources, the Uchiha clan is not even a younger brother in the shinobi world. After all, the Uchiha clan are arrogant. It would be a disaster to do business with a group of people they look down on. Look, these meats are not fresh due to transportation, so the price must be lowered. Nani, dare to question the sincerity of our Uchiha clan and seek death. The purchaser was hacked to death with a knife and then destroyed by the great fireball. Look, you herbs destroyed the branches and leaves when picking vegetables, so the price has to be lowered. Nani, when our Uchiha clan was collecting medicine, you were not born yet, so you dare to question the Uchiha clan's medicine gathering technology and seek death. The medicinal material merchant was hacked to death with a knife and then destroyed by the great fireball. This happened many times. In the end, no one dared to do business with the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan didn't bother to sell their own things, and naturally became poor. The old house of the Uzumaki clan is in the upper reaches of the Nanga River. Uchiha Itachi crossed the fence more than once when he was a child. When he dated Izumi last month, he said that he would make money to buy the house when he grew up. Thinking of Izumi looking at her admiring gaze, Uchiha Itachi put down the dishes and carefully asked Uchiha Hideyoshi, "Hideyoshi, how much did it cost to buy this house?" Uchiha Hideyoshi slowly tore a piece of barbecue into small pieces and fed it to the peaches, then smiled and said, "It's only a few billion taels." Hearing this horrible number, Uchiha Itachi laughed, picked up the bowl and continued to eat meat, and went to the special ninja dream. "I want to write a little yellow book." Uchiha Hideyoshi looked at Uchiha Itachi's unrequited appearance, and wondered a little, is there a problem with rounding 900 million taels to several billion taels? Creak. At this moment, Uchiha Chieri, who had been busy for a day, also came back. Seeing Uchiha Itachi was a little cautious about standing up and saluting, he quickly stopped and said, "Itachi, don't be so cautious, just sit down." "Yes, Sister Kunali." Only then did Yunkoku notice the name Uchiha Itachi. It turns out that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chieri are relatives, which Yunkoku didn't know before. After eating and drinking, Uchiha Itachi left with a box of roasted beef. When he walked to the door, Kongwo suddenly bent down and said in Uchiha Itachi's ear, "Itachi, I know your father asked you to join Anbu, I want you to monitor Uchiha Shisui. I am also very clear about what your Uchiha clan is planning now. I know that you are very mature, and you can think highly of problems at a young age, but you have to know that children like you shouldn't be involved in such things. Think about Sasuke, think about your parents, your lovers, forget about these messy tasks. Whether it is the problems of the Uchiha clan or the village, I will solve them. So, let's enjoy your life." Kongwo smiled and patted Uchiha Itachi on the back. He knew that such a remark would not make Uchiha Itachi give up, but this was just the beginning. As long as Uchiha Itachi is in Anbu, Kongwo has 10,000 ways to convince him. On. As for the assessment sent by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kongwo didn't care at all. If even a team of 30 miscellaneous ninjas can't be defeated, Kongwo has any ability to release rhetoric to solve the problem of the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. Woolen cloth? Chapter 47. The area difference of Ozu Valley is only 1/3 of that of Konoha village, or even smaller. However, there are shops on both sides of the street, but compared to the leisure of Konoha village, the shops here obviously have some the smell of iron and blood. Ninja shops with different clan emblems accounted for more than half of all shops. From time to time, ninjas returning full of loads entered these shops to supplement the ninjas consumed in the mission. 90% of the ninjas who come here bring Konoha's forehead protector, but there are some wandering ninjas who don't wear forehead protector. To some extent, they can be regarded as half Konoha shinobi because they rely on living with the mission of Konoha village, but its existence itself cannot be recognized by Konoha village. It is a group of wandering ninjas who have no homes. Kongwo's tall and sturdy figure is very eye-catching in Ozu Valley, and Uchiha Itachi, who wears the Yu Yu Chiba fan emblem, provokes many people to talk to each other, but when they see Kongwo in front of Uchiha Itachi when the puppet was leading the way, his body became stiff, and he quickly shifted his attention. Zongwo remembered this change in his heart, and then continued to follow behind the puppet, along the straight street all the way to the building where the Ozu Valley enchantment class was located. Creak. When Kongwo and Uchiha Itachi appeared outside the steel gate opened automatically, and the puppets who led the way were silently broken into parts, disassembled by the chakra line, and disappeared directly in front of Kongwo. "Itachi, wait for me here." Kongwo pressed his left hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, preventing Uchiha Itachi from entering the steel gate. "Well, Kongwo brother, be careful yourself. Hatred can make people strong, but it can also make people hysterical. Just imagine a woman who has been tortured by hatred for a whole decade. I am afraid that her spirit is no longer normal." Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan had been opened for some time, and the 3 black Guyus exuded an unknown aura in their red eyes. Kongwo chuckled lightly and walked directly into the steel gate. After Kongwo was completely dark, the steel gate slammed shut, and the symmetrical Prujna grimace on the gate heard the harsh sound of rusty gears regardless of the friction, and then a pattern formed by a seal technique staggered across the gate. Uchiha Itachi's sight swept across the phantom face on the steel gate, and a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan kept moving in his eye sockets. After a while, the Ozu Valley in his sight had undergone earth-shaking changes. The building where the enchantment class is located is a semicircular building located at the innermost part of Ozu Valley. Countless blue chakra celestials come out from here, interlaced and woven into a blue spider web, covering the entire Ozu Valley. Include them. Moreover, these chakra threads are constantly trembling with a special pattern, just like spiders feel the prey falling into the spider web through the trembling of the spider web. Ayano Tsukimi is like a spider, through the chakra network she weaves, controlling the Austrian the wind blows in Aya. No wonder these ninjas are so afraid of Ayano Tsukimi's puppets. In this spider web, I am afraid that these ninjas are not her opponents together. Uchiha Itachi started to worry about the heavy country. He didn't understand the heavy country. It should be said that no one in the entire ninja world really understands the power of the heavy country. Shushu, the ninja who cut off his childhood time, even if Kongwo showed strong ninjutsu ability in the face of assassins, but this is not enough to make people truly realize his power. A person's prestige is bound to be accompanied by the death of a large number of enemies. Without enough blood, there is not enough awe. Yamamoto Genrisai was an ordinary person until he was 6 years old, but after entering the ninja school, he showed unparalleled talent. He not only awakened the elusive eye of blood inheritance, but also became the disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. His ninjutsu cut off his weak youth as a child, and directly acquired the physique of an adult. Coupled with mature conversation, it has been forgotten in a short time. You are just a 6-year-old child. After Zongguo walked through the steel gate, several braziers were lit in the darkness. On the opposite side of Zongguo, a figure wearing a black robe sat in the middle, reading the material of the country with a dry, hoarse voice. Finally, just throw it away, and the scroll was thrown at the feet of Kongwo. Kongwo he sneered and stepped on the scroll. His eyes suddenly lit up with 3 silver guashes, and in the 1 kilometer radius of the eyes of the ancient eye, the chakra network all over the Ozu Valley suddenly lit up. World! Kongwo stepped out and directly lifted Ayano Tsukimi, who was wearing a black robe and pretending to be a ghost in front of him, and then returned to the place with the black robe in his hand before time began to flow. When time began to flow again, a woman with a delicate face appeared in front of Kongwo. She still kept the casualness when she shook the scroll, but the black robe draped on her body had already appeared in Kongwo. Hands. Kongwo narrowed his eyes slightly to conceal the shock in his heart. Before he lifted his black robe, Kongwo's eye of the ancients did not see through the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, he found Ayano by his means of demonstration. The secret of UMA. The person in front of him turned out to be a puppet, a flesh and blood puppet. This puppet is a puppet that Kongwo has never seen before. This puppet has flesh and blood. Kongwo can see the blood flowing in the puppet, and he can see the puppet's heart beating constantly, and the lungs are constantly fluctuating, but this puppet there is no soul. And in its flesh and blood, there is a kind of slender chakra threads comparable to muscle fibers. These chakra threads control the actions of this puppet. The most important thing is that he has a 1 kilometer radius of vision without blind spots. Did not find the puppet master Ayano Tsukimi who controlled this puppet. The flesh and blood puppet, super long-range control. Where did Ayano Tsukimi get this puppet technique, or did she develop it herself? The face of the heavy country remained silent, but in his heart he was ready to fight. However, Shigekuni was shocked by Ayano's puppetry, and Ayano Tsukimi was also shocked by Shigioku's methods. This method of lifting her black robes to hide chakra in a flash made her horrified. The strength of the two parties far exceeded expectations. Shigekuni and Ayano Tsukimi unanimously dispelled their plans to do it. Insolent man! Ayano Tsukimi criticized Shigoku, and then with a finger move, a chakra thread was linked to the black robe in Shijukoku's hands. Shijuk did not stop it. After throwing it away, the black robe was drawn to Ayano Tsuki. Beautiful body. Shigekuni didn't dismantle Ayano Tsukimi's means, but directly regarded this puppet as Ayano Tsukimi. It's useless to say more. Where is the thing I want? Kongwo didn't waste any more time and asked directly. Humph. Ayano Yoshimi snorted coldly. She deliberately told Shigioku's intelligence in order to deter Shigioku and tell him not to deceive her. Otherwise, she had 10,000 ways to make Shigioku unable to mix, but she did not expect Shigioku. The method is too weird. This shock did not have the effect it should have. Flap. Ayano Uemi slapped her hands twice, and two puppets wearing enchantment class costumes walked out of the darkness, carrying a red wooden box together, and walked to the front of the heavy country step by step. After the two puppets approached, Kongwo realized that these two puppets were another kind of puppets that Kongwo had never seen before. The bodies of these two puppets were made of fine iron, but the eyes were indeed human eyes, and under the perspective of Kongwo's eyes of the ancients, he found a transparent figure imprisoned in steel. A flesh and blood puppet without a soul, but a steel puppet with a soul. What exactly is this special method? Zhongguo pressed his doubts to the bottom of his heart, and instead focused his attention on the red box. That is the ability of sealing technique, the number one bug in the ninja world, finally. Chapter 48. On the bonfire that was lit, the soup pot containing the diced meat and vegetables was constantly tumbling, and the attractive fragrance continued to flow into the nasal cavity of Kongwo. Kongwo picked up the bowl and poured a bowl for Uchiha Itachi. After all, the boy in pain needs care. Uchiha Itachi was not hypocritical either. He took the broth that Kongwo handed over, blew a few sips along the side of the bowl, and drank it into his mouth with his head down, and finally gave Kongwo a thumbs up. "Brother Kongwo, it tastes good." Regarding this, Kongwo waved his hand and signaled Uchiha Itachi to pay attention to healing, and then he also served himself a bowl of soup, and ate the fluffy cakes. Food enters the abdomen and quickly turns into energy under the effect of the return of life. After a while, the body of Kongwo has begun to slightly heat up, as if after a warm-up, every muscle in the body is active. "Itachi, pay attention to your own safety. Ayano Tsukimi's methods are a bit weird, I haven't found her true identity yet." Kongwo exhaled a breath of hot air, and the hot air outlet instantly turned into a 3-meter-long white mist. "Brother Shigekuni, in the building inside Ozu Valley, isn't the person trading with you Ayano Tsukimi?" Uchiha Itachi, through Sharingan's powerful insight, spotted the chakra webs all over Ozu Valley, and discovered that the chakra webs were centered around the circular building inside Ozu Valley, so he simply believed that Ayano Tsukimi's body was there. "In that building?" "No, that's just a puppet, a flesh and blood puppet that is no different from ordinary humans. It is precisely because of this that I am so afraid of Ayano Tsukimi. There are too many weird ninjutsu in the ninja world. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless genius ninjas killed by sneak attacks, so when walking in the ninja world, you must let go of your arrogance and go all out to deal with every enemy." Kongwo's words were to warn Uchiha Itachi, but also to warn himself that he did not have the ability of Orochimaru. He was attacked to death, and that was really dead. "Yes, Brother Kongwo, I remember it." Uchiha Itachi nodded solemnly. Just as he was about to stand up and do something, there was a burning pain from his hip. He could endure the knife wound, ignore the explosion of the detonating talisman, and let his back stick his sword in his hands, but he couldn't stand the damage to the baby under his crotch by riding a horse. "Ha ha ha, Itachi, take a good rest." Kongwo laughed unscrupulously at Uchiha Itachi, who crossed his legs and was like a crab. After laughing, he stood up and moved his body slightly. After Uchiha Itachi was sure that he was really fine, Kongwo kicked his feet, violently. Chakra spouted from the soles of his feet, and the earth smashed into pieces. When the smoke cleared, Kongwo had disappeared. This method of movement is really rough. I am afraid that only the monster like Kongwo with the tailed beast chakra can use it so wantonly. Kongwo's skills are not advanced, just relying solely on the huge amount of chakra that is not afraid to consume, and use chakra as a propeller. However, Uchiha Itachi only saw the huge amount of chakra in the heavy country comparable to the tail beast, but ignored such rough advancement, how much resistance the user's body needs to withstand. This type of movement of the heavy country can leap a long distance after a single use of force, and when the power is weakened, it will fall back to the ground again. By repeating the method of the chakra burst, it can obtain a speed beyond the ordinary body flicker technique, but the heavy country is still at its stopped 5 kilometers away from Ozu Valley. Because in the eyes of Kongwo, there are already some blue chakra lines underground 5 kilometers away from Ozu Valley. Relying on the outbreak of chakra, the heavy country was lifted into the sky. Before falling, the heavy country was condescendingly looking down at the ground beneath his feet. Through the dark brown soil, a blue chakra spider web appeared in the eyes of the heavy country. When the power was exhausted, the heavy country fell back to the ground again. He found a fist-sized stone and dropped it accurately on the ground above an extended chakra line. After transmission, the subtle vibration was absorbed by the chakra line, and the light in a flash, a stream of light was fed back to the circular building inside Ozu Valley along the chakra network. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Ozu Valley, all of them are on this blue chakra spider web. As long as the heavy country steps on the area covered by the spider web and the vibrations generated by stepping on the ground, the data of the heavy country will be transmitted to Ayanotsu Kimis. With puppets. Although Zongguo didn't think that this spider web could convey a picture, it was possible to obtain general information about a person through shaking, so the method of getting to Ozu Valley from the ground would definitely not work. Kongwo stood on the edge of the cobweb, groping his chin with his right hand. I don't know when Kongwo's chin had a thin beard. Thinking of the beard, Kongwo suddenly thought of Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Redbeard, and Pirate World. Physical skills that exceed the limits of human physical fitness. I will return my life, and my life is returned. I can truly control every part of the body, so I can use the abilities of shaving, moonwalk, iron body, finger pistol, tempest kick, paper arts, etc. I have to say that there have been a lot of things in Zongguo in recent days. After all, buying a house is a big event, and he has forgotten such an important thing. Marine 6 styles, no, it is that the 6 styles of the heavy country rely on the control of the body to achieve corresponding effects. If ordinary people want to learn the 6 styles of the heavy country, they need to start from the beginning and constantly break through the limits of the body to achieve 6 types of use requirements. But for a heavy country that has the return of life and can perfectly control the body, this kind of physique, which relies entirely on physical ability, is not difficult at all. Even if you need to open the 8 inner gates, which is controlled by the human body, Kongwo can control his body to open the corresponding doors. However, after having more choices, Kongwo did not systematically study the idea of 8 inner gates. First of all, he had enough chakra in his body, and he could perfectly control these chakras. If you want chakra to be quiet, and want chakra to be quiet. Rage is furious. Secondly, 8 inner gates is a forbidden technique that releases power by burning lives. If Zongguo uses his sage body to open the 8 gate, it will release more surging power than Might Guy, but this is in exchange for burning the lives of Zongguo. The power of the sky can be destroyed with the enemy. This is undoubtedly a wrong choice for a heavy country with an insightful eye. Moreover, the important country has the true meaning of strategic retreat. If you can't beat it, you can run away. Anyway, it is impossible to die together. It is impossible in this life. Because of the existence of the chakra spider web, a heavy country cannot pass from the ground, so under the premise that he can't know the flying thunder god, he has only one way, and that is to fly over from the sky. If you want to fly over, you need moonwalk, which moves in the air. After 3 attempts, Kongwo completely mastered moonwalk, and then Kongwo changed a little and then mastered it again. The shaving needs to step on the ground dozens of times within 0.36 seconds, relying on the explosive reaction force to achieve high speed. Moving, as a simple physical technique, shaving and moonwalk is not the slightest difficulty for Kongwo. Later, Kongwo began to apply chakra to moonwalk. Although Kongwo would not use the subtle ability of lightning-style chakra mode, relying on the non-attribute chakra on time to burst, he still increased his speed to an incredible level. Of course, the foundation of all this is based on the premise that his body can withstand the appalling resistance generated by high-speed movement. After adapting to the changes brought about by shaving moonwalk, chakra broke out at Kongwo's feet. When the sound of the air burst came, Kongwo had long since disappeared. The chakra spider web hidden in the ground by Ayanotsu Kimi couldn't detect the changes in the sky, and Shigakuni flew from the sky toward Ozu Valley, which was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 49 Immortal, Seeking Collection, Seeking Recommendation. In a 1-kilometer radius of the blind spot of the eye of the ancients of Kongwo, how could he be concealed from what happened in the weapon shop of Beatty's family? Although he could not hear what the three people were saying, he learned from Dr. Bei Daizuo. The malice from Beatty Leech made him feel like a man on his back. Just when Beatty Sao, Dr. Bei Daizu, and Beatty Leech all looked at the back of Kongwo, Kongwo suddenly turned around, and a pair of eyes of the ancients with silver jade was the same as the three of them in an instant. Finished looking at each other. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment when he finished looking at each other, he stomped on his legs quickly, and used the shave to avoid the attack of the fine iron golem controlled by Ayano Tsukimi. The three pairs of fingertips flashed green and fluorescent palms pierced the ground, and the grey-brown mud momentarily a hint of green smoke appeared. There was also a hint of sweetness in the air. Kongwo frowned, and quickly used moonwalk to fly into the sky. Wind-style great breakthrough. The turbulent airflow landed from the sky, blowing away the poisonous mist and dissipating the smoke and dust from the collapse of the building, but as soon as the smoke and dust dissipated, a broken stone slab was lifted by a fine iron golem and threw it towards the heavy country. The stone slab rubbed against the air to make a harsh whimper, but Zongguo did not evade, punching out. The muscles on his arm suddenly bulged, and the powerful force directly smashed the stone slab into slag. Feeling the powerful force contained in the muscles and enjoying the heroic power of breaking 10,000 laws, Kongwo finally understood why the people of CP9 would be defeated because of their superstition in iron body. Because of the hard steel on the front, it's so cool. Wow, wow. The enchantment class clothes on the fine iron golems have been shattered, revealing their silver bodies made of fine iron. The three pairs of fine iron palms that attacked the country have also returned to the other fine iron golems under the traction of chains. Body. However, what happened next made the country fall into a sluggish state. 1, 2, 3. Under the stunned gaze of the heavy country, a total of 200 fine iron golems emerged from the ruins. As the puppets continued to appear, the broken slabs were also lifted. This is located in Chakra. In the building at the center of the spider web, there is a bottomless crypt. And above the crypt, there is a regular distribution of blood-colored spider webs, but these spider webs are not formed by chakra, but a kind of constantly squirming flesh and blood, as if the threads that make up the blood-colored spider web are all alive. It is precisely because of the existence of this layer of blood-colored spider webs that the eye of Kongwo sees the ancients absorbing the abilities obtained by Byakugan, and is unable to penetrate this layer of cobwebs. Before the building collapsed, Kongwo did not find it at all. There is actually another one here. A bottomless crypt. 200 fine iron golems lined up neatly under the heavy country. This picture is really a bit shocking. I have spared your life, and you have to come to find your own death. It's really stupid. Ayano Tsukimi was dressed in a black gauze, and her white feet stepped on the ruins without hesitation. However, if you look closely, you will find that Ayano Tsukimi's feet did not touch the ground at all, and she was floating on the ground. No, this is not stupid. You secretly murdered Konoha's ninjas and transformed them into fine iron golems. There are 200 fine iron golems here, that is, 200 Konoha shinobi who died tragically. If I don't come to look for them tonight, I'm afraid you will leave Ozu Valley tomorrow to find Kakuzu. I can't watch you get away with it. Shigekuni raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, shaking it arrogantly at Ayano Tsukimi. And I don't know who gave you the courage to stand up and fight with me. Your teacher who studied puppetry hasn't told you that the puppet master is afraid of me, a brash man with well-developed limbs. By the time Shigekuni's voice reached Ayano Tsukimi's ears, Shigekuni had already come behind Ayano Tsukimi. Moonwalk cooperated with the outbreak of chakra, and his speed reached an incredible level, far from Ayano Tsukimi's. A puppet master like me can contend. However, Ayano Tsukimi's methods are not only that, she can share vision with her puppet, she is in the fine iron puppet at the moment, and the consciousness has been reflected at the moment when the figure appeared in the heavy country. The biggest round of 6 king spears. Boom! The violent shock wave gushes from the heavy country's fists, and it is unstoppable towards Ayano Tsukumi, who is close at hand. This blow is a blow of the heavy country's all-out effort. Without time to defend, let alone it is a fragile human body, even if it is steel, it must be shattered. A trace of panic appeared on Ayano's face, her eyes couldn't detect Shigioko's figure, and her body was too late to react, but don't forget that Ayano is a puppet master. The chakra lines that were scattered throughout the flesh and blood of Ayano Tsukume all moved at this moment, but even if they used the chakra lines to control their body, Ayano Tsukumi had no time to dodge the attacks of the heavy country. Under the traction of the chakra line, Ayano Tsukumi turned around at the very moment, using the front of her body to forcibly pick up the biggest round of the 6 king's spear of the country. The silver shock wave pierced Ayano's chest with a big hole, and the violent air current tore Ayano's internal organs. In an instant, whether it was the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, all were broken into pieces. Bang! 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 200 fine iron golems raised their palms, their 5 fingers closed together, their fingertips flashed with a hint of green sharp, they shot towards the heavy country in an instant, even if the heavy country relied on moonwalk to avoid the first wave of damage, but the remaining fine iron the puppet is still looking for traces of the important country. Shigioka had been mentally prepared for this, because he knew from beginning to end that the person who appeared in front of him was not Ayano Tsukume at all, but a special flesh and blood puppet. When Shigioka flew beyond the attack range of the fine iron puppets, Ayano Tsukumi, whose entire chest had disappeared without a trace, showed a coquettish smile at Shigioka. Without waiting for the heavy country to respond, a fine iron puppet burst into pieces with a bang. At the same time, Ayano Tsukume's empty abdominal cavity looked back in time, with internal organs. Flesh and blood, meridians, bones, and skin has been restored in an instant. It's useless, I am immortal, no one can kill me. Ayano Tsukumi was naked, stepping on the moonlight to pick up the black gauze from the ground, like an innocent little girl, spinning and putting on the gauze under the moonlight, but when she stopped, her face suddenly twisted. It's like twisting a tattoo on her back. Damn BD, do you know how painful it is to be beaten to the entire chest? I'm going to chop off your limbs, tear your flesh and blood with nails a little bit, and then eat it all in the stomach. Looking down at Ayano Tsukumi, who roared like a ghost, Shigekuni's complexion was a little dignified. If this continues, he has to kill Ayano Tsukumi 200 times to completely kill Ayano Tsukumi, and this Ayano Tsukumi is nothing more than the real Ayano Tsukumi's flesh and blood puppet is nothing more than killing the puppet for the heavy country. And I don't know when, the blue chakra network has surfaced, and the dark red enchantment has also enveloped Ozu Valley. I feel that the chakra that constitutes the enchantment actually has the same fluctuations as the Nine Tails chakra, and the heavy country's brows are tightened. Obviously something unexpected. At this moment, even the heavy country has to admit that Ayano Tsukumi is really a powerful enemy. As a puppet master, it is really a good way to prevent the enemy from discovering where he is. Chapter 50. Just as Ayano Tsukumi snarled, the 3 people of the 100 lands were already earthy, and there was no longer the arrogance of planning to divide the eyes and body of the heavy country, all of them bowed their waists and followed carefully. Leaving the corner, like 3 grey mice. Dr. Beidaizu, Beatty Leech, and Beatty Sakshung were all anxious, but no matter how eager they were, they could only move cautiously. Sao, you have always been in charge of the weapon shop in Ozuya. You didn't know that the woman Ayano Tsukumi had such a strong ability. What did you do for food? Dr. Beidaizu questioned Beidaizu angrily, and the Beatty Leeches on the side also showed a slight displeasure. They are members of the clan, and this damn Beidaizu made them into such a dangerous situation. It's really true. You deserve to die. I really don't know. Ayano Tsukumi never left that building. Even the meals were brought in by puppets. I have been working in Ozu Valley for 6 years, and I have never seen Ayano Tsukimi. How could I know that she has such a strong strength, and I don't blame me, if it weren't for Yamamoto Genrisaya to come to look for things, Ayano Tsukimi would leave tomorrow. Hyakuchi Sao was extremely wronged. Since Ozu Valley built a new commercial street outside the original ruins 8 years ago, no one has seen Ayano Tsukimi again. Many people have an impression of Ayano Tsukimi staying on the Pale Girl 8 years ago. But now think about it carefully, isn't the name of the cursed Ozuya spread after Ayano Tsukimi moved into the building where the enchantment class is located? The so-called cursed Ozuya was first passed on by a ninja who was lucky enough to survive the death of an evil ghost. Since the completion of the new shopping street in Ozuya, there have been many cases of missing ninjas who stayed over. You must know that the person who disappears is a ninja. A ninja is a person who will remain vigilant under any circumstances. In this case, if you want to take away the sleeping ninja while disturbing other ninjas in the same room, you can think of it. How difficult! However, this kind of thing did not disappear because of the alertness of the ninjas, and later attracted Konoha's attention. Konoha sent 2 genin to investigate, and the 2 genin were killed and the other injured. When the 2 ninjas were found in the ruins of Ozu Valley the next day, the dying genin was curled up in the torn abdomen of the other genin, his limbs were violently twisted, very miserable. At this point, the name of the cursed Ozu Valley has been completely spread. After performing a mission near Ozu Valley, most of the ninjas who need to replenish ninjas and medicines left Ozu Valley before dark. Since then, ninjas the number of disappearances has decreased a lot, and there have been no ninja disappearances in the past 2 years, so that Hyakuchi Sao has forgotten it. But at this moment, Hyakuchi Sao felt that the so-called cursed Ozuya might have nothing to do with Ayano Tsukimi. Damn Konoha, the ninjas that come out of Konoha are so lawless. Beatty Leech clenched his fists hard. He had a deep hatred for Konoha's ninjas. Although the Beatty clan was not a great noble, the master owned the Beatty Chamber of Commerce. In short, he was rich, so he lived in Kyoto. It is also very moisturizing. Back in those days, his 100 lands leech was also a well-known beautiful man in Kyoto. Many young ladies fell under his prosperous beauty, but it was a pity that he met Tsunade, who was called Princess Senju. In terms of identity, Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju family and a princess canonized by Hokage. In terms of strength, Tsunade is Konoha Sunin, named by hands of the salamander himself. In terms of financial resources, second Hokage Senju Tobirama is not only political during his reign, several chambers of commerce were established. At this time, these chambers of commerce brought inexhaustible wealth to the Senju family every year. When status, strength, and wealth are not dominant, Beatty Leech believes that this is the woman he should pursue, a woman who does not care about her prosperous beauty, does not covet her wealth, and does not need to curry favor with them. This must be true love. 100 district leeches, who are pursuing true love and fruitless, look at the sun at this moment in the shape of a rose, and the air is filled with pink love, so he has no hesitation in starting to pursue Tsunade. To this end, he bathed and fasted for 3 days, combed his hair into the most popular appearance of the year, and wore a white robe like snow. A pair of pelican eyes are like a pool of spring water, full of love melted into it. Beatty Leech came from the bustling street with white snow floating in the sky. He wins snow in white, and her cheeks are reddish, just when everyone thought it would be a good story. Hey! You brat, why are you blocking my way? The drunk-looking Tsunade pulled through the collar of Beatty Leech, spitting out unpleasant alcohol, and at the end he hiccuped. Before Beatty Leech could read his carefully prepared poem, a note to cut off children and grandchildren will almost disperse the soul of Beatty Leeches. Since then, Tsunade has nothing to do, drinking, and charity, while his Beatty Leeches have been lying in bed for 2 years. For 2 years, no one knows how Beatty Leeches spent the past 2 years. The cruelty of the ninja world is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Without strength, there is no future at all. 2 years later, when Beatty Leach was dressed in a purple robe and his scarlet nails reappeared in Kyoto, Yan Ran had become a well-washed female lady. After hearing that Kongwo was the disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the images in Beatty Leach's mind kept flashing. He thought of the woman who had turned him into a man and woman, and thought of his lost love, boiling killing. The intention was to burn on his eyes. He knew that doing so might bring a murderous disaster to the Beatty clan, but he didn't care anymore. So Beatty Leach united Dr. Beidaizu, a pervert who likes to collect eyeballs, and planned to kill Yamamoto Genrisai in Ozu Valley. However, after seeing the strengths of Yamamoto Genrisai and Ayano Tsukimi, Hyakuchi Leach hurriedly said in his heart the brute force of farewell, which made him dream of the moment when he was cut off from his grandchildren by Tsunade. Damn it, Konoha's people are so pervert, slip away, goodbye. But apparently they had forgotten the moment when they inadvertently met the eyes of the ancients. Kaika Suijutsu, the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water are all illusory things. The so-called 5 senses are human sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Under Kaika Suijutsu, people who look at each other with the same weight will be complete hypnosis. Thus, the 5 senses are dominated by the heavy country. In the sight of Dr. Hyakudaizu, Hyakudi Sao, and Hyakudi Leach, they were all bowed to each other, some embarrassedly fleeing Ozu Valley from the battle, but in fact, they had already walked out of the Hyakudi clan. Weapon shop. Among the 3, Hyakuchi Sao is not a ninja, so he is of no use to Shigioku. Hey! A red light flashed between Beatty Zo's throat, and the blood dropped down the fingertips of Beatty Leach, dyeing his nails even more scarlet. Dr. Beidaizu pulled out 2 well-made samurai swords from his waist, and then closed his eyes. The Beatty Leeches, on the other hand, turned into a red water stream with a bang, screaming, and quickly passed between the fine iron golems. The silver metal body of the fine iron golems was in the same area as the Beatty Leeches touched. It turned black in an instant, followed by a hissing sound, and white smoke slowly drifting up.